The Senate will come to order. I ask everyone present to please rise and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Imam Isaac El Pasha, resident Imam of the historical Masjid Malcolm Shabazz in New York City, will give today's invocation. Imam?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. I wish to thank the presiding officer and thank also the majority leader, Ms. Cousins, and the minority leader, Rob, and my special Senator Cordell Clear for inviting me here today. We say, with God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, witnessing to God and begging for his guidance for humanity, for our first identity as human beings, above all other identities that we may take on that cause confusion. We ask God to bless this chamber and all the members of the Senate and all those who help and assist you to give you good and nothing but good to you and your families as you discharge the duties and the responsibility to all the people of New York State. We ask for God's mercy. We ask for his peace be unto you and to all of us, that we work together for our human dignity, the dignity that we all identify with as one human family, not separate from each other, and blood of the same blood, and the need and the love for all good things. Thank you. May God's peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Reading of the journal.
In Senate, Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, the Senate met pursuant to adjournment. The Journal of Monday, May 30th, 2022 is read and approved. On motion, the Senate adjourn.
Without objection, the journal stands approved as read. Presentations of petitions, messages from the Assembly. Secretary will read.
Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development Assembly Bill number 6231, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6085, third reading count of 337. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Judiciary Assembly Bill number 3241, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6721, third reading count of 705. Senator Myrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Elections Assembly Bill number 7933C, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 6901B, third reading count of 810. Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 1880A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 2534A, third reading count of 986. Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 10152, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8978, third reading count of 1349. Senator Hoylman moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance Assembly Bill number 807, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 688, third reading count of 1521. Senator Jordan moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 357A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 2089B, third reading count of 1524. Senator Kennedy moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 8936A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3897, third reading count of 1527. Senator Palumbo moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 4217, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 4025, third reading count of 1528. Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 8295, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7531, third reading count of 1545. Senator Martucci moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes Assembly Bill number 8578, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7900, third reading count of 1549. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 9650A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8587, third reading count of 1566. Senator Matera moves to discharge from the Committee on Environmental Conservation Assembly Bill number 10187, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9140, third reading count of 1594. Senator Sepulveda moves to discharge from the Committee on Agriculture Assembly Bill number 4570A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3212A, third reading count of 1637. Senator Hinchey moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 3848 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3449, third reading count of 1638. Senator Ort moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions Assembly Bill number 9353 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3722A, third reading count of 1639. Senator Mannion moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8915B is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7746B, third reading count of 1653. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 9448A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7857A, third reading count of 1547. Senator Felder moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 8933A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8031A, third reading count of 1656. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 879 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8113, third reading count of 1658. Senator Savino moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 9348 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8516, third reading count of 1665. Senator Harkle moves to discharge from the Committee on Veterans, Homeland Security, and Military Affairs Assembly Bill number 9526A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8553A, third reading count of 1669. Senator Brooke moves to discharge from the Committee on Consumer Protection Assembly Bill number 9814 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8678, third reading count of 1672. Senator Brooke moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 9406 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8710, third reading count of 1674. Senator Mannion moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Assembly Bill number 9819A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8736A, third reading count of 1675. Senator Kennedy moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions Assembly Bill number 9154 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9098, third reading count of 1700. Senator Mannion moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions Assembly Bill number 10189 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9102, third reading count of 1701. Senator Prasad moves to discharge from the Committee on Social Services Assembly Bill number 2549 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9106, third reading count of 1702. Senator Reichland Melnick moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 10155A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9131, third reading count of 1705. Senator Biaggi moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10230 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9138, third reading count of 1706. Senator Gurnardez moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 3964 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9163, third reading count of 1709. Senator Rivera moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 9764 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9185, third reading count of 1713. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 9922A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9370, third reading count of 1726. Senator Kaminsky moves to discharge from the Committee on Environmental Conservation Assembly Bill number 7710A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9419, third reading count of 1732. Senator Brooks moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10330 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9318, third reading count of 1720.
So ordered. Messages from the Governor, reports of standing committees, reports of select committees, communications and reports from state officers, motions and resolutions. Senator Gineris.
Madam President, on behalf of Senator Brooks, I wish to call up Senate Print 1271A, recalled from the Assembly, which is now at the desk.
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 235, Senate Print 1271A by Senator Brooks, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White, ayes 57.
The bill.
Well, yes, that, I believe the vote on the motion to reconsider the vote by which the bill was passed. Is it now on third reading calendar, Madam President?
The bill is restored to its place on the third reading calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer the following amendments.
Amendments are received.
Please recognize Senator Lanza.
Senator Lanza.
Madam President, Senator White moves to call up Bill Print Number 9146, recalled from the Assembly, which is now at the desk.
Call the roll.
Calendar number 1596, Senate Print 9146 by Senator White, an act to amend Chapter 397 of the laws of 1996.
And I now move to reconsider the vote by which the bill was passed.
Secretary Representative. Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White, ayes 57.
Madam President, I now offer the following amendments.
Amendments are received. And the bill will retain its place on the third reading calendar. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, much like yesterday's session, we're going to try and do multiple things simultaneously. So let's begin by adopting the resolution calendar with the exception of Resolution 2763.
All those in favor of All those in favor of adopting the resolution calendar with the exception of Resolution 2763, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The resolution calendar is adopted. Senator Gianaris.
Now, Madam President, as we begin with the first resolution we're taking up is previously adopted Resolution 2729 by Senator Clear, which I would ask to be read and then recognize Senator Clear, but we're simultaneously going to call a Rules Committee meeting in room 332.
There will be an immediate meeting of the Rules Committee in room 332. The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2729 by Senator Clare, congratulating the Juneteenth Committee of Masjid Malcolm Shabazz upon the occasion of hosting their 29th annual Juneteenth parade.
Senator Clare on the resolution.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam President. I rise with great pride to speak on Resolution 2729, congratulating the Juneteenth Committee of Masjid Malcolm Shabazz upon the occasion of hosting their 29th annual Juneteenth parade. We are blessed to have members of the Juneteenth Committee and the Masjid here with us today, including Imam Itzhak M. Pasha and Albert Shamsuddin, Senior Advisor and CEO to Rough Riders Entertainment. When I think about the community I represent and the community that I grew up in, became active in, and lovingly cared for, I think of the Juneteenth Committee and the Masjid Malcolm Shabazz, which serves not only the religious and spiritual needs of so many, but the cultural, social, and educational goals of our community as well. Juneteenth only became an official New York State holiday in 2021. And as we stand here today, this year's celebration, the second of our state, and the 29th for the community of Harlem, represented by the Juneteenth Committee, we return in limited ways to a pre-pandemic type of celebration. As originally conceived in 1993 by Imam W.D. Muhammad and executed by Imam Ali Rashid and Imam Pasha, the mission of the Juneteenth Committee was to spread formative knowledge about the African American experience through the lens of Juneteenth. The movement that began 29 years ago was pioneering and full of foresight and clearly distinguishes the Juneteenth Committee as the oldest and most formidable Juneteenth committee in New York State. In the wake of the murder of George Floyd and other abhorrent acts of violence against people of color, federal, state, and city governments have now declared Juneteenth an official holiday. However, to those of us in the Harlem community and those who have been long-standing members of the Juneteenth Committee, it has always been a day of reverence, remembrance, and righteous reflection. 2022 will mark the first time in well over 2 years that we can celebrate Juneteenth with the style and in the manner the day deserves, as we emerge from a pandemic that has not only tested us, but reminded us that the fight for equity is still waged day in and day out. I firmly believe that the next step we must take is to make sure that the full history of all Black people, the achievements, the traditions, the innovations, the family, the struggles, and the triumphs is taught in schools and all over in a meaningful way. I believe that if we rally around the cause and the history of Juneteenth, it would prevent it would hinder similar tragedies like the one that happened in Buffalo the other day. The more we learn about each other, the more we know about each other, the more we respect one another. So I respectfully today, with great pride, vote aye on the resolution celebrating the 29th anniversary of the Juneteenth Committee in New York.
Thank you, Senator Claire. Senator Bailey on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President, and I want to thank my colleague, Senator Claire, for introducing this resolution, and greetings to you brothers and sisters from the village of Harlem. I hail from a little bit further north than you in the boogie down Bronx, but no matter what county we're in, Juneteenth remains the same. I was lucky that I grew up knowing the traditions of what Juneteenth was. I was taken to festivals, whether it was in Harlem or in Brooklyn or other places throughout the metropolitan region by my parents, who imparted upon me what the meaning of Juneteenth was. But as Senator Claire aptly put, it was just made a state holiday a couple of years ago, last year. And so as we continue to educate people on what Juneteenth is and what it's not, I will say that I hope it doesn't become a commercialized holiday where they say half off of some items made by some black folks. I would hope that it would not be something that would be written off as just another day off from work. I would hope that it is what it was taught to me as when we were released from bondage. Actually, just physical bondage, because mentally, we come from kings and queens, the strongest of those. So I'll simply say, congratulations on your anniversary. Continue to uplift and build all communities, because the work that you do is resounding not just in your community, but throughout the state. Thank you, Madam President. I will be voting aye.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard on the resolution? Seeing none. To our guests, I welcome you on behalf of the Senate. We extend to you the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please stand and be recognized. Senator Liu.
President, please take up Resolution 2799 by Senator Mayer. Read that resolution in title only and recognize Senator Mayer on the resolution.
Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2799 by Senator Mayer, commemorating the 125th anniversary of the New York State Parent-Teacher Association.
Senator Mayer on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it truly is a pleasure and an honor to speak on this resolution commemorating the 125th anniversary of the New York State PTA. And for everyone who has ever had a child in school, in public school, the millions of children in public school, you know the PTA on day one, because they are there to speak for your child, speak for your school, and speak for the interests that you as a parent have. And so it is truly an honor to have so many members of the board and leadership of the New York State PTA, and I won't name them all, except a few I must name, to say that the New York State PTA has become a powerful voice for the public school parents of New York. Their advocacy now on issues that really matter, and after the last few weeks, the issues of concern to our parents and our young students could not be more paramount. And this is the time that the New York State PTA has shown its leadership, its courage, and frankly, its ability to coalesce about issues that are so important. You know, there are 2.6 million school children in New York State, and the PTA has nearly 250,000 volunteers in 12 regions, in more than 1,450 school buildings. And I recall saying earlier in my career that many of my colleagues in politics should have learned to start in the PTA, because that is where you learn to compromise, to build coalitions, to acknowledge and celebrate diversity, and to have a unified vision. Wish that all of my colleagues in politics learned at the ground level what the PTA can teach us. So I know we're joined by many, but the current president of the New York State PTA, Dana Platten, the indomitable executive director of the New York State PTA, Kyle Belatakovsky, and I certainly would be remiss if I didn't mention Rob Rihos from the city of Yonkers, former president of our PTA and a true leader. It has been my honor to be a loud champion for the parents and the PTAs of every school in New York, and I appreciate your leadership, your willingness to roll up your sleeves, and congratulations on 125 years. May there be many, many more of the leadership and the courage and the unified vision on behalf of our children that the New York State PTA has shown. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be voting aye.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to speak on the resolution? To our guests, I welcome you on behalf of the Senate, and we extend to you the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please stand and be recognized. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up previously adopted Resolution 2142 by Senator Jordan. Read that resolution in title only and recognize Senator Jordan on that resolution.
The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2142 by Senator Jordan, congratulating Carter Kuckerstein upon the occasion of capturing the boys' 55-meter dash at the New York State Public High School Athletic Association Indoor Track and Field Championships on March 5, 2022.
Senator Jordan on the resolution.
Madam President, I rise to speak on the resolution before us. I'm very proud to congratulate Carter Kuckerstein on winning the boys' 55-meter dash at the NYSSVA Indoor Track and Field Championships on March 5, 2022. Athletics bring out the very best of us, and Shenendehowa High School's Carter Kuckerstein certainly proved that. Number 1 seed Carter won the boys' 55-meter dash with an outstanding time of 6.28 seconds. That's fast. And then there's also Carter Kuckerstein fast, which is the fastest. Carter's big win took place at the NYSSVA Indoor Track and Field Championships at the Ocean Breeze Athletic Complex in Staten Island. A large, loyal following of family and friends enthusiastically supported Carter Kuckerstein throughout his season's journey that successfully culminated in the championship. Sports instill the timeless, important values of preparation, teamwork, goal setting, pride, and accomplishment. These values will serve Carter well throughout his entire life. Carter Kuckerstein has clearly contributed to the spirit of athletic excellence that's such a long-standing tradition at Shenendehowa High School. Carter and his family are with us today. Carter, I'm proud to congratulate you and recognize your incredible performance in capturing the boys' 55-meter dash at the NYSSVA Indoor Track and Field Championships. You are a true credit to Shenendehowa, your family, and your community. Once again, I congratulate you on your achievement and give you the best of wishes for your success at the University of Oklahoma. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. To our guests, I welcome you on behalf of the Senate. We extend to you the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please rise and be recognized. Congratulations, Carter. You can sing. The resolution was previously adopted on May 24th. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up previously adopted Resolution 2596 by Senator Kennedy. Read that resolution in title only and recognize Senator Kennedy on the resolution.
The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2596 by Senator Kennedy, mourning the death of John P. Scanlon, renowned public servant, distinguished citizen, and devoted member of his community.
Senator Kennedy on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to honor the life of John Scanlon, an outstanding public servant and South Buffalo native who passed away earlier this spring at the age of 83. John Sknoots Scanlon was one of a kind. Hailing from Buffalo's Old First Ward, John proudly served his country as a member of the United States Army, where he was stationed in Germany. Once he returned from overseas, John went on to serve as a top advisor to the late Buffalo Mayor Jimmy Griffin and worked diligently to make the Queen City a better place to live and raise families. John was an old-school political mind, focused on helping the community he loved by working hard and playing by the rules. As a distinguished leader, John helped countless people begin their careers in the city of Buffalo and in government, transforming their lives and the lives of their families. These working men and women made the City of Good Neighbors what it is today and remained great and loyal friends with John throughout the rest of his life. After serving with the Griffin administration, John transitioned to working for the incoming mayor, Anthony Masiello, where he brought the same tireless work ethic, expertise, and service to the city's leadership. But for John, there was nothing more important than his role as a husband and a father. John and his wife Paula shared 7 children and were deeply committed to raising kind and compassionate kids. Kara, John, Mark, Michael, Brian, Chris, and Patrick are better people because they had John as their father. All of his children have taken up the mantle of service to others in their own lives, each of them well-respected members of our community. The Scanlon family's rich tradition of government service established by John many years ago is carried on through his son, Chris, our great South District councilman. John was also proud to have earned the role as grandfather, recently great-grandfather, because to him, nothing was more important than family. Like any true South Buffalonian, John's Irish heritage was important to him, and he and Paula passed that passion for their roots along to their family and loved ones. His commitment to his heritage and his entire community was recognized in the 2009 Old Neighborhood St. Patrick's Day Parade, where he was named Grand Marshal. John epitomized the Irish, and he epitomized Buffalo. He was sincerely loved and respected by those he worked with, those he served with, and those who called him family and were lucky enough to call him a friend. John was a man of action, of integrity, and of generosity. And while we mourn his passing, we know without a doubt that his legacy will live on in the beautiful family that he created with his wife and the many lives that he touched throughout his own. The city of Buffalo won't be the same, but it is better because John was a part of it. May John Scanlon rest in peace. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The resolution was adopted on 5/17. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up previously adopted Resolution 2548 by Senator Kaplan. Read that resolution title only and recognize Senator Kaplan on the resolution.
The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2548 by Senator Kaplan, congratulating Sahar Juliet Tartak upon the occasion of capturing the first place in the International DECA competition in Atlanta, March 23rd to 26, 2022.
Senator Kaplan on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to introduce all of you to a rising star from my district. And while this may be the first time you hear her name, I can guarantee it won't be the last. Sahar Juliet Tartak is graduating senior at Great Neck North High School, who isn't just a rock star academic, she's also an internationally recognized emerging leader. Each year, DECA, an international student leadership organization with 175,000 members across 3,200 schools, holds a series of competition at the state, regional, and international levels, with only about 200 qualifiers reaching the international level from a pool of thousands. This year, Sahar participated in the Human Resource Management competition, where competitors are given a briefing on a difficult human resources situation and are given only 10 minutes to prepare a solution, then present it to a panel of judges. Out of thousands who entered, she won at the state level, then the regional level, and ultimately took first place out of the 200 international competitors. But wait, there's more. She didn't just win the international competition this year. She was also elected to be the executive president of the New York chapter of DECA, which has thousands of members. Oh, and just one more thing. She's also graduating as her class valedictorian. I couldn't be more proud of Sahar, and that is why I invited her and her family today to be recognized for these great achievements. Congratulations again. I'm proud to represent you, and thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. To our guests, I welcome you on behalf of the Senate. We extend to you the privileges and courtesies of this House. Please stand and be recognized. Congratulations, Sahar. The resolution was adopted on 5/17. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up Resolution 2763 by Senator Hoylman. Read that resolution in name and title only, and recognize Senator Hoylman on the resolution.
The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 2763 by Senator Hoylman, memorializing Governor Kathy Hochul to proclaim June 2022 as LGBTQ Pride Month in the state of New York.
Senator Hoylman on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy Pride. Today is June 1st and the start of Pride Month, and it's not only time to celebrate queerness and honor the contributions of our community, my community, but to affirm the right of LGBTQ plus folks to love and exist freely. Here in New York, we've worked vigorously to protect our LGBTQ plus population and ensure that they can find a safe and welcoming home in our state. Prior to just last week, it was incredibly difficult for many New Yorkers to get the identification documents they require for travel, to get a job, and even to go to school. But now, thanks to the efforts of this chamber, Governor Hochul, the DMV, TGNC activists, all gender nonconforming, transgender, non-binary, and intersex New Yorkers can receive IDs that accurately reflect their identity. Is there anything more basic than having an identity card that reflects who you are? I don't think so. In this year's budget, we also secured $1 million for the Transgender and Gender Nonconforming Wellness and Equity Fund, which provides housing, mental health resources, health services, and cultural initiatives to our state's most vulnerable populations, and we're passing legislation to help put that fund into statute, hopefully today. And again, thank you to my colleagues for their support of this historic effort, and thanks to the activists, particularly those in the transgender community, who came to us with this idea and made this possible through their advocacy, through organizing, through coming to the floor. Senator Ramos knows how important these activists are to our community. Of course, Senator Brisport as well. And we can't forget the other critical legislation we passed historically in this chamber, GENDA, which is the human rights law for transgender and gender nonconforming folks. The ban on so-called conversion therapy, which is essentially child abuse in another name. Trying to convince a queer kid that they're not doesn't work. And the repeal of the Walking While Trans ban, which really was profiling in another name for gender nonconforming and transgender individuals. However, this isn't the reality, though, Madam President, today for many LGBTQ plus folks across the country. States like Texas, Florida, Alabama, Arizona, Idaho, and Louisiana are horrifically attacking transgender kids who simply ask to show up as themselves, not just attacking the children, but also their parents. That's why I hope soon New York State, much as we're going to be a refuge for those seeking reproductive health, will be a refuge for families seeking gender-affirming care for their loved ones. Other state governments are banning gender-affirming care, preventing transgender kids from participating in sports. What is the obsession with transgender folks in sports? I think you need to ask who is calling for this rather than who they're targeting. And also making it illegal to even talk about gender identity and sexual orientation in schools. I have seen few things more despicable than the don't say gay laws that have passed in a number of states, including the state of Florida. Well, I say gay, 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 and we'll continue to say it in the state of New York and here in this chamber. We've come a long way as a country, but we're watching a heartbreaking regression that none of us has seen in our lifetimes. And it means that New York has to quicken our pace. Today, we just confirmed in the Senate Judiciary Committee the first openly gay man to the New York State Court of Claims. That's historic, but it's kind of amazing that it took this long. Pride Month is more than a march or a parade, isn't it, Senator Brisport? It's the acknowledgement of how far we've come as a community and remembering the people who fought before us, such as Marsha P. Johnson, Sylvia Rivera, and Edie Windsor. We must make our queer forefathers, our queer foremothers, and foreparents proud by standing up to this nationwide wave of hatred and uncertainty with unprecedented vigor. This pride, we're going to celebrate louder than before. As a major piece of my service here in the Senate, it has been to protect all members of the LGBTQ plus community. When I was the only openly gay member of the Senate until our wonderful colleague Senator Brisport joined us in 2019. Now he says he wants to be the #1 gay, but I'm telling him I'm not leaving quite yet. He might be more gay than me, though. I don't know. We'll have to get a metric scale to see how that works. But here's to making New York the leader of LGBTQ plus equality and continuing the hard work that we need just to do that. Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to all New Yorkers. Happy Pride.
Thank you, Senator. Senator May on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank Senator Hoylman for bringing this resolution and for his brave advocacy over the years. I also want to mention that we know we focus on New York City as a center of gay pride going back to the Stonewall riots in 1969, but Central New York has also been a leader. 1974, the first Gay Pride Field Days were held in Thornton Park near Syracuse University, and since then the CNY Pride Festival has become a premier festival in this region, and so we have a lot of gay pride in Central New York as well. I wanted to single out one person, though, an author named Seamus Kirst, who wrote a book called Papa, Daddy, and Me for children. It's a beautiful story about a girl who is trying to understand why people think her family is strange because she has a papa and a daddy. And this book has been banned in some schools and libraries, and it's become a kind of symbol of the rising oppression that is facing the LGBTQ community all around the country. It is such an uplifting and sweet story, and the idea that it would be somehow offensive or inappropriate for other children to read is shocking, frankly. And so I stand here in support of Seamus, but also of everyone who is having to be brave about just being who they are and understanding who they are and sharing with those around them who they are and who they love. So I am very proud to support this resolution and excited for this whole month of Pride Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the resolution. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up previously adopted Resolution 1786 by Senator Serino. Read that resolution title only and recognize Senator Serino on the resolution.
The Secretary will read.
Senate Resolution 1786 by Senator Serino, memorializing Governor Kathy Hochul to proclaim June 15, 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the state of New York.
Senator Serino on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. On June 15th, people from around the world will come together to observe Elder Abuse Awareness Day in an effort to shed light on an epidemic that has flown under the radar for far too long. While the statistics vary, we know that for every case of elder abuse reported, studies estimate that at least 20 cases actually go unreported. Financial exploitation costs American seniors billions of dollars each year. I've brought this resolution before the Senate for years, but never has it been more important than it is now. Abusers count on their victims to be socially isolated, and throughout the pandemic, our seniors especially have been isolated like never before. As we work to rebuild in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we will need to redouble our efforts and direct extensive resources to combating abuse to better protect our most vulnerable. That starts by holding a Senate oversight hearing to get to the bottom of why over 35,000 complaints regarding New York's nursing homes went unanswered or unsubstantiated during the pandemic. As many of you know, a recent investigative report published in LOHUD revealed this shocking number, and it cannot be ignored. You know, during the pandemic, families, loved ones, and ombudsmen were shut out of these facilities in the name of public health. It is these individuals who so often act as the eyes and ears for vulnerable residents and play a critical role in keeping them safe from abuse. With no alternative plan in place to ensure safety and adequate treatment during this time, despite comprehensive legislation I put forward in 2020 to ensure any claims of abuse were received and promptly investigated, it seems once again these vulnerable New Yorkers were an afterthought to the state, and it is absolutely unacceptable. You know, it's never too late to do the right thing, and we cannot let another Elder Abuse Awareness Day go by without taking the steps necessary to ensure that the mistakes of our past are never repeated. That means by completing a bipartisan investigation into the state's handling of the pandemic and nursing home deaths, and launching a legislative oversight hearing to figure out how over 35,000 calls for help could possibly have languished like they did. I urge all of my colleagues here today to leverage the full strength of the Senate to do right by these residents and these families by taking these steps immediately. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Borrello on the resolution.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to first of all thank Senator Serino and associate myself with her comments. She's done an amazing job as a champion for seniors and the ranking member of the Aging Committee. I also want to take an opportunity to also thank an organization that I have been involved with since my days as a county legislator and county executive, and that's the Center for Elder Law and Justice. So on June 15th, as we recognize Elder Abuse Awareness Month, I want to recognize those that are actually doing something about this. And during the pandemic, we saw a dramatic spike in those seniors that were taken advantage of as part of the scams that were so common, all too often and very common during this pandemic. And the Center for Elder Law and Justice has done an amazing job to try and counter that. We've held informational meetings in my district and elsewhere, and I think it's important to recognize that our senior citizens are not only vulnerable, but they care, and they are often taken advantage of by con artists and scammers because they care, because they trust. And that's probably the most egregious part about a crime against our vulnerable senior citizens. So thank you to everyone that stands up to help them. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The resolution was previously adopted on February 8th. Senator Liu.
Madam President, at the request of the sponsor, the resolutions are open for co-sponsorship.
The resolutions are open for co-sponsorship. Should you choose not to be a co-sponsor of the resolutions, please notify the desk. Senator Liu.
Madam President, there is a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Please take that up.
The Secretary will read.
Senator Stuart Cousins from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 932A by Senator Kaplan, an act to amend the Public Service Law. Senate Print 947A by Senator Gorin, an act to amend the Navigation Law. Senate Print 1020 by Senator Kaminsky, an act to amend the Tax Law. Senate Print 1039 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the Election Law. Senate Print 1151C by Senator Kaplan, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 1443B by Senator Adabo, an act to amend the Racing, Parimutuel Wagering, and Breeding Law. Senate Print 1810A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Town Law. Senate Print 1852B by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Executive Law. Senate Print 2239 by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the Executive Law. Senate Print 2924A by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Service Law and the State Finance Law. Senate Print 2935A by Senator Kaminsky, an act to authorize the widow of Howard Mailer to file a retirement option election form. Senate Print 3080A by Senator Salazar, an act directing the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority to establish a Ride Clean rebate program. Senate Print 3532A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 3932 by Senator Savino, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 4104A by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the General Business Law. Senate Print 4142 by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 4339B by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Not-for-Profit Corporation Law. Senate Print 4479A by Senator Sanders, an act to authorize the New York State Energy Research and Development Authority to prepare a report on the establishment of New York Renewable Energy Laboratory. Senate Print 4871B by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 5097A by Senator Sanders, an act to amend the Real Property Law. Senate Print 5456C by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 5542 by Senator Brooks, an act to amend the Military Law. Senate Print 6028 by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the Insurance Law. Senate Print 6093A by Senator Gurnardes, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 6156 by Senator Boyle, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 6348A by Senator May, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 6385B by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the Domestic Relations Law. Senate Print 6598B by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 6665 by Senator Savino, an act to amend the General Business Law. Senate Print 6789A by Senator Prasad, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 6842A by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law. Senate Print 6857 by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law. Senate Print 6949 by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the Banking Law. Senate Print 7042B by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 7224A by Senator Serino, an act to amend the Highway Law. Senate Print 7313A by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the Criminal Procedure Law. Senate Print 7377 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law. Senate Print 7445B by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the General Municipal Law. Senate Print 7493A by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the General Obligations Law. Senate Print 7585 by Senator Prasad, an act to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law. Senate Print 8157 by Senator Claire, an act to amend the Social Services Law. Senate Print 8369B by Senator Gurnardes, an act to amend the Labor Law. Senate Print 8381B by Senator Thomas, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 8409A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 8482 by Senator Akshar, an act to amend Chapter 433 of the laws of 2013. Senate Print 8505 by Senator Steck, an act to authorize Nicholas Moore, Joshua Golding, and Nathan Kasbarak to receive certain service credit under Section 384D. Senate Print 8551 by Senator O'Mara, an act to amend the Town Law. Senate Print 8884A by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 8893 by Senator Prasad, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 8895A by Senator Kaplan, an act authorizing the Village of Mineola, County of Nassau, to alienate certain parklands for the use in the Village of Mineola. Senate Print 8922A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the Labor Law. Senate Print 9026 by Senator Steck, an act granting retroactive Tier 4 status in the New York State and Local Employees Retirement System to Kimberly Kinblom. Senate Print 9112 by Senator Oberacker, an act to authorize Donald Kane of the Village of Mohawk to take the competitive civil service examination. Senate Print 9132 by Senator Mannion, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9134 by Senator Mannion, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9354 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the executive law. Senate Print 9377 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the New York City Civil Court Act. Senate Print 9382 by Senator Parker, an act to amend the executive law. Senate Print 9409A by Senator Salazar, an act to amend the public housing law. Senate Print 9414 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the public service law. Senate Print 9425 by Senator Reckland-Melnick, an act authorizing the Commissioner of General Services to transfer and convey certain unappropriated state land to the Sing Sing Prison Museum. Senate Print 9428 by Senator Sabino, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 9438 by Senator Claire, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9439 by Senator Kaplan, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Nassau assessor to accept an application for a real property tax exemption. Senate Print 9441 by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the state finance law. Senate Print 9449 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the education law. Senate Print 9452 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the tax law. All bills report direct to third reading.
All those in favor? Oh, yes, move it.
Madam President, I move to accept the report of the Rules Committee.
All those in favor of accepting the Rules Committee report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Liu.
Madam President, please take up the reading of the calendar.
The Secretary will read.
Calendar number 337, Assembly number 6231 by Assemblymember Field, an act to amend the real property law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, and it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 337, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Matera, O'Mara, Ritchie, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 53, nays 9.
The bill is passed.
62. Calendar number 339, Senate Print 6210B by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the executive law and the energy law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar number 339, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 48, nays 14.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 599, Assembly number 9259A by Assemblymember People-Stokes, an act to amend the executive law and the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 62.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 600, Senate Print 3391 by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, and it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 600, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Helming, Jordan, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, and Tedisco. Ayes 54, nays 8.
The bill is passed.
Got it. Calendar number 652, Senate Print 1408 by Senator Gianaris, an act from the Criminal Procedure Law and the Civil Practice Law and Rules.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 652, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 44, nays 18.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 705, Assembly number 3241 by Assemblymember McDonald, an act from the Real Property Actions and Proceedings Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ryan to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to start by thanking my former Assembly colleague, John McDonald, for his hard work on the Assembly side on this. He brought this bill to my attention, and we've worked on it over the last year. This bill will bring a receivership program that's been authorized in New York City for several years to be used in the rest of the state. It'll help to ensure that tenants across New York have a safe and habitable place to live. So there's a problem in New York State with residential landlords who don't maintain their property. And what's a tenant to do? Well, under the old rules, a tenant would actually have to bring a lawsuit in a city court or a town court. But we all know that's complicated, it's confusing, it's expensive and time-consuming, and you don't really know what the result is going to be. This bill will give local governments the authority to step into the tenant's shoes and say that the property is not being maintained to the proper standards, but the government steps in and they would go to court, and if they get a ruling from the judge that the standards are not upheld, the tenants continue to pay their rents, but the court appoints a receiver. And the receiver makes sure that the repairs are done and that the property comes up to a safe in a habitable premises. So we all want New Yorkers to live in apartments that are safe and secure, and this bill is a key step in that direction, which is why I'm honored to sponsor it, and I proudly vote aye. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam President.
Senator Ryan to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 705, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 18.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 810, Assembly number 7933C by Assemblymember Gonzalez Rojas, an act to amend the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues, I rise to speak in support of my colleagues, Senator Marie's legislation, Bill S-6901B. Continuously, we see other states introduce laws that target LGBTQ+ and gender nonconforming communities based on prejudice. It is our duty as a state that believes in true democracy to remove barriers for non-binary candidates. We must adopt measures to adapt existing rules intended to establish gender diversity. Diversity is at New York's core, and our leaders should be representative of different gender identities and expressions. Limiting non-binary people to choosing among the two traditional genders, male and female, to run for most political party offices is a glaring defect in our election law that amounts to erasure and exclusion. This legislation corrects the injustice. Non-binary individuals who want to serve are entitled to the opportunity to run and be elected to state committees and district leaders just as much as their other genders neighbors do. And I am proud co-sponsor of this bill and believe it's time that we do away with the binary gendered way of engaging New Yorkers. On our first day of Pride Month, this bill enhances political participation and demonstrates commitment to the broad range of identities that we know will move our state forward. Madam President, I proudly vote aye at the beginning of Pride Month.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 810, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 52, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 825, Senate Print 3736 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 851, Senate Print 707 by Senator Kaplan, an act to direct the Empire State Development Corporation to conduct a study on the feasibility of a minority and women-owned business enterprise.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 851, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 891, Senate Print 8278 by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hoylman to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to support this legislation that will amend the public health law in relation to requiring the Department of Health to conduct a public information and outreach campaign on medically unnecessary treatments on persons born with intersex traits or variation in sex characteristics. You know, there are over 30 combinations of male and female biological traits called intersex variations that occur in at least 1.7% of the population. In the majority of these cases, infants and children born with variations in sex characteristics don't require medical treatments for their immediate physical health. Nevertheless, many intersex youth are subject to non-emergency medical procedures, including sterilization, to make them fit into a restrictive male-female binary category, the ones that Senator Jackson was just speaking on. These non-emergency medical procedures are classified as human rights violations by the United Nations. This bill aims to respond to those harms and bring attention to the natural existence of people born with intersex traits and the risks associated with non-emergency medical procedures often recommended for and performed on them. It encourages the Department of Health to conduct public outreach campaigns to inform parents and the medical establishment about the nature and implications of such procedures. These procedures, which continue to this day in New York State, even though such procedures may result in lasting harm, have been deemed human rights violations by the UN and other multiple international agencies. These procedures are often performed before a child reaches the age of 2, despite no urgent medical considerations that would require immediacy in the majority of cases, meaning the individual is needlessly subjected to irreversible procedures that they haven't requested and that cause harm in many cases. There's evidence that these procedures can cause severe psychological and physiological harm, especially when performed without the express informed consent of the individual. These harms can last a lifetime and include scarring, chronic pain, sterilization, loss of future sexual sensation and function, recurring complications requiring repeated follow-up procedures, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, suicidality, and incorrect gender assignment. I vote aye, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Hoylman to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 891, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 18.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 986, Assembly number 1880A by Assemblymember Dinowitz, an act relating to requiring home health aides and nurses' aides to receive training and working with patients of diverse sexual orientations.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 986, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, and Sereno. Ayes 60, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1127, Senate Print 8989A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1219, Senate Print 6501B by Senator May, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect on the 180th day, and it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator May to explain her vote.
President, I am proud to join many of my colleagues with bills on this package for Pride Month. And my bill would create a LGBT, a permanent advisory board. So the executive and the legislature have enjoyed a good relationship with the LGBT community through organizations like Equality New York and the New Pride Agenda and SAGE, which I've worked with very closely because they're dedicated to supporting aging and older LGBT people. But by establishing a permanent advisory board, we will ensure that these relationships will remain robust and that the LGBT community will always have a seat at the table in New York State. So I proudly vote aye. Thank you.
Senator May to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1219, voted in the negative, Senator Felder. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1288, Senate Print 8271A by Senator Sanders, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1288, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, and Tedisco. Also, Senator Jordan. Ayes 49, nays 14.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1339, Senate Print 7618 by Senator Brisport, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, and it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1339, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 48, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1349, Assembly number 10,152, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act to take effect January 1st, 2023.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1349, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Sorry. Senator O'Mara in the affirmative. That was, pardon me, ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1419, Senate Print 541B by Senator Kaplan, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1467, Senate Print 9069 by Senator Helming, an act to amend the alcoholic beverage control law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1486, Senate Print 9351 by Senator Sanders, an act to amend the New York City Charter.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1486, voted in the negative, Senator White. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1521, Assembly number 807 by Assemblymember O'Donnell, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hoylman to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Even before the recent attacks on LGBTQ plus people by our country's state governments, queer folks face tremendous barriers to be able to live freely and healthily. Social and structural issues such as HIV, stigma, homophobia, discrimination, poverty, and limited access to high-quality health care influence health outcomes and continue to drive inequalities. It's no secret that HIV disproportionately impacts LGBTQ plus people. A service called AIDSView reports that in 2019, gay and bisexual men living with HIV represented over half, 56% of all people living with HIV in the U.S. This bill helps address these health and income inequalities that much of our LGBTQ plus community battles. Pre-exposure prophylaxis, otherwise known as PrEP, and post-exposure prophylaxis, otherwise known as PEP, are two important tools for preventing the spread of HIV. According to the Centers for Disease Control, PrEP has been shown to reduce the risk of HIV infection in people at high risk of contracting HIV up to 92% when taken consistently. PEP regimens are antiretroviral drugs taken to stop the spread of HIV after a single high-risk event. PEP can be used to treat healthcare workers who have been exposed to blood or bodily fluids of HIV-positive patients, as well as people who have been exposed to HIV through unprotected sex, needle sharing, or sexual assault. Allowing access to PrEP and PEP is an important part of the fight to end the AIDS epidemic in New York. This legislation that I carry with Assemblymember O'Donnell will ensure that insurance policies covering prescription drugs include coverage for PrEP and PEP. Let's make our healthcare system a little more inclusive, keep our LGBTQ plus community safe, and pass this common sense bill. I vote aye, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Hoylman to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1521, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Varela, Gallivan, Griffo, Jordan, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 54, nays 9.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1524, Assembly number 357A by Assemblymember Magnarelli, an act to amend the military law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 120th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1524, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1525, Senate Print 3192 by Senator Ort, an act related to authorizing the Village of Lewiston to reduce the speed limit on certain public roadways.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1527, Assembly number 8936A by Assemblymember Fahy, enactment of the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect 1 year after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1528, Assembly number 4217 by Assemblymember Thiel, enactment of the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1531, Senate Print 4987 by Senator Lanza, enact to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1532, Senate Print 5040 by Senator Parker, enact to amend the civil practice law and rules.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1532, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1536, Senate Print 6313C by Senator Ort, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Niagara to transfer ownership of certain parkland to the town of Lockport.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1537, Senate Print 7029 by Senator Skoufis, enactment of the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1537, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1538, Senate Print 7030 by Senator Skoufis, enactment of the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1538, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1541, Senate Print 7286A by Senator Breslin, enact to authorize William Shoemaker and Mark Hennessy to receive certain service credit under Section 384D of the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Lay aside for today.
Calendar number 1545, Assembly number 8295 by Assemblymember Salka, enact to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1549, Assembly number 8578 by Assemblymember Gunther, enact to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1550, Senate Print 8024 by Senator Kaplan, enact to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1550, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1554, Senate Print 8130 by Senator Kennedy, enact to amend the Labor Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 8130, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1555, Senate Print 8156 by Senator Prasad, enact to amend the Insurance Law and the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 30th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1557, Senate Print 8218 by Senator Gurnardez, enactment of the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1562, Senate Print 8472B by Senator Mannion, enactment of the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Burrell to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to thank the sponsor, Senator Mannion, and the co-sponsors for this bill. This is a long time coming. Removing this senseless resurveying fee, this has really hindered broadband expansion, particularly in our rural areas. I have said on the floor in the past that I'm not an expert on telephone poles, but I do know that they don't just get up and walk around. And that is really the basis of the senselessness of having to resurvey these poles. This is a cost of approximately $5,000 to $15,000 per mile. That's unnecessary, and it's once again hindered broadband development. It's actually the second part of another effort that we've accomplished to remove the unnecessary Department of Transportation right-of-way fees that were also hindering the expansion of broadband throughout New York State. So I'm glad to see that this bipartisan effort has resulted in something that will truly expand what is now a critically needed service. Just like electricity and water and sewer, broadband is critical to the expansion and improvement of our lives here in New York State, the expansion of small business, of working remotely, of educating remotely, everything else that we noticed during the pandemic was sadly lacking. We are now correcting that today with this bill. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor, and I'm proud to vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1566, Assembly number 9650A by Assemblymember Jacobson, enactment of the General Municipal Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1577, Senate Print 8829A by Senator Hoyerman, enactment of the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the result.
Sorry.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1577, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Hellman, Jordan, Ort, Serino, Skoufis, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 56, nays 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1584, Senate Print 9019 by Senator Gorman, enact in relation to establishing a COMSET State Park Fire Readiness Study.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1585, Senate Print 9023 by Senator Brooks, enact to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1585, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1586, Senate Print 9028 by Senator Cooney, enact to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1587, Senate Print 9029A by Senator Ramos, enact to amend the social services law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Brisport to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, by now, I expect some of you are tired of hearing me speak about childcare. So I will ask humbly for your continued care and patience, because as tired as we may be about talking and hearing about it, parents are infinitely more tired of living with the consequences of our current broken system. Parents are tired of turning in a form 3 times, only to be told after the fact that they needed a slightly different form. They are tired of having to ask their bosses to do them the favor of writing employment letters and then to redo those letters because they weren't signed in the right spot. They are tired of turning down job offers because they can't get approved for childcare subsidies quickly enough to accept. They are tired of struggling for months on end through a bureaucratic maze only to end up still lacking childcare. So while the intention of means testing childcare subsidies may have been to target resources to the families with the most need, in reality, those are the very families least likely to have the capacity, knowledge, and resources to successfully navigate the process. Anyone paying the slightest bit of attention has seen that means testing has been a monumental disaster for New York's families, for the childcare sector, and for our entire economy. I want to thank Senator Ramos for introducing this bill to reduce the frequency of means testing and for her support on moving New York towards universal childcare, as well as the 22 other senators who have co-sponsored the Universal Child Care Act. Today, we are limited to reducing the damage caused by means testing, a system that we have allowed to continue. But if we all stand together and redouble our efforts beginning now, we will have the opportunity in next year's budget to right that wrong. So I'm asking that every senator join together in voting yes today, but also that every senator who does so, acknowledging the extraordinary harms of means testing through that yes vote, immediately join the 23 co-sponsors of the Universal Child Care Act to finally replace this disastrous system. Madam President, I vote aye on this bill.
Senator Brisport to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise, of course, to explain my vote in support of this legislation. You know, I came to the Senate as a mom. I have a third grader, a fifth grader, and I can't tell you how difficult it was to obtain childcare before they entered their former schooling. And that's why with the budget process that we underwent just a few months ago, I wanted to prioritize through the Early Learning Child Care Act serious changes to our crumbling child care infrastructure here in the state of New York in order to not only take care of parents, but of child care providers as well. Child care providers are underpaid. We don't value their work as we should here in our society. And quite frankly, businesses need parents to get back to work, and that's not going to happen until we have a serious child care system that actually addresses all of these inequalities. And so with this bill, by allowing providers and parents to prove their eligibility every 2 years instead of every year, not only takes away some of the paperwork, some of that burden from parents and providers, but it actually helps providers get paid more so on time, which has traditionally been a serious issue for many of our child care providers. And so I just want to say that I'm very proud of this small but mighty step that we're taking before the end of our session, but there is obviously a lot more work to do in order to make sure that every single New Yorker receives the child care they deserve, regardless of their immigration status in our state. Thank you.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1593, Senate Print 9126 by Senator White, an act in relation to authorizing the assessor of the town of Islip, County of Suffolk, to accept an application for exemption from real property taxes.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1593, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1594, Assembly number 10,187, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1619, Senate Print 9408 by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1629, Senate Print 954 by Senator Gorin, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1630, Senate Print 1358A by Senator Serrano, an act to amend the Arts and Cultural Affairs Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 120th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1631, Senate Print 1553D by Senator Myrie, an act to amend the criminal procedure law.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1633, Senate Print 1903A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1633, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1634, Senate Print 2045 by Senator Tedisco, an act to amend the county law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1636, Senate Print 3164A by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the Surrogate Court Procedure Act.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day, and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1636, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 49, nays 14.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1637, Assembly number 4570A by Assemblymember Gottfried, an act to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1638, Assembly number 3848 by Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1639, Assembly number 9353 by Assemblymember Hawley, an act to authorize the County of Orleans to offer an optional 20-year retirement plan to Kevin Kalana.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1639, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1641, Senate Print 4869A by Senator Gorin, an act granting retroactive membership with Tier 2 status in the New York State Teachers Retirement System to Lori Cohen.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1642, Senate Print 5013A by Senator Palumbo, an act to provide procedures related to the adoption and submission of an annual budget by the trustees of freeholders and commonality of the town of Southampton.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1643, Senate Print 5406A by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act in relation to authorizing Harvey Albaum, to file a request for a change of beneficiary with the New York State and local employees retirement system.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1644, Senate Print 6223A by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act in relation to authorizing Thomas Collins to file a request for a change of benefit coverage with the New York State Teachers Retirement System.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1645, Senate Print 6224A by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act to authorize Jody Mann to receive a refund from the New York State Teachers Retirement System.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1646, Senate Print 6453C by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1647, Senate Print 6544C by Senator Gallivan, an act to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1647, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1648, Senate Print 6589A by Senator Broussard, enactment of the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1649, Senate Print 7199A by Senator Granardez, enact to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2023.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1649, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Serino, and Tedisco. Ayes 52, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1650, Senate Print 7240A by Senator Rath, an act granting retroactive Tier 3 membership in the New York State and local employees retirement system to Stephen R. Grice.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Read the last. Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1651, Senate Print 7413 by Senator Ort, an act to amend Chapter 20 of the laws of 1985.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1652, Senate Print 7739C by Senator Palumbo, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Suffolk to transfer ownership of certain parkland to the town of Suffolk, of Southold.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1653, Assembly number 8915B by Assemblymember Burdick, an act in relation to directing the New York State Office for people with developmental disabilities to establish a voluntary training and certification program for employers that have taken the employability pledge. Jesus.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1654, Assembly number 9448A by Assemblymember Sturpey, an act in relation to requirement of the Commissioner of Taxation and Finance to study the frequency of residents who are being assessed library taxes.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1654, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1655, Senate Print 7903B by Senator Martucci, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1655, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1656, Assembly number 8933A by Assemblymember Eichenstein, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1657, Senate Print 8033A by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the first day of the sales tax quarterly period.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Bailey to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. As a father, diapers have been incredibly critical to fatherhood and motherhood, and doing everything that we can to ensure that they remain affordable is really important. And so reducing the amount of taxation on such essential items is something that I just think that we should be doing as a matter of public policy. But this bill goes beyond just diapers for children. There are diapers or adult-use diapers as well, and they should also be exempted from these taxes. So I just wanted to thank so many of the organizations, such as the diaper banks, and so many local organizations, such as Every Bottom Covered, for illuminating how important it is to make sure that we cut the taxes on these very important essential products. I will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bailey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1658, Assembly number 879 by Assemblymember Gottfried, enacting the public health law and the insurance law.
The bill is laid aside for the day.
Calendar number 1659, Senate Print 8146A by Senator Skoufis, enacting the state finance law and the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1661, Senate Print 8430A by Senator Comrie, enacting the real property actions and proceedings law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1661, voted in the negative, Senator Lanza. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1662, Senate Print 8451 by Senator Cooney, enacting the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1662, voted in the negative, Senator White. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1663, Senate Print 8474 by Senator Sanders, enact to amend the environmental conservation law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1663, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Jordan, Lanza, Oberecker, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1664, Senate Print 8477 by Senator Jackson, enact to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action will take effect on the 60th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ryan to explain his vote. Where is Ryan? He's not here. He's not here. Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Madam President, our colleague who requested to speak on the bill is not here. Well, let me just say this is part of the Civil Service and Pension Committee in which I represent, and obviously I was supportive of the bill moving forward, and that's why we're here today. So in respects to all of the people that this will impact, I wholeheartedly support the bill, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Pardon me. In relation to calendar 1664, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1665, Assembly number 9348 by Assemblymember Cusick, an act in relation to establishing the Fentanyl Abuse and Overdose Prevention Task Force.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1666, Senate Print 8523A by Senator Savino, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1667, Senate Print 8527 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the public authorities law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1668, Senate Print 8536A by Senator Thomas, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect on the 180th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Boyle to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. To explain my vote, this bill is long overdue, and I'm going to thank my colleague for bringing it up. We have a situation in our schools where years ago, as you may recall, we had a young man tragically die, a child tragically die at being hit by a baseball, and we subsequently put automatic defibrillators in every single school in our state. This airway device needs to be brought to schools because a lot more kids are going to suffer potential choking. We've had a number of students die over the years of choking, and no way to open the airway. This bill is going to allow it to happen. This airway device opening device should be brought into every single school in the state of New York, and I guarantee you it will save lives in the years to come. I proudly vote yes.
Senator Boyle to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1668, voted in the negative, Senator Brooks, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1669, Assembly number 9526A by Assemblymember Lupardo, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1672, Assembly number 9814 by Assemblymember Paulin, an act to amend the general business law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 60th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1673, Senate Print 8689B by Senator Thomas, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Nassau assessor to accept an application for a real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1673, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1674, Assembly number 9406 by Assemblymember Paulin, an act to amend the transportation law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 60th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1675, Assembly number 9819A by Assemblymember Magnarelli, an act to amend the public authorities law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1677, Senate Print 8763A by Senator Gorin, an act to amend the civil practice law and rules.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1677, those senators voted in negative are Senators Borrello, Brisport, Lanza, Oberacker, and Tedisco. Oh, Senator Tedisco in the affirmative, Senator Boyle in the negative. Ayes 58, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Right here. Calendar number 1683, Senate Print 8837 by Senator Savino, an act to amend the public health law and the social services law.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1684, Senate Print 8862 by Senator Clear, an act directing the Metropolitan Transportation Authority to study the transportation and housing needs of Randall's and Ward's Islands.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63. Calendar number 1688, Senate Print 8887A by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the general municipal law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1689, Senate Print 8930 by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act to authorize a study on proposed improvements of State Route 303 in the town of Orangetown.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Reichlin Melnick to explain his vote.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to support this bill, which is long overdue. State Route 303 in the town of Orangetown was built in about 1940, more than 80 years ago, and yet there have been very few major improvements on this road. It's a 4-lane highway, and yet for most of it there is no median. The speed limit's 45, but cars routinely go 55, 60, 65 miles an hour. It's been the site of many accidents, unfortunately some of them fatal accidents, and yet there has been, except at one intersection, almost no major work that New York State DOT has put in for many years. So this bill is long overdue because we will require the Department of Transportation to conduct a comprehensive study to evaluate what safety improvements need to be built on this road, how can we get it done, and make sure that people that drive along 303 every day have a safe path to and from their homes and their work. Since the road was built, the surrounding area has grown in population, and most recently it's grown with a lot of light industry. There's a FedEx warehouse, an Amazon warehouse, several small factories, other light industrial buildings, and yet there have been no major improvements to keep the public safe. So I'm happy that we're passing this bill. I hope the Assembly can do likewise, and I hope that the governor would sign it into law. And if we can't, we'll be back here next year trying to get the money in the budget to make sure that we get this study done and we get people in Orangetown and Rockland protected along this dangerous stretch of road. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Reichland-Melnick to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Stavisky to explain her vote.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Reichland-Melnick, for introducing this bill. I have been on Route 303 many, many times, and I agree with everything that you said, but it's really, people go to other parts of the state, and we should have the same good roads that we have elsewhere. Thank you. I vote aye.
Senator Stavisky to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1692, Senate Print 8956C by Senator Mannion, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1692, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Ritchie, Serino, and Tedisco. Ayes 51, nays 12.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1696, Senate Print 8985 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend the judiciary law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1698, Senate Print 9060A by Senator Reichland-Melnick, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results. Sorry.
In relation to calendar 1698, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Brooks, Felder, Gallivan, Gorin, Griffo, Harcum, Hinchy, Jordan, Kaplan, Kennedy, Lanza, Mannion, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Skoufis, Tedisco, Thomas, and White. Also Senator Helming. Ayes 40, nays 23.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1699, Senate Print 9093 by Senator Hoylman, an act from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1700, Assembly number 9154 by Assemblymember Wallace, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1701, Assembly number 10,189, Assembly Committee on Rules. An act to direct the Department of Civil Service to study certain airport-related titles.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1702, Assembly number 2549 by Assemblymember Fahey, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1702, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Boyle, Gallivan, Griffo, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 49, nays 14.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1703, Senate Print 9121 by Senator Mayer, an act to amend Chapter 667 of the laws of 2021.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce results.
In relation to calendar 1703, voted in the negative, Senator Skoufis. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1704, Senate Print 9128A by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the navigation law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect January 1st, 2023.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1705, Assembly number 10,155A, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the real property tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Reichlin Melnick to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm very grateful to the Senate majority for bringing this legislation to the floor. We all know the volunteer firefighters in our districts, in our communities, are heroes. These are guys and women who don't ask to be paid, and yet when they see a building on fire, they run in and they try to put it out and they try to save the people that are there. And so what this bill will do is allow every local government in New York State to offer a 10% property tax exemption to any member of a volunteer fire department who's got at least 2 years service in their community. Many of us who represent areas with all volunteer departments understand the challenge these departments are having recruiting new members because it's not easy. It takes time. There's training, there's drills, and there are fires that put people's lives at risk. And so the least that we can do is to allow our local governments to give these folks who put their lives on the line for all of us a property tax exemption. I think it is a long overdue step, and I'm very grateful again to the majority for bringing it up, and I proudly vote aye.
Senator Reichlin Melnick to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1706, Assembly number 10,230, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1706, voted in the negative are Senators Skoufis and Sereno. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1708, Senate Print 9162A by Senator Thomas, an act extending the time within which certain appointed officials may take or file their oaths of office or official undertakings.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1708, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Jordan, O'Mara, Ort, and Steck, Ayes 57, nays 6.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1709, Assembly number 3964 by Assemblymember Colton, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act to take effect on the 1st of November.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Ginaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1710, Senate Print 9170A by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Not-for-Profit Corporation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Ginaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1711, Senate Print 9172 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately. Adabo, Ginaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Stavisky to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I asked to be recorded as abstaining on this vote on this bill because of a personal conflict. Thank you, Madam President.
So ordered. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1711, abstaining from voting, Senator Stavisky, ayes 62.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1712, Senate Print 9177B, Senator Cooney, an act to amend the Executive Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Ginaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Cooney to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. While AAPI month literally just ended yesterday, it's important that we recognize the diversity of our communities year-round. I am so proud and honored to carry this bill establishing the first ever New York Asian American Pacific Islander Commission. This is especially, of course, meaningful to me as the first upstate member and AAIPI community member to be elected from outside of the greater New York City area. And I'll also make a note that the other chamber's sponsor is Jennifer Rajkumar, who is the first South Asian woman to be elected into that state assembly member's chamber body. So it's exciting to be able to be part of this new generation of AAPI leaders in public service. We know that Asian American and Pacific Islanders are the fastest growing racial or ethnic group in the country, with their population increasing over 80% since the year 2000. And dozens of AAPI groups have made New York home, seeking social and economic benefits and opportunities like so many other New Yorkers that have come before us. However, many of these groups, due to language barriers and certain harmful stereotypes, have not been able to take advantage of the various state and local resources and programs. And so during the month of May, I had the opportunity to hear directly from members of the community. I had a workshop during caucus weekend in which we identified issues of visibility for the AAPI community, as well as I attended a judicial panel in the 7th Judicial District. We talked about some of the barriers in the court system for Asian Americans. And so we listened and we want to do things differently. And I believe by having a commission that we bring representatives from across the state to talk about what are the programs, what are the opportunities, what are the gaps that we can do to fix and improve the lives of these residents in our state, those who are making neighborhoods in upstate and downstate and are proud members of this community, to make them better. And I really hope that we can set the example here in New York State and join other states across the country that have done this before us. And I will support this legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Cooney to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1713, Assembly number 9764 by Assemblymember De Los Santos, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Ginaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. In relation to calendar number 1713, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Jordan, Lanza, Becerra, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 48, nays 15.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1719, Senate Print 9310 by Senator Breslin, an act authorizing the City of Troy to lease subsurface parkland property referred to as Riverfront Park.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the result.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1720, Assembly number 10,330, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. In relation to calendar 1720, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Brooks, Felder, Gallivan, Gorin, Griffo, Harcum, Hellman, Hinchy, Jordan, Kaplan, Kennedy, Lanza, Mannion, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Skoufis, Tedisco, Thomas, and White. Ayes 38, nays 25.
Bill is passed.
Calendar number 1724, Senate Print 9367 by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce result.
In relation to calendar 1724, voted in the negative, Senator White. Ayes, also Senator Oberacker and Senator Helming. Ayes 60, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1725, Senate Print 9369A by Senator Reichel Melnick, an act to authorize the assessor of the town of Ramapo, County of Rockland, to accept an application for a real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1725, voted in the negative, Senator O'Mara. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1726, Assembly number 9922A, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the result.
Ayes 63.
Hold on, sorry. Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues, I rise today to support my bill S9370, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Law in relation to presumptive evidence for individuals who participated in the World Trade Center rescue, recovery, and cleanup operations. There is no doubt that the World Trade Center rescue and recovery workers exposed to toxins during cleanup operations has been extensive and serious damaging to their health. Many rescue recovery workers develop respiratory symptoms and pulmonary disease due to their extensive World Trade Center dust cloud exposure. The association between exposure and present at the World Trade Center site and the risks of several specific types of cancer has been reported among rescue and recovery workers. The CDC World Trade Center Health Program has defined a list of certified illnesses caused by this exposure, Madam President. The program provides funding to first responders for medical treatment and complications derived from their response to the 9/11 terrorist attack. And at the moment, the Workers' Compensation Law does not compel the New York State Workers' Compensation Board to accept the CDC's World Trade Center Health Program's certifications as presumptive causation of certified illnesses. Many of the first responders and rescue and recovery workers who responded to the 9/11 terrorist attack have had their illnesses certified by the CDC World Trade Center Health Program and have filed a timely claim for benefits with the New York State Workers' Compensation Board. They've been denied without cause. Other dependents of workers who died at 9/11 certified illnesses are barred from filing claims for workers' compensation benefits because the statute of limitation has expired. This legislation, Madam President, will help first responders and rescue and recovery workers who contracted an illness or died of a certified illness get the benefits they and their families rightfully deserve. For these reasons, I ask all my colleagues to join me in voting aye on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1727, Senate Print 9374 by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act to amend the Public Officers Law and the Village Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1728, Senate Print 9403A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the Labor Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Janoris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise again to thank our conference and our Majority Leader, Andrea Stewart Cousins, for helping me address a very serious issue of pay inequity in our society. Of course, as women, equal pay has been an issue since probably the beginning of time. And as we all know the statistics, a white woman makes 80 cents to a white man's dollar. Black women make 62 cents to a white man's dollar. Indigenous women make 57 cents to a white man's dollar. And if you're Latina like me, well, you're lucky if you get to rub 2 quarters together to a white man's dollar. And so what we're doing with this bill is really urging and demanding that employers disclose salaries to prospective and current employees in order to begin to address this issue. I've said it here on the floor before that really the best answer to pay equity is a collective bargaining agreement. And actually, when you organize a union, anyone in the labor movement will tell you that the first step is actually to get the workers to talk about how much they make, so that you know what inequities, what injustices are taking place at that very basic level in a workplace. And so right here, what we're doing is building on what New York City has already done in disclosing salaries across industries, and I'm very proud to vote aye on this bill, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1729, Senate Print 9413 by Senator Stuart Cousins, enactment of the real property tax law and the real property law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1732, Assembly number 7710A by Assemblymember Engelbright, enactment of the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1733, Senate Print 9423 by Senator Salazar, enactment of the Correction Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm voting no on this bill today for a number of reasons. First and foremost, we're talking about trying to secure the safety of inmates during a state of emergency. Well, if this panel existed right now, we are currently operating under a state of emergency, and this panel could actually act independently and start releasing potentially dangerous people onto our streets. And while we are certainly concerned about natural disasters and emergencies like a pandemic, this body has continued to ignore the man-made disaster of the violence inside of our prisons that we are seeing continually again and again against both the hardworking state employees that risk their lives to keep the rest of us safe, as well as the inmates that are in the facilities that are also being harmed by things like the HALT bill. So this is a bad bill, but more importantly, it's another symptom of a broken system that puts criminals above law-abiding citizens. I'm a hard no. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1733, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gorin, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Serino, and White. Also, Senator Tedisco. Ayes 53. Also, Senator Boyle. Ayes 52, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1734, Senate Print 9424 by Senator Kennedy, enactment of the Workers' Compensation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1735, Senate Print 9427A by Senator Ramos, enactment of the Labor Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 270th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote. No, she's not. Announce the results. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1735, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Steck, and Tedisco. Ayes 40. Also, Senator White. Ayes 48, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1736, Senate Print 9432 by Senator Mayer, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1737, Senate Print 9445 by Senator Gianaris, enactment of the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 90th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1738, Senate Print 9446 by Senator Myrie, enactment of the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stuart Cousins, White.
Senator Bailey to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for allowing me to speak on bill, calendar number 1738. A very important bill about exempting income from poll workers. And I think this is one of these things that we want to incentivize poll workers to be able to come out and do the job, the essential job, and to say what's up and hello to their to the voters that come to their polling site. So very important bill by Senator Myrie. Just wanted to cast my vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bailey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Aye, 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1739, Senate Print 9450 by Senator Gianaris, enactment of labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results. Okay. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1739, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Hellman, Jordan, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 49, nays 14.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris.
And there was an error in the recording of the vote for calendar 1720. Can we please go back to that and just have the no votes read again?
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1720, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, Griffo, Harcum, Helming, Hinchy, Jordan, Kaplan, Kennedy, Lanza, Mannion, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Skoufis, Tedisco, Thomas, and White. That's ayes 40, nays 23.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of today's calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we now return to motions and resolutions? I understand the clerk needs to read some substitutions.
Secretary will read.
Senator Kaplan moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy and Telecommunications Assembly Bill number 3258A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 932A, third reading calendar 1635. Senator Gorin moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 911A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 947A, third reading calendar 1670. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 6710B and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 1852B, third reading calendar 1740. Senator Hoylman moves to discharge from the Committee on Procurements and Contracts Assembly Bill number 5773 and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 2239, third reading calendar 1741. Senator Parker moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 3144A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 2924A, third reading calendar 1742. Senator Kennedy moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation Assembly Bill number 811A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 3532A, third reading calendar 1746. Senator Savino moves to discharge from the Committee on Aging Assembly Bill number 2211 and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 3932, third reading calendar 1747. Senator Stavisky moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 5061 and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 4142, third reading calendar 1749. Senator Sanders moves to discharge from the Committee on Energy and Telecommunications Assembly Bill number 7404A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 4479A, third reading calendar 1751. Senator Sanders moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance Assembly Bill number 3714 and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 5097A, third reading calendar 1753. Senator Breslin moves to discharge from the Committee on Insurance Assembly Bill number 6877 and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 6028, third reading calendar 1756. Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Social Services Assembly Bill number 9118A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 6348A, third reading calendar 1759. Senator Hoylman moves to discharge from the Committee on Judiciary Assembly Bill number 2375C and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 6385B, third reading calendar 1760. Senator Prasad moves to discharge from the Committee on Disabilities Assembly Bill number 7882A and substitute it for the identical Senate Bill 6789A, third reading calendar 1763. Senator Harker moves to discharge from the Committee on Alcoholism and Substance Abuse Assembly Bill number 8163A, substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7313A, third reading count of 1769. Senator Claire moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 8604, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8157, third reading count of 1774. Senator Kennedy moves to discharge from the Committee on Elections Assembly Bill number 9423A, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8409A, third reading count of 1777. Senator Steck moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions Assembly Bill number 9517, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8505, third reading count of 1779. Senator O'Mara moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 9700, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8551, third reading count of 1780. Senator Steck moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions Assembly Bill number 10218, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9026, third reading count of 1786. Senator Mannion moves to discharge from the Committee on Education Assembly Bill number 10191, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9132, third reading count of 1788. Senator Mannion moves to discharge from the Committee on Education Assembly Bill number 10192, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9134, third reading count of 1789.
Substitution so ordered. Senator Gianaris.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we move on to the supplemental calendar, please?
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1635, Assembly number 3258A, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Senator Kaplan to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. During PSEG's failed response to Tropical Storm Isaias, we learned a lot of hard lessons about the importance of thoroughly planning for emergencies, one of which was the importance of coordinating between all parties engaged in the restoration and recovery effort. I spoke to so many crews on the ground in the aftermath of the storm who told me they were showing up at sites to do restoration work, but couldn't do their job until the work of another crew or another utility was done first. And they were forced to wait hours because that order crew or utility was never notified of the fact or often never showed up. Residents were right to be outraged, seeing workers ready, willing, and able to help, but unable to do so because there had been no coordination with other stakeholders. This legislation will require electric companies to submit a plan for review on how they will coordinate with other entities during an emergency response situation. And hopefully, it will help us to be much better prepared for the next storm. I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Kaplan to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1670, Assembly number 911A by Assemblymember Jean-Pierre, an act from the Navigation Law and the Penal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1678, Senate Print 1020 by Senator Kaminsky, an act from the Tax Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Senator Kaminsky to explain his vote.
Thanks so much, Madam President. We need to do everything we can in our state to expand the use of solar energy. And this may be a simple and very discreet, narrow bill. What it does is allow people who cannot put solar on their primary residence, but who have another residence, to put solar there and take advantage of the same tax credit. But I'd like to use this opportunity to urge the state to try to be expanding solar energy wherever it can and wherever we can. There's always going to be a reason in a given instance why solar may not work here or may not work there. But we need to step back and realize that to meet our CLCPA goals, we have to be bold, we have to be tough about it, and we're going to have to get creative and do things we may not want to do otherwise, because that's the direction our state is committed in going, and we need to have all hands on deck to reach it. I vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Kaminsky to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1680, Senate Print 1039 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the election law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results. Right. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1680, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan and White. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1707, Senate Print 1151C by Senator Kaplan, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1723, Senate Print 1443B by Senator Adabo, an act to amend the racing, parimutuel wagering, and breeding law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1723, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Griffo, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, and Palumbo. Ayes 57, nays 6.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1730, Senate Print 1810A by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the town law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1730, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Brooks, Felder, Gallivan, Gorin, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Kennedy, Lanza, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Reichlin-Melnick, Sereno, Tedisco, Thomas, and White. It's ayes 41, nays 22.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1740, Assembly number 6710B by Assembly Member Zabrowski, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1741, Assembly number 5773 by Assembly Member Glick, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1741, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Jordan, Martucci, Oberacker, O'Mara, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, and Tedisco. Ayes 51, nays 12.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1742, Assembly number 3144A by Assembly Member Pretlow, an act to amend the public service law and the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White. Got him. Yep.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1742, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Jordan, Martucci, Oberacker, and O'Mara. Ayes 57, nays 6.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1743, Senate Print 2935A by Senator Kaminsky, an act to authorize the widow of Howard Mahler to file a retirement option election form.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1744, Senate Print 3080A by Senator Salazar, an act directing the New York State Energy and Research Development Authority to establish a Ride Clean rebate program.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1744, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Felder, Helming, and Oberacker. Ayes 60, nays 3.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1746, Assembly number 811A by Assemblymember Wallace, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 90th day it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1747, Assembly number 2211 by Assemblymember Simon, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Senator Serino to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, while I understand and very much support the intent of this bill, but to give residents time to find a suitable alternative in the event of a closure, this body hasn't done anything to get to the root of the problem and actually prevent these closures to ensure continuity for their residents. I know we all want our seniors and those in need of assistance, like those provided in these facilities, to be able to age in place and at home in the communities that they love. But that simply is not the reality for all New Yorkers. And our assisted living facilities play a critical role in allowing New Yorkers to age with the independence that they desire, but with a little extra help. While we are losing these facilities left and right because the state refuses to ensure that they have the resources that they need to keep their doors open, we have drastically underfunded the SSI rate and other supports that they receive. And those that are being hurt by this are our most vulnerable, many of whom are being moved to nursing homes as a result. We can do better to prevent the closures of high-quality facilities that thousands of New Yorkers depend on, and we must. So, while I support the intent of this bill, no one should be removed from their home without proper notice and planning. I'll be voting no today because what we should be doing instead is supporting this critical piece of our care continuum. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Serino to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1747, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, and Serino. Ayes 58, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1748, Senate Print 4104A by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the General Business Law.
Lay it aside.
Calendar number 1749, Assembly number 5061, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3 is act to take effect on the 90th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1749, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, O'Mara, and Ort. It's ayes 57, nays 6.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1750, Senate Print 4339B by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the Not-for-Profit Corporation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 11, this act shall take effect on the 30th day it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1750, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Martucci, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 48, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1751, Assembly number 7404A by Assemblymember Steck. An act to authorize the New York State Energy and Research Development Authority to prepare a report on the establishment of a New York Renewable Energy Laboratory.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1752, Senate Print 4871B by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1753, Assembly number 3714 by Assemblymember Rosenthal, an act to amend the Real Property Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1753, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 47, nays 16.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1754, Senate Print 5456C by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 30th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1755, Senate Print 5542 by Senator Brooks, an act to amend the military law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
1 second.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1756, Assembly number 6877 by Assemblymember Zabrowski, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator White to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to explain my vote today on this devastating piece of legislation. Who performs these inspections? Mom and pop service stations. Our local businesses, about 300 jobs in my district that pay good salaries, 80,000 plus. These are careers. The purpose of these inspections are to identify after-accident damage, fraud involving swapping out different vehicles. According to the Suffolk County Deputy Sheriff's Association, Reg 79 has been among the most effective tools for law enforcement and insurers to detect and prevent auto theft, which, as you know, has been increasing, especially in New York City, where we saw thefts double in the last year. Without these inspections, how will insurers be able to determine if a claim is valid? We spent a great deal of time dealing with crime issues in this chamber, but unfortunately, the steps the majority has taken have not led to decreasing crime. They've made us less safe. Once again, it appears we're about to eliminate a tool that has been valuable and effective in preventing property crime, car theft, which we've seen endless amounts of on the news lately, no matter where you live in New York State. And no matter where we go, we're going to continue to see that rise without this regulation in place. We don't want to see more fraud, we don't want to see more theft, and we certainly do not want to see insurance rates rise because of car theft. And for that reason, and for the loss of so many jobs in my district, I'll be voting no.
Senator White to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results. Oh, sorry. Senator Boyle to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'd just like to associate myself with Senator White's remarks in explaining my vote in the negative. We have seen so much fraud and abuse of the system of insurance, it makes no sense whatsoever that we would get rid of this system that has worked well for so long. It's a minor inconvenience for the automobile owner, but it makes a big difference for law enforcement and to root out fraud by our insurance industry. I vote in the negative.
Senator Boyle to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1756, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Boyle, Gorin, Lanza, Matera, Palumbo, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 56, nays 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1757, Senate Print 6093A by Senator Granardes, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1758, Senate Print 6156 by Senator Boyle, an act to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1758, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1759, Assembly number 9118A by Assemblymember Rosenthal, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand that the idea is to make it easier for people to file things electronically, but what we learned is, I'm not on the right bill, am I? 1759, yes. I don't want to make the same mistake twice. So am I, yes, I'm right? Okay, good, thank you. Sorry, I'll start over again. The issue I have with that is that I've seen, not only have I seen a tremendous amount of fraud that occurred during the pandemic, and we tried to help with unemployment insurance claims, but also I was a victim of such fraud. Someone applied for unemployment insurance in the state of Kentucky, in my name. They opened up a checking account in the state of Kentucky, in my name. I've never worked in Kentucky, I've never lived in Kentucky. It's a nice place, but I certainly shouldn't be collecting unemployment there. And what this bill does is it makes it easier for people to commit fraud. And we have billions and billions of dollars in fraud that have occurred with unemployment insurance. It has occurred elsewhere. Even the Excluded Workers Fund had significant fraud in it because it was much easier to just file electronically and not prove that anyone is who they say they are. We need to stop that, and I think if you're going to collect money courtesy of the taxpayers, you can show up and file in person. So I'll be a no. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1759, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Hellman, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, and Rath. Also, Senators Serino and Senator Tedisco. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1760, Assembly number 2375 by Assemblymember Dinowitz, an act to amend the Domestic Relations Law and the Executive Law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hoylman to explain his vote.
Madam President, this is a shocking statistic. According to the Center for Judicial Excellence, more than 700 children across the nation have been killed by a parent or parental figure during circumstances involving divorce, separation, custody, visitation, or child support just since 2008. And at least 98 children in 40 states have been killed by a parent or parental figure after a family court allowed unsupervised contact with the child, after the court was informed beforehand about a parent's or parental figure's violent history, mental illness, or risk of harming a child. In family court, custody of a child can be heavily influenced by court-appointed forensic evaluators, though their training or educational and professional experiences vary greatly across our state. Even though these court-appointed evaluators typically conduct mental health evaluations, they currently aren't required to be licensed mental health professionals. They produce forensic reports that are often foundational in informing the court's decision of a custody or visitation dispute. Currently, no mandatory standards or training exists for court-appointed evaluators, nor are they established for competence in the nuances of domestic violence-involved child custody cases. Tragically, and despite the existence of an evaluative process, there have been many instances in New York where children have been killed after the court granted unsupervised visitation to their murderer. In an effort to address this deficiency in the court system, our bill will require evaluators appointed on behalf of the court to be a psychologist, social worker, or psychiatrist who has undergone the required biennial domestic violence-related training. This bill requires the Office for the Prevention of Domestic Violence to contract with the New York State Coalition Against Domestic Violence to develop a training program for such individuals that cover various aspects related to domestic violence, with training and an awareness of the impact domestic violence has on victims. Custody evaluators will be better prepared to provide evaluations that are in the best interests of a child. In order to keep our kids safe from these troubling family matters, Madam President, I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Hoylman to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1761, Senate Print 6598B by Senator Cooney, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law and the Penal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act will take effect on the 1st of November.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1762, Senate Print 6665 by Senator Savino, enactment of the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 12, this act will take effect 1 year after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1762, voted in the negative, Senator Akshar. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1763, Assembly number 7882A by Assembly Member Avenatti, enactment of the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1764, Senate Print 6842A by Senator Comrie, enact to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1765, Senate Print 6857 by Senator Bailey, enact to amend the Criminal Procedure Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect on the 90th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1765, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Oberacker, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Also Senator O'Mara. Ayes 46, nays 17.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1766, Senate Print 6949 by Senator Kennedy, enact to amend the banking law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act will take effect on the 30th day that it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1767, Senate Print 7042B by Senator Ryan, enact to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law and the Real Property Law.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this act will take effect 1 year after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1768, Senate Print 7224A by Senator Sereno, enact to amend the Highway Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Senator Serino to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise today to thank my colleagues for supporting a piece of legislation that means so much to so many in the Putnam Valley community. This bill would officially rename the Pudding Street overpass the Putnam Valley First Responders Bridge. And I'm sure a lot of my colleagues travel on the Taconic Parkway and they see that wonderful overpass now. You know, when I first took office, the Putnam Valley community made it clear to me that their top priority was constructing an overpass at an incredibly dangerous point on the Taconic State Parkway. In fact, I think it was one of the top 3 most dangerous spots. It was a point notorious for serious car accidents and a point that busloads of local school children traveled every day. And you know what? I will never forget taking the ride that day on a school bus, and you can imagine driving across the Taconic State Parkway and a big bus doesn't have a lot of power, and all you see is all these cars coming at you. It was extremely upsetting. So the residents and local officials and first responders there let me know that they had been working for over 20 years to get an overpass constructed to improve safety and to better protect visitors and residents alike. I got to work right away and ultimately secured the funding necessary to make the long-awaited overpass a reality. I'm proud to say that the overpass was completed on time and on budget, and to this day it remains one of my proudest accomplishments in office. Putnam Valley first responders are an integral part of our local community. They put their lives on the line daily to serve, and it was thanks in large part to their push for change that the long-awaited Pudding Street overpass ultimately became a reality. You know, to have the opportunity to name this bridge in their honor is a truly meaningful moment, not only for me, but every single resident who worked tirelessly through the years to get this project over the finish line. And you know, it's really one small way that we can thank them for their selfless service, and one way that we can remind that they always have a grateful community behind them. I want to thank all of our local partners and our partners at the state DOT for never giving up on this project. Thank you, Madam President. I vote aye.
Senator Serino to be recorded in the affirmative.
Stand at ease for a moment. We're waiting for the Assembly substitution on this bill to arrive.
The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will return to order.
We're back, Madam President. I understand the substitution has arrived.
There's a substitution at the desk. Secretary will read.
Senator Serino from the Committee on Rules reports the following. Senator Serino moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 8455A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7224A, third reading count of 1768.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1768, Assembly number 8455A by Assemblymember Byrne, an act to amend the highway law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1768, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport, ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1769, Assembly number 8163A by Assemblymember Epstein, an act to amend the criminal procedure law and the penal law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act to take effect on the 60th day of the shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1769, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Martucci, Matera, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Ritchie, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1770, Senate Print 7377 by Senator Mayer, enactment of the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 60th day of it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1771, Senate Print 7445B by Senator Comrie, enactment of the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1771, voted in the negative are Senators Martucci and Rabb. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1772, Senate Print 7493A by Senator Hoylman, enact to amend the General Obligations Law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act shall take effect on the 30th day of it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hoylman to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, in my district, and I think in a few of our districts, this is something you see as you walk along the West Side Highway or parts of the Brooklyn waterfront or even parts of the east side of Manhattan. And what that is are our constituents raising their fists to helicopters that fly very low across our districts. In fact, helicopter noise is one of the things I hear most frequently about from my constituents, and it's not just my office. From 2020 to 2021, helicopter-related noise complaints to 311 increased from 10,359 to more than double, 25,821, with over 21,000 of these complaints coming from Manhattan alone. There have been a 2,329% increase, a 2,329% increase in these complaints to 311 in just the last 5 years. Helicopters take off and land hundreds of times during the week, flying over and near people's homes, near parks, emitting high decibel noise and guzzling fossil fuels. New Yorkers can't work from home any longer comfortably, enjoy a walk along our Hudson River Park, or keep a napping child asleep because of the incessant noise and vibrations from non-essential chopper use. And choppers aren't just a simple annoyance perpetrated by the ultra-rich. They are a bona fide public nuisance. Noise pollution can have serious health effects, such as hearing loss, stress, memory impairment, high blood pressure, muscle tension, ulcers, fatigue, sleep problems. Oh my God, this is a horrible list. And can reduce cognitive ability in children and adults. Helicopters are a threat to our environment and detract from New Yorkers' ability to meet the goals of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. One helicopter produces 43 times more carbon dioxide per hour than an average car. Chopper noise is not just a public nuisance, it can be deadly. A new study from Rutgers found that noise pollution from transportation causes 5% of New Jersey heart attacks. If that is the case in New Jersey, I can't imagine what it is in New York City. This bill is finally going to address this problem and stop the chop. First, it's going to empower the Attorney General and private citizens whose use and enjoyment of their property or public parks to bring an action against chopper companies that flout our local, state, and federal laws and create an unreasonable level of noise at ground level, such as the plague of sightseeing flights coming from New Jersey that hover over Central Park and ruin the park for thousands for the enjoyment, comfort of just a select few. Second, it's going to significantly restrict the use of the Hudson River Park heliport in my Senate district to prevent choppers and operators that engage in any prohibited type of flight from accessing the heliport for any reason. This bill will substantially improve quality of life across our city and maybe even save some lives. I vote aye. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Hoylman to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1772, voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Gallivan, Helming, Jordan, Martucci, Oberacker, Ort, Rath, and Steck. Also Senator Tedisco. Ayes 52, nays 11.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1773, Senate Print 7585 by Senator Passard, an act to amend the Agriculture and Markets Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect on the 120th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1774, Assembly number 8604 by Assembly Member Forrest, an act to amend the Social Services Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1774, voted in the negative, Senator Oberacker. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1775, Senate Print 8369B by Senator Gurnardez, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 180th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Gurnardez to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm rise today in support of this legislation because, as we know, it is incredibly important that we extend labor protections to all workers across our state. More than 1/3 of our workforce here in New York are freelancers who don't have the benefit of working with contracts, who don't have the benefit of getting support in terms of being paid on time, of having rights that they could enforce when they're not paid, their full amounts, and when they're doing work, especially in this post-pandemic economy, as more and more people are engaging in different types of freelance work. That's why this bill, the Freelance Isn't Free bill, is so incredibly important for us to pass. This legislation is modeled on the successful program that has worked in New York City for the last few years that has recovered $1.6 billion for freelance workers in unpaid wages and allowed them and empowered them to be able to work with dignity and to be fairly compensated for it. So I'm very proud of this legislation. This is a huge step forward for workers in this state. And whether you are a nurse on strike in Buffalo or a barista in Brooklyn organizing a union or a freelance worker who is trying to get paid fairly and on time, all workers deserve these rights, and I'm very proud to vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Gurnardez to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1775, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Boyle, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 43, nays 20.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1776, Senate Print 8381B by Senator Thomas, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1777, Assembly number 9423A by Assembly Member People Stokes, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1777, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Helming and Martucci. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1778, Senate Print 8482 by Senator Akshar, an act to amend Chapter 433 of the laws of 2013.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1779, Assembly number 9517 by Assembly Member Jones, an act to authorize Nicholas Monroe, Joshua Golden, and Nathan Kasbrak to receive certain service credit under Section 384D of the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. In relation
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1779, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1780, Assembly number 9700 by Assembly Member Palmisano, an act to amend the Town Law and the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1781, Senate Print 8884A by Senator Hoylman, enactment of the public health law and the state finance law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce. Okay. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1781, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Felder, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 43, nays 20.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1782, Senate Print 8893 by Senator Prasad, enactment of the public health law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote. Senator May to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm happy to rise and thank my colleague, Senator Ramos, for introducing this bill and to explain why I'm voting aye on it. Amazon workers in New York had an injury rate in warehouses in 2020 of 5.5 per 100, and that number rose to 9 per 100 in 2021. That's a huge increase in injuries, and 9 out of 100 people getting injured, many of them so that they can't even do the job that they were doing before. So we need to stand up for these workers. We definitely need to support warehouse workers who are being given quotas that are simply insupportable, and to make sure that the conditions for these workers are reasonable conditions. So I am grateful to Senator Ramos for this bill, and I vote aye.
Just for clarification, this is calendar number 1782. Okay. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1783, Senate Print 8895A by Senator Kaplan, an act authorizing the Village of Mineola, County of Nassau, to alienate certain parklands for the use in the Village of Mineola.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1784, Senate Print 8922A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect on the 60th day of it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Ramos to explain her vote.
Right, there's a lot of confusion going on, Madam President. I'm so sorry. But I rise, of course, in support of my own bill. I want to talk a little bit about the Amazon warehouse workers. I know I spoke about them actually last week. Just last week, I was asking Senator Lanza to actually consider co-sponsoring my bill, given the fact that he represents the warehouse with the greatest number of injuries in the entire state. I'm happy that we're actually passing this today, even if it's without his support, in order to regulate this algorithm and a quota system that really does put a big burden on warehouse workers, especially when they're not even able to understand exactly how the algorithm works. And it honestly just pressures them into working harder, into working faster, and it has led to grave injuries on many of these sites. And it really is our responsibility to keep these workers safe. These are our modern day factories. Warehouse work is increasing across our state given the high demand of online purchases. So we want to make sure that that we are really dealing with the human consequences of that high demand of online purchases and and of on-time delivery. So I'm very thankful to my conference and to the Majority Leader for letting us at least get this part done as soon as possible before the end of session. And I'm looking forward to tackling a lot more of what's going on in these warehouses next session with everyone who gets back. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Ramos to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Savino to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in support of this bill, and I want to commend Senator Ramos for her work on this incredibly important issue. She's absolutely right. What is happening, not just in Amazon warehouses, but in warehouses across the country and across this state, is devastating to workers. The pressure that's being placed on them to compete against robotics and artificial intelligence is leading to some of the highest levels of workplace injury that we have seen since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. And that is a remarkable thing when you think about 50, 60, 70 years since the implementation of occupational safety and health rules and workers' compensation. And we are seeing workers harmed more often now than before. And that is largely because of the pressures that are being placed on warehouse workers by the use of algorithms, by the use of artificial intelligence and robotics. 2.5 years ago, this legislature passed the creation of a task force to study AI and robotics on workers. It was stalled because of the pandemic. I have called upon the governor to immediately implement that task force and ask for her to appoint the head of the Amazon Labor Union as one of her appointees to study this. The new Industrial Revolution is harming workers in a greater rate than it did in the past. We need to do something about it. This piece of legislation is a step in that direction. I proudly vote in support of it. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Savino to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1784, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Boyle, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Oberacker, O'Mara, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 45, nays 18.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1786, Assembly number 10,218, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act granting retroactive Tier 4 status in the state of New York, and local employee retirement system to Kimberly Kindlem.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1787, Senate Print 9112 by Senator Oberacker, an act to authorize Donald Kane of the Village of Mohawk to take the competitive civil service examination.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1787, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1788, Assembly number 10,191, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1789, Assembly number 10,192, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 2 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1790, Senate Print 9534 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1791, Senate Print 9377 by Senator Sepulveda, an act to amend the New York City Civil Court Act.
Read the last section.
Section 9, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1792, Senate Print 9382 by Senator Parker, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action will take effect on the same date and in the same manner as the chapter of the laws of 2022.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1792, voted in the negative, Senator Griffo. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed. There's a substitution at the desk. The secretary will read.
Senator Salazar from the Committee on Rules report, Senator Salazar moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 7805D is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9409A. Third reading calendar 1793.
Substitution so ordered. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1793, Assembly number 7805D by Assembly Member Simberwitz. Enact to amend the Public Housing Law and the Administrative Code of the City of New York. LAD.
Bill will be laid aside for the day. 1793.
Calendar number 1794, Senate Print 9414 by Senator Comrie. Enact to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this action take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law. Rath to speak.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Roth to explain his vote.
A personal conflict of interest. I ask to be abstaining from this vote, please.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Announce the results. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1794, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Serino, Tedesco, and White.
This deck is trying to get your attention.
Yep.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1794, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Boyle, Gallivan, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Serino, Steck, Tedesco, and White. Also, Senator Akshar. Ayes 46, nays 16. Rath abstains from voting.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1795, Senate Print 9425 by Senator Reichlin Melnick, an act authorizing the Commissioner of General Services to transfer and convey certain unappropriated state land to the Sing Sing Prison Museum.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this action will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1796, Senate Print 9428 by Senator Savino, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this action take effect on the 180th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Giannaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Savino to explain her vote.
Madam President, I rise in support of this incredibly important piece of legislation, although it doesn't sound like it. Most people don't know what a catalytic converter is, unless you're driving a car and you don't have one. New York is not unique in this problem. The theft of catalytic converters seems to be a national problem, but New York seems to be leading the way. Since 2021, New York has seen a 613% increase in catalytic converter thefts. People coming out of their homes, getting in their car and finding out their car doesn't operate because it no longer has a catalytic converter. And what's driving the theft of catalytic converters, of course, is the price of scrap metal. Catalytic converters are made of things like rhodium and what other precious metals, which of course are driving these thefts. In fact, it's even dangerous for criminals. 6 people have been killed in an attempt to steal catalytic converters when they jacked up the car and the car collapsed on top of them. Can you imagine? So what we are doing here is cracking down on catalytic converter thefts, requiring catalytic converters to be added to the list of component parts that have to be reported, and also imposing new controls on scrap metal dealers, scrap processors, and others, and itinerant dealers, so that we can get at this problem. This is a national problem, but again, sometimes in New York, sometimes we lead, sometimes we follow. We should not be leading on catalytic converter thefts. We should be cracking down on it and leading the way on stopping this problem. Thank you, Madam President. Oh, and I want to thank two other people. Senator Adabo, who worked on this with me, and of course Senator Kennedy, who helped make it happen in the Transportation Committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Savinas will be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Aye, 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1797, Senate Print 9438 by Senator Clear, enactment of the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Oji, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed. There's a substitution at the desk. The secretary will read.
Senator Kaplan moved to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 9326A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9439, third reading count of 1798.
Substitution so ordered. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1798, Assembly number 9326A by Assemblymember Salidi, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Nassau Assessor to accept an application for real property tax exemption.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1798, voted in the negative are Senators Akshar and O'Mara. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed. There's a substitution at the desk. The secretary will read.
Senator Kennedy moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules. Assembly Bill number 7919A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9441, third reading count of 1799.
Substitution so ordered. The secretary will read.
Calendar number 1799, Assembly number 7919A, Assemblymember Bronson, an act to amend the state finance law.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1800, Senate Print 9449 by Senator Brooke, an act to amend the education law.
Read the last section.
Section 6 is act to take effect June 24, 2022.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce. Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Madam President, I think it's laudable that we want to increase the folks that can identify and evaluate those with mental illness, and that's what this bill endeavors to do. However, I think we have to step very cautiously here. We've seen the impact, especially in the last couple of years, of the spike in mental illness. And so it's critically important that we have people that are qualified and have met certain thresholds to ensure that they can identify and properly diagnose those with mental illness, especially with those with violent tendencies. And what this bill will do is expand the number of people, but without having the qualifications necessary to do that effectively. So there are a lot of questions I have here. I'm concerned about the unintended consequences and hope that we will not have to address this any further in the sense of what kind of people out there are going to be committing potentially violent acts and ensuring that we have the mental health resources to properly identify and mitigate those risks. So I'm a somewhat reluctant no today, but I think it's important that we step carefully and that we ensure that we have people that are truly qualified and educated to address those folks with mental illness needs. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1800, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 56, nays 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1801, Senate Print 9452 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I have been talking for the last 2 years about the disaster that is the legalization of recreational marijuana in New York State. I'm grateful to Senator Kruger for putting this bill forth. However, unfortunately, I don't think it hits all the marks. The reason for that is you can address those folks that are attempting to sell illegal marijuana and try to do things like attack their sales tax, their ability to collect sales tax, things like that. But the real issue is the fact that this body decriminalized the possession of illegal marijuana on day one, a full 2 years before the first legal sale will take place in New York State. Here we are, and we still don't have the first legal sale. Yet marijuana is being sold essentially without any consequence all over New York State, from our native territories where they have complete sovereignty to places in New York City where they actually have a farmer's market for pot that's set up every week, I heard, and sticker shops and everything else. The only way you're going to address this is by reversing this idea of decriminalizing the possession of illegal marijuana. That's the only way you're going to solve this problem. So this will take a slight bite out of it, but in the end, until we address the fact that New York State has the most irresponsible legalization of recreational marijuana in the United States, we're never going to get our arms around this problem. So I support this, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the affirmative?
Yes.
Okay, just checking. Senator Borrello to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1801, voted in the negative, Senator Tedisco. Aye, 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed. Senator Gineris, that completes the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a motion here on behalf of Senator Breslin. I wish to call up Senate Print 9367, which is now at the desk.
The Secretary will read.
Calendar 1724, Senator Breslin. Senate Print 9367, enactment of the insurance law. Good save.
The bill was passed and asked that the bill be restored to the order of third reading.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. Aye, 63.
Call the roll. Oh, you just.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. Those recorded in the negative on calendar 1724 are Senators Helming, Oberacker, and White.
I think we first need to restore the bill to its place in the third reading calendar.
The bill is restored to its place on the third reading calendar.
Okay, I now move to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Print 1029 and substitute it for the identical bill, 9367.
So ordered.
And I now move that the substituted Assembly bill have its third reading at this time.
Okay. Calendar number 1724, Assembly number 1029 by Assembly Member Cahill, enactment of the insurance law. What's going on?
Yep, that's right.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1724, those voted in the negative are Senators Helming, Oberacker, and White. Aye, 60, nays 3.
Bill is passed.
All right, good.
Senator Gineris.
Thank you, Madam President. Can we please now go to the reading of the controversial calendar?
Secretary will ring the bell. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1631, Senate Print 1553D by Senator Myrie, enactment of the criminal procedure law.
Senator Lanza, why do you rise?
Madam President, I believe there's an amendment at the desk. I waive the reading of that amendment and ask that you recognize Senator Steck to be heard.
Thank you, Senator Lanza. Upon review of the amendment in accordance with Rule 6, Section 4B, I rule it non-germane and out of order at this time.
Accordingly, Madam President, I appeal the ruling of the chair and ask that you recognize Senator Steck.
The appeal has been made and recognized, and Senator Steck may be heard. Senator Steck.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to appeal the ruling of the chair. The proposed amendment is germane to the bill at hand because this bill impacts our criminal justice system in the state, and the proposed amendment fixes our broken system of the bail and discovery reforms. It would repeal that. The Clean Slate Bill is another pro-criminal measure undertaken by this legislature. While the state of New York is overrun by crime, this body has decided to double down and allow criminals who already face no cash bail or solitary confinement with another soft-on-crime law. The Clean Slate Bill will automatically seal criminal conviction records for not only misdemeanors but also for felonies. This bill does not allow exceptions for the private sector. Landlords and employers do not know if they're leasing or hiring convicted criminals who have committed the most heinous or despicable of crimes. With cashless bail failing our state already, allowing vicious criminals to walk free, and the legislature wants to provide another opportunity for criminals to break our laws and hurt New Yorkers. The District Attorneys Association has also made its concerns known, pointing out the significant limitations of who can access sealed records, the broadness of the crimes being sealed, and the burden placed on district attorneys already overworked and understaffed in offices in sealing these criminal records. Police departments and district attorneys' offices have been stretched thin trying to arrest dangerous and violent criminals, some of whom are multiple-time offenders. Our law enforcement and district attorneys' offices face staff shortages that have been caused by the already pro-criminal legislation that has passed this legislature, which includes the failed discovery reforms passed in 2020. The Clean Slate Bill would exacerbate the crimes crisis and place more New Yorkers in harm's way. And for these reasons, Madam President, I strongly urge you to reconsider your ruling.
Thank you, Senator. I want to remind the House that the vote is on the procedures of the House and the ruling of the chair. Those in favor of overruling the chair signify by saying aye.
Request a show of hands.
President, we've agreed to waive the showing of hands and record each member of the minority in the affirmative.
Without objection, so ordered. Announce the results.
Ayes 20.
The ruling of the chair stands and the bill in chief is before the House. Senator Palumbo.
President, good afternoon. Would the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Myrie. Good to see you again. We meet again. Would you mind just explaining to us generally what the deprint version of this does that's different than the previous 3 iterations that we've had before the House before?
Sure. Through you, Madam President, and I will note that this is a deprint. This has been an iterative process because this is important, that we hear from as many stakeholders as possible, that we incorporate that feedback. As you know, Senator Palumbo, we held a hearing on this bill last year where we got this important feedback from law enforcement, from DAs, from advocates, and then we made some further changes. We had further conversations with employers, with the state education department, and we made some further changes. So this particular print, I think one of the most significant changes had to do with certain exemptions for the state education department, and also a provision that allows DCJS to promulgate regulations for any potential other entities to have access who are required or have the authorization to run criminal background checks.
Through you, Madam President, would the sponsor yield for another
Does
question?
the sponsor
please?
yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And through you, Madam President, was the sponsor, after hearing that information and that input from law enforcement agencies, did the sponsor exclude any additional crimes from the previous iterations of the bill from mandatory sealing?
Madam President, no.
Would the sponsor yield for another question?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Upon her hearing that information as well from the law enforcement agencies, Madam President, did the sponsor make any changes with respect to the immediate sealing within 2 years, or I believe the bill says prompt sealing of all prior records that would fit within the parameters of this bill? Were there any changes made to that section requiring all law enforcement agencies to do so?
Through you, Madam President, no.
Another question.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And thank you, Senator. I appreciate that because we've had, we're going to get into, I guess, the meat of the bill a little bit, but I have had some significant concerns that were initially provided to us from law enforcement agencies, the District Attorneys Association, and those concerns continue today. And that we'll discuss that in just a little bit. But regarding the actual sealing of any crime, is there any limit at all with respect to the amount of crimes that can be sealed? Is it a certain number of misdemeanors, a certain number of felonies? And the reason I say that is that we previously, in 2017, implemented an expungement statute, so to speak. And that ultimately addressed one felony and one misdemeanor. Really, two convictions. It was really, it's the subject's choice, but they could do one felony. And is that accurate? And can you let me know if there's any limit on under this bill?
Let me first say that it's important, Senator Palumbo, you mentioned that this is not expungement. In our initial bill, that we did call for expungement, but after having conversations with law enforcement and DAs in some of our courts, we removed that and turned it into sealing because expungement would require the destruction of these records. And that was a major concession made after several conversations. There is no limit. However, during the waiting period, so 3 years if it's a misdemeanor, 7 years if it's a felony, if during that waiting period you commit an offense, the clock goes back to 0. So there is an incentive for any individual looking to benefit from Clean Slate to remain crime-free. It's the reason why I've maintained that this is not just a jobs bill, a housing bill, an education bill, but this is a public safety bill. Because if you want to take advantage of it, you have to stay out of trouble.
Sponsor yield for another question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Well, thank you, Senator Murray, and I appreciate that. And if I'll direct your attention, I'm sure you're well versed at this point with page 2, the section that indicates what specific makes an offense eligible for sealing under this Clean Slate bill. That, as you indicated, Section 1, 3 or 7 years, depending on a misdemeanor or felony. And with specific attention to that language, though, I do have a question on that section. That's the defendant's most recent misdemeanor conviction in this state, and at least 7 years has passed since the imposition of sentence on the defendant's most recent felony conviction in this case. So when it says that further down, that Section 2, the defendant does not have a subsequent criminal charge pending in this state. So my question to you is, if you have a subsequent criminal charge pending in another state, for example, New Jersey, would the clock go back to 0 under this bill?
Yeah, through you, through you, Madam President. This only addresses convictions in the state of New York. This is actually a concern that was brought to us by law enforcement, specifically the NYPD, who testified at our hearing, who noted that the requirements to put on law enforcement to watch what is happening in other states and to have to act on what are actions in other states is too onerous and too burdensome. We agreed with that, and so we made it such that it is only for charges pending in this state.
Would the sponsor yield for another question, please?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So just so I'm clear, in the event that I have been convicted and released on a violent felony such as robbery, which is eligible under this bill in New York, and I'm committing robberies across the way in Hoboken, upon 7 years expiration, the New York robbery charge is automatically sealed under this bill. Is that not accurate?
Through you, Madam President, that's correct, although it's unclear to me whether you're advocating for us to sort of long-arm statute control what's happening outside of the state of New York.
Well, would the sponsor yield for another question?
The sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And what I'm trying to reconcile is this, because we have many laws, particularly sex offenses, driving while intoxicated offenses, and when you're considering enhanced sentencing guidelines, prior felony offenses or persistent felony offenses, persistent priors, that if a crime is committed in another state that would otherwise be a crime in New York State, that does enhance the penalty. And to give an easy example, if you're drunk driving and convicted of DWI in another state, and then within 10 years, and that's a misdemeanor level or higher, and then you are drunk driving in New York State, you will then be charged by way of a special information with a felony driving while intoxicated in New York. So it is, we can characterize it as long-arm jurisdiction or whatever we'd like, but ultimately, that out-of-state conviction does have an enhanced and aggravated enhancement in the state of New York under our current law, in addition to, of course, sex offenses and so forth. So my question is that if you have a crime pending in another state, does that have any effect on the clock being set back to zero, I believe is how you referred to it, involving the 7-year automatic sealing statute?
Through you, Madam President, it does not.
Senator Palumbo?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, I didn't hear an answer. I apologize, I thought you were thinking.
Why, you missed it. But I said it did not.
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought that was everyone, we were just kind of hanging out there. I apologize.
Enjoying the
Madam
ambiance,
President.
yeah.
I was just patiently waiting for an answer. I didn't hear it. And thank you. Well, will the sponsor yield for another question that I'll listen to?
The sponsor yield. The sponsor yields.
And I promise I'm going to listen to your answer this time, Senator. I was listening. It just, came out quietly. Now, with respect to the calculation of those 7 years, I move over to page 4. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I'm just going to read it for our colleagues. In calculating the time periods, this is line 8, section 2, E2. In calculating the time periods under this section, any period of time during which the defendant was incarcerated on a determinate or indeterminate sentence for a period of at least 1 year shall be excluded, and such time period shall be extended by a period equal to the time served under such incarceration. Regarding that section, Senator, so if someone gets a year local, they'd serve 8 months. They still get the benefit of that 1 year time. So even though they're in jail, they're still actually getting the benefit of the time clock ticking along in order to seal that conviction. Is that accurate?
Then I'm not sure I entirely agree with my colleague's reading of that, but I will speak to what undergirds that provision. There were administrative concerns that were brought to us by way of hearings and conversations with DCJS, the governor's office, about the ability to track individuals who are incarcerated in our local jails. That system unfortunately, is not as robust as we would like it to be. And so DCJS and OCA had expressed to us that just having the facilities under DCJS jurisdiction would be most helpful for them to execute the law, and that's why we put this provision in.
Do you yield for another question, please, Senator?
The sponsor yield.
Sure.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Madam President. So the answer is that the clock still ticks to their benefit on a local sentence, correct?
Sentence of less than 1 year, that's right.
Thank you. Would you yield for another question, please?
The sponsor yields. Sponsor yields.
Now, you indicated earlier that a lot of the changes were to add additional agencies through some collaboration that have access to these to these records in the event they are sealed. But in the event there is a mistake in sealing, say an agency improperly seals something and wants to unseal it, is there any sort of method or judicial review or any process that they can undertake in order to reopen the improperly sealed files?
Through you, Madam President, there isn't in this bill, but my sense is that DCJS would be able to promulgate a correction method. We include in this bill on the last page requirements for DCJS, for instance, to promulgate the form in which the automatic sealing would take place. And so I think that is in that universe where DCJS would be well positioned to come up with some process to rectify any missealed records.
Do you yield for another question?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator Myrie. Is there any money appropriated to assist the law enforcement agencies with that aspect of it? Because obviously they're still reeling from the discovery reforms and dealing with that. Is there any money appropriated with this bill as well?
Not in this bill, but the past budget that we passed included a material amount of money for DA offices and other law enforcement officials that I believe was responsive to this very issue that you're bringing up.
The question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So in that regard, Senator, with regard to the ultimate sealing and addressing those files, that under the terms of this bill, law enforcement agencies would have to obtain all physical documents as well, the way I understand it. So in the event they hired an expert, for example, maybe a third-party expert regarding a reconstruction case, a lot of times civil engineers and reconstruction experts have been hired and they're around the country. Pursuant to this bill, those district attorneys' offices and law enforcement agencies would have to obtain every one of those documents pursuant to the sealing of a record, prior ones included, within 2 years, correct?
Through you, Madam President, that's correct. Although I'm not sure I'd characterize it as going to search for these things. I think the assumption is that they would already have these on file.
Yield for another question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to move along to businesses and agencies that are allowed access. With respect to a business, unless they're within this exclusive list defined within the bill, they are not allowed access to those records, correct?
Right. Through you, Madam President, that's correct.
Will the sponsor yield for another question,
Does the
please?
sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
In the event a small business owner, possibly through, say, an internet search, is able to obtain indication of a particular crime that was committed and it's a sealed record, can that employer not hire that prospective employee as a result of their knowledge of a prior sealed conviction under this bill?
Madam President, my colleague is aware, we have other sealing statutes that are not this bill now. It's already existing in our statutory regime, and we treat those sealed records in a certain way as it relates to employment, and there's case law on whether the decision of that particular business owner runs afoul of the statutes. I don't think it would be different in this case, although I do believe that it will be fact-dependent, depending on the particular scenario. We have made some changes to the human rights law here in order to prevent this type of thing from happening. And our hope is that, much like the Fortune 500 companies that support this bill, JP Morgan, Verizon, Microsoft, the many chambers of commerce, that this is good for business. It is important that people have the opportunity, once they have paid their dues to society, to engage and to work. And I don't think that we would have this support for this type of bill if this were not a good jobs bill and good for business owners throughout the state.
Question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Through you, Madam President, Senator Meyer, is there any prohibition on J.P. Morgan or these other businesses that support this bill? Is there any prohibition today on them hiring someone with a felony conviction? I don't get it.
Through you, Madam President, I think there are certain federal financial regulations that they still have to abide by. We actually include that in a section in this bill to say that where there is conflict and you have an obligation by way of federal law to access, that this bill cannot stop you from doing that. And so this wouldn't upset the current structure for some of these institutions, but I'd note that it's not just J.P. Morgan, but many other businesses.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Well, thank you, Senator. So in that regard, if someone needs, say, to get a Series 7, they can't have a felony conviction, the simple sealing of that conviction does not change, according to this bill, will not change their status as a prior felon to the extent that they will be ineligible to obtain that Series 7, correct?
Madam President, for purposes of access to the record, that's correct.
We yield for another question?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. So I'm sorry, I wasn't clear on that. So it's by way of access, meaning that the financial agency still could not access the record? I was confused with that answer.
Yes. I actually meant the opposite, that they could access the record.
Got you. And as far as eligibility, would you yield for another question?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And so the bottom line in my question is, it will not affect their eligibility. If they're ineligible to obtain a particular license, for example, due to that felony conviction, the simple sealing of it does not at all alter the propriety of that conviction, making them eligible. So, and that was really in conjunction with the fact that they can still hire they're still hiring the same person, regardless of whether or not their conviction's sealed, correct?
Through you, Madam President, I think that's right. I think that's right.
Thank you. Would you yield for another question, please?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor
Yes.
yields.
So if I'm a small business owner, for example, and I'm using a bookkeeper example, where someone's not particularly licensed and they're just a bookkeeper, under this legislation, I will not be able to access, because you're not one of those qualified agencies, I would not be able to investigate or get access to records in the event that person has a prior grand larceny conviction that was sealed, for example, correct?
Through you, Madam President, that's correct, and it's important that we pause here, I think, because I believe this is where our philosophies on redemption are going to be divergent. The notion that what someone has done in the past, as you know, even in court, cannot always be used as something probative of what they're going to do in the future. And so one of the linchpins of this bill is that the mistakes made in the past are not the ones that will dictate your entire future, but furthermore, because of the time separation from the offense, the conviction, the incarceration, if applicable, and the leaving of state supervision post-release, there is enough space where that person has had to prove themselves, to show that they are ready to be back in action in our communities, and that is going to apply in several instances that I suspect you might be bringing up, where it seems like that mistake should cabin that person to be an outcast in society permanently, when that's not what we do. We have a particular system in which someone commits an offense, it is adjudicated, they are convicted, and then they are sentenced. And that sentence is not in perpetuity. Well, some are, but that sentence is what we have deemed, we the legislature, to deem the time that person has to pay for that offense, or they have to be away from society for that offense. Once that is finished, we shouldn't continue to punish that individual. And if we really do believe that they should be punished, then we should have a conversation about sentencing, which I would welcome and would love to have that conversation. But we don't do that. We haven't done that, and so I don't think we should, in effect, allow for punishment in perpetuity.
Would the sponsor yield for another question, please?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
And thank you, Senator Myrie. You know, and I can, I'll make a quick comment, and then I'll just rephrase that or ask it in a little bit different way, that I think we're on the same page when it comes to rehabilitation. People pay a debt to society, and they get on with their lives. The difference, I think, where the rubber meets the road is we already have a system where you get 2 bites of the apple. I'm talking unlimited bites of the apple. And that's really where my question lies, is the fact that this is an unlimited bill. You have people who have been arrested, as we've seen recently. It's been highlighted even more in recent news accounts. We have people who have been arrested over 100 times for maybe misdemeanor larcenies and then the robbery and then 1 or 2 there. They're all going to be clean slate. I mean, I'm assuming that's the reason why you use that language. Those will be wiped clean completely. So those that continue to offend and re-offend, those are the ones that concern me. So in that example, if I'm, say, a veterinarian and animal cruelty, all of them will be sealed. The highest level, I believe, if I recall, it's been a while since I've worn that white hat, but is an E-felony, an E-nonviolent, under the Ag and Markets Law, for killing an animal and torturing and doing whatever, overdriving, whatever you want to do, however you want to characterize it, all of those are sealable. So if I'm, say, a dog walker, and I'm looking to hire someone, and they have multiple animal cruelty convictions, and if they're mostly misdemeanors or they're all misdemeanors, I'll have no access to that. So my question is, based upon the bookkeeper example and that example, in those situations, is there any vehicle by way a non-specifically enumerated business in this bill can have access because it's the nature of their business and it would make sense for them to at least have that type of a background check for the interests of, in that example, the animals or for safety of others and so forth?
Through you, Madam President, I don't know why I keep saying Mr. So a couple of things. So one, the qualified entities, agencies in this bill, they all share one common thing, and that is they are either authorized or required to fingerprint. And that is a determination that has been made, again, by this body, that certain professions, certain jobs require that, or at least should have the option to look at someone's criminal history. That is not the case for many, 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 many businesses. And if they feel, or if the industry in which that business in feels that they should be doing this, then they should make their case. And then we have to have that conversation about either authorizing or requiring that level of fingerprinting. And I know I keep coming back to this, but it bears repeating that you mentioned in the dog walker hypothetical regarding the felonies and the animal cruelty, it requires a 7-year period in the felony context of no offenses whatsoever. The notion that repeat offenders are going to be going wild with this is just patently adverse to what the bill says, because any single offense starts the clock over again.
Question.
Does the sponsor yield? The
Yes.
sponsor yields.
Thank you. But Senator, those are only offenses in New York. So if I'm a dog walking company in, say, New Jersey, you get my point, right? And I see you nodding your head. That clearly that is only for New York crimes. So in the event you have a number of animal cruelty cases in another state, you would not have access to those in New York.
Madam President, we would not, and I am a very proud member of the New York State Legislature, and I think we are in the business of regulating New York activity, behavior, and actions. I'd encourage, if we feel that there should be more federal action on this. Many of our colleagues have left this great chamber to go down to DC, but as it stands now, we have jurisdiction over what happens in the state of New York.
Yield for another question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Is there any mechanism, Senator, to add additional crimes? For example, hate crimes are not included in this bill. So I can commit multiple hate crimes and they will be automatically sealed if pursuant to the 3- and 7-year rule here. Is there any way that we could ultimately, other than with new legislation or amendments, is there any way that someone could make an application to not seal, maybe to a court? As I indicated earlier, I was looking for a way in which they could unseal an improperly sealed record. Is there any way that maybe a law enforcement agency could make an application to a judge and say, Judge, this should not be sealed for these particular purposes?
Madam President, this is not contemplated in this bill, but my colleague is more than welcome to introduce a bill where we could have that discussion.
Would the sponsor yield for another question, please?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. Just one more area to address, Senator, if that's okay. Regarding on page 5, a private or a civil action may ultimately be maintained under this bill if their rights are violated pursuant to the sealing statute. Is that correct?
That through you, Madam President, that's right.
Would you yield for another question, please?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, and I believe it's any defendant claiming to be aggrieved in violation of this section for damages, including punitive damages. So, Senator, is there who would the target of that particular lawsuit be? If they wanted to sue someone, would they sue the governmental body, like the DA's office, police department, or whatever other agency was required to seal those particular items?
Through you, Madam President, I think in the way that you posed a hypothetical about the incorrect sealing or perhaps a mistake that was done in sealing, I believe that applies here as well in a slightly different context, in that you could have a rogue law enforcement official who chooses to leak an individual's records to the press. You may have a situation with an employer. You may have a situation where some official at the court, whether inadvertently or with intent, reveals these records. So we wanted to provide recourse in order to encourage people really abiding by the sealing and not playing fast and loose with people's conviction records.
The sponsor yield for another question, please.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, you indicated that would be a leak, which would sound intentional. What about the negligent disclosure, or really almost in a strict liability sense, that they failed to just catch a document that ultimately made it to the newspaper, for example? Would that also be actionable under this bill?
Madam President, I think that this would be, again, a fact-dependent situation where the court would have to make a determination about intent and sort of what led to the revealing of the record.
Just one follow-up question. Would you yield for one more, please?
The sponsor yield.
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So when I see on page 7, the unlawful discriminatory practice, that it would be just ultimately be added that if they, unless specifically required or permitted by statute for any person, agency, bureau, corporation, or association, including the state and any political subdivision, to make any inquiry about, whether in any form of application or otherwise, or act upon adversely to the individual, any arrest or criminal accusation, and then we move down further, of essentially sealed records pursuant to this section. So it seems as though that would be almost a catch-all strict liability situation where in the event someone obtained that document, they were otherwise required to seal it. So can you just, for the purposes of legislative intent, indicate whether that is what the intention was, or it was some sort of an other duty that was breached, for example, like a negligent claim?
Through you, Madam President, just for clarity, there are two separate causes of action. One is for the alleged discriminatory practice. The other is for the revealing of this. I just want to clarify which you're addressing, if either or both.
Both, please, if you would yield for that question.
Okay. Good. Through you, Madam President, so on the unlawful discriminatory practices, it is our intent to hew to what the courts already institute as it relates to unlawful discriminatory practices in other areas of the law. And so, again, fact-dependent. I don't think that this reads, nor is it intended to be strict liability. On the disclosure, I think it's not as much case law, but we're hoping that the courts, again, would look to the facts of each particular case and then make the determination.
Another question, please, Senator.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor
Thank you.
yields.
Through you, Madam President. Thank you. So in that regard, regarding the disclosure, just general civil liability, would you have to prove damages? Are there any presumed damages? Hopefully you would have to prove an actual injury, is what I'm assuming, pursuant to the language in here, for just failing to seal a document inadvertently.
Through you, Madam President, so we read this as having to prove the damages, particularly in the punitive damages context.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your comments on the bill, Madam President, please.
Thank you. Senator Palumbo on the bill.
Well, thank you again, and thank you to Senator Myrie for answering my questions. We're still amending and re-amending this bill now that we're in a deprint. And in a time like today, as we sit here with crime going up year to year, we see all of these criminal acts are up again in 2022 from 2021, which was up from 20, which was up from 2019. We actually have a mechanism in order to provide people with a clean slate, with a new bite of the apple. In fact, this was bipartisan legislation from 2017 when our party was in the majority and thinking that people should not have to suffer for making a mistake in life. This now provides for someone to have virtually no penalty for making a mistake, another mistake, another mistake, and another mistake until the end of time. That's the problem, and that, again, as I indicated during the debate, that's where the rubber meets the road. Because let's talk about the cases and the crimes that will automatically, not by application, and by the way, I did see that there was some concern that many people haven't taken advantage of the 16059 is the current law, where you can have, after 10 years, you can seal 2 convictions of crimes, 1 a felony, because it was an onerous process. Well, why not make an application process? When you take a plea, being a practicing lawyer for all these years on both sides of the aisle, everybody gets handed their notice of appeal. You're standing next to your lawyer who just advised you verbally on the record of your right to appeal, and you're handed a document. Why not provide that to defendants and say, look, if you behave, here's an incentive. It goes away, and it's expunged. But here, we are just providing unfettered access to people who continue to commit crimes. As I indicated, hate crimes, violent felonies, manslaughter, burglary, some kidnappings, vehicular homicides, gang assaults, assault of a police officer, terrorism crimes, all of them, unless they have lifetime parole, which is A, felonies only. So attempted murders, you do 4 of those in 3 weeks. In 7 years, once you get out, they're all gone under this bill. And look, it's a laudable intent. I've had many conversations with the sponsor about this, and I do believe that his heart is in the right place, generally speaking, but not here. Not with this bill. This bill is not a public safety bill. This makes our lives more dangerous, because you know why? Why are we hiding that fact that someone has the opportunity to expunge a couple of mistakes, they stub their toe in life? We get it. That's available right now as we stand. But under this bill, you get it again and again and again, and it's almost as if we're trying to trick business owners, because governmental agencies have access, and I understand that. Maybe they should, and they absolutely have to with respect to specific crimes, but not if it's out of state. So will an out-of-state law enforcement agency have the opportunity? If they're not specifically listed here, they may not. So if you have a DWI, a felony DWI in New York, and 8 years later, where in New York that's still an aggravating factor and you'd be charged with a higher crime, you can't get access to it in New York. So these are the concerns that I have, as well as many other agencies that were certainly consulted, but their information and proposals were not accepted as far as any changes are concerned, because you look at the District Attorneys Association has essentially all of the same problems that they had with this bill when it originally came out. And on the business side, last comment, if I have a Chuck E. Cheese and someone who's been convicted of, and those of us that are practitioners in the criminal world, the endangering the welfare of a child is a plea that you work out a lot. Crimes against children, assaults against children. But endangering the welfare of the child on many occasions is a reduction from a sex offense. It's not registrable, so it's automatically sealed. If I have a Chuck E. Cheese and I'm interviewing a prospective employer, I have no access to those records. If I am an animal shelter, a theme park, dog walkers, as I mentioned, these are everyday jobs with everyday people. And we understand that people need to be allowed a second bite of the apple in life. It's not for lack of compassion, because this is not compassionate because we're forgetting about victims with this bill. Because more victims result from people who can't help themselves, who commit crimes and then commit more crimes and then commit more crimes. You get 2 freebies under our current law. In my opinion, that's enough. And in extenuating circumstances, you want to do something that's fair. Somebody did something when they were addicted to drugs when they were younger, or they were just in a bad way, and then they do something else later in life, allow a subsequent application and review on a case-by-case basis, instead of painting everything with the same brush and allowing everyone this free pass, because quite frankly, Madam President, this will actually do the exact opposite, unfortunately. And for those reasons, I'll be in the negative. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Palumbo. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 7, this act shall take effect on the 120th day, it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues, I rise to speak in support of Senator Myrie's legislation, the Clean Slate Act, S1553D. And everyone should have the opportunity to work, care for their families, and contribute to their communities. And I believe once an individual's debt to society is paid, they should not be punished further. Too often, a criminal record can be a life sentence of poverty with the collateral damage of conviction-wide, ranging and enduring Currently, 2.3 million New Yorkers have a convicted record creating barriers to obtaining employment, housing, education, credit, and other essential opportunities that allow individuals to thrive and contribute to our society. To better achieve equity, especially across race and income, we must transform our justice system. Clean Slate NY aims to end perpetual punishment by requiring the sealing of certain records, giving our neighbors involved in the justice system a second chance at contributing to society. It's about strengthening our communities, ensuring New Yorkers are not punished beyond their sentences and can be full participants in our state's economic and civic life. It is a common sense policy that promotes justice, stability, safety for all. I am proud that as a legislator of conscience, we find ourselves here today to fulfill our moral obligation, and it's time to pass the Clean Slate Act now. I proudly vote aye in favor of this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Brisport to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. You know, earlier this year, we witnessed the concerted efforts of some in power to gaslight New Yorkers about their own public safety. With a New York City police budget of mind-boggling size and an extraordinary percentage of New Yorkers incarcerated, our people continue to endure the physical and psychological consequences of living with the constant presence of danger. And yet, our mayor and our governor are fighting to double down on these monumentally failed public safety strategies instead of engaging with the well-established reality that public safety is rooted in community stability. Policies like pretrial incarceration and those that limit access to employment and housing for formerly incarcerated people, in other words, policies that destabilize individual lives and families, are not only unjust, they are also a recipe for undermining public safety. More than 1 in 7 New Yorkers has a conviction record, which has kept hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers from accessing basic living conditions like employment, housing, and education. Today, the Senate is saying that 2.3 million New Yorkers with past convictions who have already been subjected to inhumane and deeply isolating prison time should be able to move on with their lives, re-enter their communities, and thrive. Clean Slate passing is a tremendous move toward policies rooted in basic respect for humanity and in real-world outcomes over pseudo-security and mass incarceration. It is a move forward for racial justice in New York, reducing the damage done by our criminal legal system that disproportionately traps working-class people of color in perpetual punishment. I want to thank Clean Slate New York's broad coalition of activists, including formerly incarcerated New Yorkers who have led this charge. Despite the efforts of the governor and Mayor Eric Adams to roll back life-saving bail reforms, that coalition continues to speak truth to power. They have proven that together we can truly win a more just New York. I proudly vote aye on this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Brisport to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Helming to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to say thank you to Senator Myrie and Senator Palumbo for the great debate. It's a tough subject, and I appreciate the candid responses. Madam President, I truly, truly believe in second chances, and I believe in the resiliency of New Yorkers. But you know what else I also believe in? That's consequences. And while I appreciate my colleagues' changes to the Clean Slate bill since it was first introduced, my concerns remain. I believe this bill does not do enough to protect our communities, our families, and our children. Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, this is a theme that we've seen time and time again. Among the bill's flaws, Clean Slate allows for an unlimited number of prior convictions to be concealed. It protects individuals with significant criminal records, as you heard, violent felonies, including domestic terrorism, manslaughter, arson, robbery, and even animal abuse. Madam President, I have to ask my colleagues, are these crimes that we're really, truly willing to erase? Of course, I believe in second chances, but not at the expense of public safety. Like the majority of my constituents, I oppose the disastrous bail and discovery policies, less is more parole changes in the HALT Act. These policies and others advanced by the majority prioritize criminals while putting our communities at risk. Since April 1st of this year, when the HALT Act took effect, there have been a dramatic increase in the horrific attacks within our state's correctional facilities. Attacks on correctional officers and attacks between inmates have risen as well. When discovery changes were passed, we saw what a huge burden that was for our district attorney's offices. We saw the negative consequences that accompanied that unfunded mandate that was handed down by the state. Now, with the clean slate legislation, we're faced with yet another unfunded mandate, another bill that is primed to overburden our law enforcement officers, our DAs, and our judges. It appears to me that there are dangerous gaps in this legislation that potentially put vulnerable individuals at risk. And the question I have, is it worth it? Is it worth it, the risk to our children? Are we unnecessarily putting children at risk by sealing the records of a person convicted of harming or abusing a child? What happens when that person who is convicted of child abuse is hired by a facility, but under this legislation cannot access criminal records? A facility that caters to children, like a theme park, a water park, a small daycare. Not only do bills like Clean Slate jeopardize public safety, but they tie the hands of law enforcement,
Senator
DAs,
Helming, how
and
do you
judges.
vote?
Madam President, we must put public safety first. We must restore common sense to our criminal justice laws. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no.
Senator Helming to be recorded in the negative. Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I, too, appreciate the debate between Senator Palumbo and Senator Myrie on this bill. I'm an employer. My wife and I employ more than 200 people. We have many people that work for us that are formerly incarcerated. Some of them have been with us for many years, but that was our choice. Our choice was to, I guess, take that risk because we felt that these are good people that may have made a mistake. But we went into this with the full knowledge of their past. This bill is disturbing in a lot of ways for me because, as has been mentioned by my colleagues, there are some serious issues out there that will be withheld from those trying to make that decision. I asked our counsel, if someone was convicted of animal cruelty, animal fighting, animal hoarding, would those records be sealed? In multiple times. And the answer was yes. So if you're a humane society, a pet store, an animal shelter, I'd want to know that. Because quite honestly, those are people that are never really rehabilitated, unfortunately. That's what the statistics show. In fact, serial killers often start out as animal abusers. And that's a very serious issue. I would not want our humane society employing someone without that knowledge, at least. We talk a lot about hate crimes. Hate crimes would be sealed. I think there's a lot of people that would like to know if it's someone they're employing at a not-for-profit, if they have perhaps been convicted of a hate crime. I believe in second chances. I think we all do. I think the previous versions of this years ago may have been a better solution. But I can't in good conscience, as someone who has done this, who employs people, support something like this that would seal the records and withhold the information for people that have committed crimes multiple times. I support a second chance. I don't support a 22nd chance. So I'll be a no. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Senator White to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. In addition to all the great points that my colleagues made, I find it troubling that this majority repealed Civil Rights Act 50A, which opens personnel files for law enforcement, fire departments, and EMS workers regardless of what it contains. Unfounded, unsubstantiated, and even exonerated complaints and statements, and makes them available to the public. But this bill wants to seal the records of criminals who serve time for committing heinous crimes against our communities and our families. The hypocrisy is truly overwhelming. It seems that New York State, with this bill, now values criminals more than it values our police officers, our firefighters, our EMS workers, and our general public, and that's shameful. And for that, I vote in the negative.
Senator White to be recorded in the negative. Senator Lanza to explain his vote.
President, to explain my vote, I'll be voting in the negative with respect to this legislation. You know, Madam President, I am for forgiveness, I am for rehabilitation, but I am also for the truth. And in effect, what this bill does is deny the truth. It hides the truth about what people have done. And as Senator Borrello said, I think people should have the opportunity to assess any situation, to express forgiveness, to take a chance, as he said. But, you know, I think human nature teaches us that we need to be aware of the things that we're getting ourselves into. You know, if you're talking about a youthful indiscretion, you're talking about shoplifting or things like that, you know, wipe the slate, clean the slate, do it 5 minutes later. I'm okay with that. But we're talking about serious conduct, convictions, people who have committed armed robberies. Everybody talks about gun violence. I hear a lot about it these days. Armed robbery, armed burglary, gun possessions, weapon possessions. And now all of a sudden, society is not supposed to know about that. And I just think that's wrong. There's legislation, I think tomorrow there's going to be some gun legislation that talks about just things that people say. If they make a hateful statement, if they express racism by words, they're going to be punished, Madam President, in every way, shape, and form. Perhaps they should be. But a person who is convicted of a hate crime somehow is going to have that truth wiped away. You know, if I'm a prospective employer or a parent or a citizen or a neighbor, I might want to know that. In fact, I know I'd want to know that. I'd want to know if someone was not only talking about being a white supremacist, but acted out on that and committed a crime against someone. We ought to know that. People can make decisions. Senator Palumbo brought out the point. So if someone committed a burglary or a robbery or a hate crime 7 years ago in New York, and yesterday they committed a murder in one of our neighboring states, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, they're going to have that conviction wiped away automatically, and they've just committed a murder in New Jersey? That doesn't make any sense. I really don't think anybody believes it does. Madam President, this is bad public policy. This is not about vengeance. This is about information and it's about truth. And the one last point I will end on is there's a bit of hypocrisy involved in the legislation, one aspect that just stands out to me. So it does make an exception for the government. This bill acknowledges that maybe a past conviction is probative, that it has some value, that it's important to know, but only for the government. The government needs to know this. If in effect that conviction ought to be wiped clean and no one needs to know it because it doesn't prove or show anything and does not give us any value as a society, then why does the government need to know it? Before the government has that information, I think the people of New York need to have that information. And so, Madam President, I'll be voting no.
Senator Lanza to be recorded in the negative. Senator Rivera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. a couple of times on this floor, and certainly in conversations that I've had both privately and publicly with my colleagues and my constituents, I've said a phrase, and I'll repeat it again today. I believe in redemption. And I believe in redemption because unlike the Batman movie that some of my colleagues might believe that we are living in, where every single person who is deemed a criminal is somebody who is completely, irreparably harmful to the society and to the people around them, there are thousands of New Yorkers, my neighbors, my constituents, our neighbors, and our constituents, who are struck every single day and are defined every single day by mistakes they have made in the past. I believe that nobody should be defined by the worst thing that they ever did. I certainly shouldn't, and no one here should. I also believe that my colleague, as Senator Myrie will certainly explain, I am sure, when he explains his vote, will actually correct some of the inaccuracies that have been spoken on this floor about the bill that is currently before us. A bill that has been thoughtfully thought through. Matter of fact, Madam President, I'll remind you about Senator Myrie's various references to the concerns that were expressed by law enforcement, reasonable concerns that were then changed in the bill. At the core of this, we have a system which unfortunately has for too long, Madam President, been driven by perennial punishment. I remember some of the colleagues who are no longer serving with us in the Senate here. The people who have, a couple of them who shall remain nameless, who I met at the original, when I first served here in 2011. And I learned from the actions of this colleague who had been here for a long time before I arrived, and who was in the majority at the time and personally responsible for establishing so much of the bills, so much of the laws that we're trying to push back on, who seemed to believe that people who have made a mistake and who have therefore become criminals shall forever be branded that, and that there's nothing about their actions from the time that they made that mistake that will deem them a different person. And so, as Senator Myrie said, there might be a difference of opinion and a difference in philosophy. But ultimately, I believe that redemption is something that can happen. I believe individuals can change who they are. Some might not, but the overwhelming majority, and certainly the thousands of New Yorkers whose life will be changed by this, who will have access to housing, to work, to education opportunities, those are the folks that we're talking about. My neighbors, my constituents, our constituents. I believe in redemption, and I believe that this bill gives us a bit of positive walking in that direction. I vote in the affirmative, Madam President. Thank you.
Senator Rivera to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Bailey to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I applaud my colleagues for their crash course in advanced goalpost moving theory. It seems as if when we talk about justice-related issues, that the goalposts continue to move down the field. That it no longer becomes a 100-yard football field, it becomes a 300-yard football field. It's conflated with bail and discovery in 50A, which actually opens records up, but never mind that. It's never good enough. It's never good enough. Well, that's how people that can't become employed, that's how they feel. It's never good enough. The countless number of New Yorkers who have been turned down for housing, turned down for jobs that cannot provide for their families, they never feel good enough. Advanced goalpost moving. Get a job. Go get a job. That's what they say. That's what they tell us to do. Go get a job. How? How? When you go from employer to employer, that takes a look at what you have done, the worst thing that you have done, and makes a value judgment. What are you to do? You're going to get a job. How? Are you going to take care of your family? This is economic justice, economic prosperity. You remember your first job, Madam President? Everybody in this chamber remembers their first job. You remember the pride that you walked home with when you got that first check? White Plains YMCA for me. Counselor in training. It was a stipend, $200-something. Never felt prouder in my life. I had an opportunity to earn that. I was lucky, you know. I had a good family. They kept me out of trouble. They made sure I stayed in the straight and narrow. I didn't make mistakes like that. But what if you made a mistake and you've paid your debt to society? You have been incarcerated. You have been released. You have waited a certain amount of time, and still it's not good enough for some. I'm glad Andre Stewart Cousins is the majority leader of the New York State Senate. I'm glad Zelnor Myrie has the courage of his convictions to look past the convictions of people. This is a deep print, Madam President. Hearings, conversations with DAs, law enforcement. Just because you don't like the answer to something doesn't mean that the question wasn't asked. Talk about unfunded mandates. What about people who are unfunded, unhoused, unable to provide for their families? What about them? I guess we don't worry about them. In the nation of second chances, I guess it depends on who you are and where you live. I'm grateful to my colleagues that support this important piece of legislation. But I'm grateful to the impacted individuals who have had to tell difficult stories that I personally don't relate to because I had it a little easy. Madam President, I'm appreciative of this time and in this season, and for that reason, I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Bailey to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Myrie to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. If I may, I'm just going to run through a couple of things. I want to correct the record. So the notion that this is giving free passes is something that I have a hard time accepting because, again, if you offend during the waiting period, the clock restarts. If you believe in your heart that people should be sentenced forever, that they should be punished forever, that they should be incarcerated forever, then you should introduce the bill and put it on the floor and let's talk about it. But that's not the system that we have. We have adjudication, conviction, sentencing, and then release. And for the parade of horribles on the offenses, I want to make clear that a lot of the things that strike people as egregious, murder, these are things that carry lifetime penalties with them. In many instances, lifetime, like being on parole. In this bill, if you are on parole, you are ineligible. You cannot benefit. So a lot of the very crimes that some of my colleagues are bringing up are not eligible for clean slate, period. Now, I say that, and I want to thank Senator Palumbo for the tone of our conversation. And I want New Yorkers to remember the tone of our conversation, because silly season will commence once the session is over. And there will be a lot of bluster, and there will be a lot of demagoguery that will not mirror the conversation that Senator Palumbo and I had. And there's a reason that we are able to converse on this issue, because as we all said, we believe in second chances. Who doesn't believe in second chances? The Business Council believes in second chances. Verizon believes in second chances. Microsoft believes in second chances. JP Morgan believes in second chances. Chambers of Commerce believe in second chances. That's not Zelnor. That is the private sector saying we support this because this is good for our economy. Kitchen table issues. There are people with convictions that can't feed their children because they can't get a job. Anytime I've showed up to trauma and crime in my community, and I talk to the guys on the block, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I talk to the guys on the block, and they say, Z, I don't want to do this. I don't want to be in this life. but I can't get a job. So yes, this is a public safety bill because it incentivizes good behavior. Many of my colleagues have mentioned, why don't we use 16059, the application process? 0.5% of people that are eligible for it have utilized it since 2017. Not 50%, 0.5%. The process is too onerous. It requires too much. And that is why we want to make it automatic. And we also included a provision for DCJS to promulgate and determine whether other entities that are required or authorized to fingerprint can have access to these records. If there are individuals that want to make their case, and I'm assuming for you guys that that's a lot of New Jerseyans, people who want to make their case will have the opportunity to do so to DCJS. And all the studies in jurisdictions where Clean Slate has passed indicate that the reoffense rate is lower than the general population. There's a reason for that. People have economic opportunity. And I'll end with this. We're not talking about some abstract population. These individuals live here now. They're out now. They're in our community now. Completely shut out. Having paid their dues, but we have said, nope, we want you punished in perpetuity. And then we feign outrage at crime. And we say, this is despicable. Why can't people get their act together? We've shut every single door. They're going to go through the door that they know. It's the only option we've left them. So if you really care about public safety, this is your bill. If you care about putting New Yorkers back to work, this is your bill. If you're a person of faith and you believe in redemption, this is your bill. Today we are standing up for all New Yorkers, not just those with conviction records, because they have families and they have communities that will all benefit once they are able to come back into our society. So I'm so grateful to our majority leader for showing courage. I'm grateful to all of my colleagues for their support. I'm, of course, grateful to all of the staff and the entire coalition that has supported this. And I proudly vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Myrie to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Krueger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I found this debate to be fascinating. And I think it's clear that in addition to the differences between the Democratic side of the aisle and the Republican side of the aisle when it comes to some of these bills, it's so clear from my colleagues' passion who have worked so hard on this bill, Senator Myrie, that it also comes from very different life experiences. Because the reality is in our state, in addition to the fact that we have such an incredibly high incarceration rate, breathtaking by most of the world's standards, that is also a racially separated discriminatory system. So, my district is not poor, and it is not mostly black and brown. Do people do bad things? Yes. Do they end up with good lawyers? Yes. Do they not go to jail that often? Not so often. But I'm a citizen of the city and the state and a representative in this legislature for, I believe, all 20 million New Yorkers. And I hear my colleagues, and I've read the materials and I've sat through some of the meetings, not nearly as many as the ones who were participating in the relevant committees and the relevant hearings. But at the core, it is exactly what my colleagues have stood up and said. This is not just about redemption, but that's real, but it's also about making sure we have a state where people can get jobs and take care of their families. Because if they don't, and the research bears this out for decades and decades, if you don't want recidivism in crime, you make sure that people who were criminals have jobs where they can get paid and take care of themselves and their families. And that's what this bill is at its core. And I know my time is short, but I will tell you one story of when I was running eviction prevention programs back in the 90s, and I was talking to a man sitting in front of me saying, I went to prison, I did my time. When I came back, my family took me back in. If I don't get the money to pay the rent, they all get evicted. I'm telling you now, lady, either help me figure out how to pay my rent, or I will get a gun and rob people, because I know how to do that. I hate that that's what I would do. I know that I would get caught and go back to jail, but I owe it to my family for them not to lose their homes, and I don't know what else to do. I'm desperate. I made sure he had the money to pay the rent. We can't necessarily do that for the tens of thousands of people who are living in our state trying to stay on the straight and narrow, trying to make a life for themselves and their families. And so we owe it, not just to them, but to ourselves as a society, to pass this bill, even if we have a few qualms about a few of the stories. But thank you, Senator Myrie, for clarifying all the different categories of people who this isn't going to apply to, who seem to be the people my colleagues are most worried about. Those aren't the people who are going to get the clean slate. Everybody else is, and those are the ones that we will have had an enormous impact on by passing this bill. I say yes. I say we should all vote for this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Krueger to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1631, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Addabbo, Akshar, Borrello, Boyle, Felder, Gallivan, Gorin, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Kaminsky, Lanza, Mannion, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 38, nays 25.
The bill is passed. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1646, Senate Print 6453C by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Senator O'Mara, why do you rise?
Yes, Madam President, I have some questions for the sponsor or whoever's going to represent the sponsor here on this bill today.
Senator Gianaris?
I will be representing the sponsor, Madam President. I gladly yield.
Senator yields.
Can you, Senator Gianaris, can you just generally outline what this bill is proposed to do?
Would authorize the Power Authority to build renewable electricity projects as necessary.
Madam President, if Senator will yield.
I do. Yes.
Yield.
This bill, Senator Gianaris, was amended to a C print on May 27th, just 4 days ago. Do you know what those amendments were and how it altered this bill?
In conversations with a number of the building trade unions, including the utility workers, there were labor protections built into the legislation to ensure that no workers are harmed in the transition to the renewable market.
To you, Madam President, the Senator will yield.
Yes.
Senator Gianaris, for about 15 years now, the state changed directions about 15 years ago in opening up a competitive marketplace for energy production in New York State. And that went through a quite long process with the Public Service Commission and a lot of debate over that. And it was, at that time, moved forward that basically energy production would be in a private competitive marketplace. And we've been pursuing that for these past 15 years. Why a departure from that to a state-owned utility at this point to allow them to produce power within that competitive marketplace?
Well, I have a couple of things I could say to that. I mean, first of all, there's a lot of things that we did 15 years ago that are no longer the best ideas today. So we're constantly here evaluating and adjusting state policy. But more directly, to answer your question, we're not doing anything to change the fact that there will be a competitive marketplace. In fact, the Power Authority currently produces electricity in this state, and in fact is producing the lion's share of the renewable electricity in this state currently. So we're just authorizing them to do more as necessary. We are not doing anything to change the approach that you referred to.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Yes.
Do you think that interjecting a state-owned utility into this process of generating electricity in a competitive marketplace, that this will give an unfair advantage to the New York Power Authority? And will it stifle competition of power producers within New York State?
No, I do not.
Through you, Madam President, if the Senator will yield.
I do.
Senator yields.
Senator Gianaris, do you believe that the New York Power Authority has competitive advantages over independent private power producers in New York State?
Well, in the sense that they are providing cheaper electricity and are more desirable, but that's to the benefit and would be to the benefit of the consumers in this state. I would hope that Senator O'Mara is not advocating limiting competition so that private producers of electricity would be able to charge more to the customers of this state.
Through you, Madam President, continue to yield.
Yes.
Yes, Senator, I certainly am not advocating less competition. I do believe that this creates unfair competition against the system that has been set up, that's been followed in New York with independent power production. The New York Power Authority does not pay property taxes on their facilities, correct?
Correct.
Through you, Madam President, the Senator will continue to yield.
Continue to yield.
Yes.
Senator yields.
Do the various independent private power generating companies in New York pay property taxes on their facilities?
Yes, they do. But if Senator O'Mara is going to sit here and outline all the reasons why private power producers charge more for their electricity, maybe he should take a relook at how we've been doing everything the last 15 years, because the Power Authority would provide cheaper electricity. Maybe it's because they don't have to pay property taxes, but whatever the reason is, customers get the benefit. And it seems to me you're arguing for the private power producers to make sure they continue to benefit.
Well, it seems to me, Senator Gianaris, that you're arguing for communism or socialism in this marketplace.
Yeah. When in fact you are doing the opposite of what you just said. You said you don't want to limit competition. In fact, the current law limits competition. NYPA is restricted from producing cheaper electricity than the private market is producing. You just want to give the private sector an exclusive right to produce. So if this always gets me. It gets me with Con Ed, it's a whole separate story, but it gets me when the great champions of capitalism start calling and throwing out names like you just did. But really what you're doing is trying to protect an exclusive right to compete. You're limiting competition, which is the opposite of what capitalism is supposed to be. Let NYPA do what it's doing. Let these guys produce what they're producing. Whoever produces the cheaper product, for whatever reason, is to the benefit of the ratepayers. Why wouldn't we want that?
You, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Yes.
In this bill, Senator, the first page, line 6, I believe, it says that, in summarizing it, that the authority, the Power Authority, is authorized and directed to purchase, acquire, construct renewable energy projects. What is intended by the language of purchasing or acquiring renewable energy facilities?
What do those words mean? Is that the question?
What is intended that the Power Authority would be purchasing or acquiring?
The equipment necessary to build a renewable power supply facility.
Through you, Madam President, if the Senator will yield.
Yes.
Is this language that I've referenced intended to have the Power Authority buy existing renewable power facilities?
It's an option. It could go. It doesn't specify whether they are purchasing existing ones or constructing their own.
Through you, Madam President, the Senator will yield.
Yes.
Now, Senator, this legislation also requires that all state entities purchase electricity from the Power Authority by 2030. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that local governments by 2035.
With exceptions, but yes.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will yield.
Yes.
The in 2020, in the budget, it was enacted an Accelerating Renewable Energy Growth and Community Benefit Act that allowed special treatment for the New York Power Authority on projects, and that their projects, if deemed a priority project, would be approved immediately for spreading those costs of the project along the ratepayers of the state.
I'm told what you're referring to relates to transmission projects, not supply, which is what we're dealing with here.
Does this legislation before us? Yes, through you, Madam President. Will the Senator yield?
Will you, Senator Gianaris, you continue to yield?
I do.
The Senator yield.
This legislation does not cover transmission projects.
Okay, only in regards to the fact that it restricts NYPA from constructing new transmission lines unless they are transmitting renewable energy. So it's consistent with our mandate under CLCPA to move our economy to a renewable economy.
Through you, Madam President, if the Senator will continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Yes.
The Senator yields.
So if it's a new transmission project for transmitting renewable power, the Power Authority will get priority and be able to immediately proceed with that project and spread those costs of the transmission project amongst the ratepayers.
Yeah, there's no special treatment. The NYPA, the process for the Power Authority, if it chooses to build such a transmission line, is the same that any private entity would have to undertake.
To you, Madam President, if the Senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
The Senator yields.
Now, the Public Service Commission recently went through a very lengthy, I think years, multi-year process for approving 2 transmission lines for the transmission of renewables in New York State, one being the Hudson Champlain line and the other being the Clean Path from central New York downstate. Now, under this legislation, if that was going to be a New York Power Authority project, their approval for spreading those costs to the ratepayers would have been immediate by the Public Service Commission.
That's false.
Okay, through you, Madam President, if the senator will yield.
Continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
Is there any distinction on how a NYPA transmission project would get approved for spreading the cost of the ratepayers than a private industry transmission line such as Clean Path or Champlain Hudson?
That was a long briefing to get me to say that you are wrong, Senator O'Mara.
Okay.
There is no real special treatment afforded to NYPA, different than a private power company would have.
Through you, Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
Continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
Why is it appropriate to have, or to allow through this legislation, the New York Power Authority to be able to purchase, buy an existing storage facility, renewable generating facility that exists? Why take that out of the competitive marketplace?
Because the climate is changing rapidly and in a disastrous fashion, and there's concern that we're not moving quickly enough to deal with that, and we want to add another option into the equation. And before you're going to tell me about how great all these contracts are that we've entered into by private companies to do so, they are moving incredibly slowly, and in fact only 3%, I believe, of them have been built so far. And in the meantime, we are seeing the catastrophic consequences on our climate and on our weather that many of you don't take seriously enough.
Do you, Madam President, if the senator will yield?
Yield?
I do.
Senator yield.
Senator, I and my colleagues on this side of the aisle take these issues very seriously. And we approach it from a rational perspective of our ability to meet these unrealistic goals and to do it in a reliable or affordable manner for New Yorkers without jacking up people's utility rates that are already out of sight. Do you believe that the New York Power Authority is situated and has the capacity to undertake the types of projects that are being proposed in this legislation?
I certainly do, and I'm glad you made the comment you just made, because it really gets to the root of what's actually happening here. You are trying to relitigate the CLCPA. We are trying to meet the goals of the CLCPA. So you just pointed out, which is what you believe, that they're unrealistic goals, which to me says I'm correct. You are not taking this problem seriously enough. It's why you voted against the CLCPA in 2019 when we passed it, along with all of your colleagues who were here at the time as well. I think maybe with the exception of two who aren't here anymore. And so, yeah, I stand here and I say we need this bill to comply with those aggressive requirements, and those aggressive requirements are necessary. But if you're coming from the point of view of saying the CLCPA was a bad idea, first of all, you're wrong. But second of all, that's the law of the state right now, and we have to do what we have to do to comply with it. And if the private sector is not moving fast enough, we're going to create an option where the Power Authority can help get us there. Now, to answer your specific question about whether they're equipped to do this, of course they're equipped to do this. Almost all the renewable energy that's being produced in New York State right now is being produced by the Power Authority. They're already doing it, and they're doing it 50% cheaper than other electricity that's being produced around the state, which ultimately means savings to the ratepayers. Now, if you want to sit there and protect profits for the private power producers, you can do that. I'm answering your question. Let me finish, Senator.
Senator O'Mara, let him finish the question, please.
Okay? If you want to do that, of course that's your right to do that. I want to sit here and A, protect the environment, B, protect ratepayers. And this is a way to do that.
Madam President, the senator will continue to yield.
You continue to yield?
Definitely.
The senator yields.
Senator Gianaris, Are you aware that it's been over 15 years since the Power Authority has built a power generating facility?
I do, because one of them is in my district, and this bill also requires that to be phased out, so I'm really glad that that's in this bill also.
Madam President, the sponsor will continue to yield.
I do.
Are you familiar, Senator Gianaris, with the Charge New York program that required the Power Authority to build out, starting in 2013, 3,000 electric vehicle charging stations across the state, and then updated to require 10,000 electric vehicle charging stations to be put in the field by 2018 across the state? And are you aware that as of April 4th of this year, in a Comptroller Napoli report, that the Power Authority had only put in place 277 of those such charging stations? Through you, Madam President. Senator will yield.
You continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
So of the 13,000 required electric vehicle charging stations required under laws passed by this legislature, I don't know what percentage 277 is, but it's a pretty small percentage of what they've actually achieved of what they were charged to do. Yet now we want to have them build new power plants and expect them to do it efficiently?
I'm confused, Senator Mayer, with whether you think this bill will destroy the private market or will accomplish nothing. Pick one, because on the one hand, you said they're going to take over the market and produce everything, driving the private sector out of the business, and now you're telling me they can't do even the stuff they've been asked to do. So, yes, they have not moved fast enough on what you're talking about, and I think that's a problem. It's why the bill also contains a change to the governing structure of the Power Authority so that they can get the kick in the rear that they need to get this stuff done.
Through you, Madam President, if the Senator will yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
The Senator yields.
This bill has been around since last year, never moved out of committee last year. How many public hearings have been held across the state in regards to this change in the energy production marketplace in New York State?
Yeah, I think, and forgive me because I'm not the chair of the committee or the sponsor of this bill directly, but I know that when the CLCPA was passed in 2019, there were numerous public discussions around it, and part of those discussions got into issues such as those that this bill is addressing.
Madam President, the Senator will yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
The Senator yields.
Was there any official public hearings held on this legislation?
I don't know.
If the Senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
You're not the sponsor of this bill. The chairman of the Energy Committee is, and he's not available to debate this bill today, yet we're still ramming it through. Are you on the Energy Committee, Senator Gianaris?
I am. I am an ex officio member of every Senate committee as the Deputy Majority Leader. Thank you for asking.
You got me there. You got me there. Madam President, will the Senator continue to yield?
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
As an ex officio member of the Energy Committee and every committee in the State Senate, are you empowered with a vote on the Energy Committee?
No.
Through you, Madam President, if the Senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
There were 7 Energy Committee meetings in the last 5 months in the Senate. This bill was not brought up in any one of those meetings, so it was not approved by the Energy Committee, yet here it is on the floor of the Senate. There's been no public hearings on this legislation that significantly alters the playing field for energy production in New York State, This bill has been amended 4 times, or 3 times since its initial introduction. No hearings, no Energy Committee meetings. Can you comment on the process for how we got here today and the lack of any public involvement, not even Senate committee involvement on this legislation?
Mayor, you yourself just said this bill has been around for over a year. There are requirements for how a bill comes to this floor for passage, and this bill has met every such requirement. In fact, we don't even have a message of necessity, which might accelerate it. So it's been aged to the appropriate amount of time, which the Constitution requires for the public to have full transparency about what we're doing here today. And you know this because you've been here a long time, and countless bills, when you were in the majority and when we're in the majority, have passed the exact same way.
Does that make it right?
It makes it compliant with all the requirements that we have before us.
Through you, Madam President, the senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
While this bill was introduced last year, it's gone through 3 iterations this year. It was amended on April 25th, May 20th, and then again on May 27th. None of those versions came through the Energy Committee. Is that right?
Yeah, I suppose that's right.
Through you, Madam President, if the senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
Do you know roughly how much in annual property taxes are paid by the energy industry on their transmission lines and their generating projects?
I would ask the senator if he's aware of how high the rates for electricity are in this state, which are correlated to the expenses, including taxes, that these entities pay.
Through you, Madam President, the senator will yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
Well, since you're so concerned about the ratepayers and the taxpayers in New York State, there's about $1.5 billion in property taxes paid annually to local governments. As the Power Authority acquires or purchases existing facilities, what will happen to that local property tax? And is the state, in this legislation, going to make up for that loss?
I often hear Senator Romero and his colleagues bemoan the high property taxes in this state, ostensibly because of their concern for the taxpayers in the state. 1/3 of electricity bills in this state are taxes. So when a private company is paying property taxes, it's not the power company that's paying the property taxes. It is the ratepayer that is paying those property taxes. So if you want them to pay less in property taxes, you should support this bill.
Through you, Madam President, if the senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Yields.
Of that 1/3 of the utility bill that is currently taxes and other things on the bill, how much of that is just money being taken from the ratepayer to fund a variety of programs that the state has deemed important enough to make ratepayers pay for it rather than the state itself?
Are you asking how much beyond the 1/3 that's taxes is going for those things?
Or are those things included in that tax number that you mentioned?
Those additional charges are not in the 1/3 I was referring to.
Through you, Madam President, the senator will continue to yield.
Continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
So these additional charges on everybody's utility bill that go for a variety of things: energy efficiency, renewable portfolio standard, systems benefit charge, 18A, that roughly equate to another 20, roughly close to 20, between 15 and 20% of a ratepayer's utility bill.
Question or statement?
Do you agree with that?
Do I agree with that? I think I don't know if the number is that high. There are some additional charges for things that I believe ultimately are intended to reduce rates over time. But this bill has nothing to do with any of that. What we're talking about here, and you brought us into this subject, by talking about the taxes that are paid by the private power producers that the Power Authority would not have to pay. And I'm saying to you that a huge portion of ratepayers' bills is directly related to those taxes. And so I would think you would want to support an entity that doesn't have to pay those taxes and therefore doesn't have to pass that along to the ratepayer so they can save money. More interested in protecting the private power industry than the ratepayer.
The Senator will continue to yield.
Do you continue to yield?
I do.
Senator yields.
I have no interest in protecting the profits of the big bad energy companies that you talk about. Yet, this legislation is going to completely change the playing field of the competitiveness of the independent power generating market in New York State. I guess just on the bill, Madam President.
Senator O'Mara on the bill.
This is not about This is not about lowering rates for ratepayers, as the Senator likes to point out. There are so many taxes and fees on utility bills. If they really wanted lower rates, this legislature would be doing something about that, but it does not. For 15 years, this state has had a competitive marketplace, an open marketplace for power producers, for transmission providers, with everything being approved by the Public Service Commission through long, drawn-out processes, as we just saw with the two most recent transmission lines of Clean Path and Champlain Hudson, all of which end up foisting big charges upon ratepayers' bills. This legislation is going to take away competitiveness in this marketplace, which I believe, in an open market, a free market economy, competitiveness is a good thing, competing against each other, businesses. Yeah, we're going to interject a state-owned utility into this marketplace to produce power with a significant unfair advantage. No property taxes. That's great. Let's eliminate property taxes on all of the power producers in this state. And then the ratepayers will have a big savings of their, on their bills that the Senator claims to be so concerned about. If we were so concerned about the ratepayers, why does this legislation in its latest version 4 days ago put in language to appease labor unions to require prevailing wages to be paid, which will drive up the cost of these projects even further? You know, affordable housing projects in this state are exempted from prevailing wage requirements because it impacts the affordability of those projects by driving up costs. And that's being interjected in this legislation, which will further exacerbate rates for ratepayers. This is putting a state-owned utility with a completely unfair advantage in a marketplace that has been open for 15 years under significant decisions that were made in this state through the Public Service Commission 15 or so years ago. And that was, I remember it, it was a long several years long process to go through it. There were hearings, there were debates, it's all over the place. Yet, now, we're going to completely upend that with this legislation, give an unfair advantage to a state-owned and operated facility that has shown its unwillingness to comply with even the simplest demands of Charge New York, and supposedly over the past 9 years, was supposed to have produced 13,000 electric vehicle charging stations. They've created 277 of those, according to Comptroller DiNapoli's report of February of this year. I would submit that the Power Authority is neither equipped to take on this type of marketplace activity, they're not competent to take it on, and it's going to result in a disarray of our marketplace at a time when we need to be encouraging clean energy development. You know, the senator would like to believe, everyone to believe, that we don't care about the climate. We care about the climate, and we are realistic about the climate and what we can do about it and what goals can be met. The CLCPA and the Climate Action Council has taken absolutely no cost-benefit analysis of any of these projects on what the impacts are going to be to ratepayers by doing these things. There's little to no consideration being given to reliability of the electrical grid to provide the electricity that our citizens of New York need. The direction of this state and the Don Quixote-style goals that we have are going to lead us into a situation of more expensive energy, less reliable energy, and we're not going to meet the goals anyways. And even if we do, what is the benefit of it to New Yorkers? And contrary to what the senator alleges is my and my colleagues' concerns, we are concerned about these issues, and we are interested in moving forward on our clean energy in New York State and improving our environment in a rational, comprehensive, and realistic approach that will help us meet those needs. We are in the process, through the Climate Action Council, we're going to flip our peak energy demand for electricity from an August date for running air conditioning to a February date heating everything. And without reliability of this system, which is being ignored completely by the process, we will have brownouts and power shortages in the middle of winter when people need heat the most. Then you'll come back and complain when your housing projects don't have heat in the winter. Your constituents aren't going to be happy with that, I can guarantee you. You can go without air conditioning for a little while in the summer, and that's not great either. It's not as bad as going out without heat in the middle of winter, without other electric and lighting in the middle of winter. This legislation that totally changes the marketplace for energy generation in New York State interjects communism into this marketplace in New York State. I'm sure that's all well and good with your Democrat Socialists of America constituencies that you're representing here. But it's not going to be good for the ratepayers of New York State. When the rates go up, the lights go out, and the heat goes off. We are doing this with absolutely no public input whatsoever. We have no position or input from the New York Power Authority as to whether they even are interested in doing this, whether they have the capacity to do it or not. I can tell you from their track record, they do not. And we're putting at risk the entire energy generating system in New York State on this. So it is just not well thought out. It's going to raise costs. It's unfair competition in an open, competitive marketplace at this point. And it's a process that has not had a public hearing. It's a process where this legislation was not even considered by the Energy Committee of the New York State Senate this year, despite having had 7 meetings in the last 5 months. Yet this bill miraculously appears on the floor today, the second to last day of session, as so many bills do. I'll agree with Senator Gianaris on that. It's wrong. It's not a due process. It's not an open process. It's not a public process, which is the way governing through a state legislature should be. But we don't do it that way around here. We're just going to ram it through last minute, and it's going to get done because it's on the floor, so it's going to pass. The consequences will be real. Thank you, Madam President.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 8 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart-Cousins, White.
Senator Brisboard to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, this week many of my former students are graduating from middle school. I find myself thinking a lot about the amazing human beings they're becoming and the extraordinary things I know they're capable of. But then I am forced to wonder, how much climate devastation will they face before they even get a chance to graduate high school, before they even graduate college? How much of New York will be left standing for them? How much will their health suffer? How long will they survive the absolute climate catastrophe that we are headed for? So I want to remind everyone that their futures are being robbed from them, not by accident, not by unavoidable circumstances, but as the known, inherent outcome of capitalism. We have created an economic system in which our energy comes from private corporations, which are legally obligated to prioritize their own profits over the future and survival of New York. This is capitalism functioning exactly as it was designed to. We cannot change this outcome without undoing the system that is creating it, and we must do so rapidly. This bill is a wonderful step in the right direction. It is a reminder that we in this room are responsible for the devastation our capitalist energy sector is causing, so long as we allow it to continue. And that we in this room are also responsible for ensuring that every one of our constituents has access to the basic energy needed for a healthy, stable life. But most importantly, this bill is a reminder that we in this room can choose to protect the future of New York and all of its children, that we can build a new system that puts energy production and distribution democratically in the hands of the people so that their lives can be prioritized over corporate profits. Let us honor that, not only by passing this bill today, but by committing to passing public power with the urgency that the climate crisis demands. For the sake of every New Yorker, and most especially for New York's children, I proudly vote aye on this bill.
Senator Brisboard to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Colleagues, I rise to support the S6453C, Build Public Renewable Act, and I came in as a result of hearing the discussion between my colleagues, both Senator Gianaris and Senator Mara. This is an important issue, and I remember when Governor Cuomo signed into law at Fordham Law School, the CLCPA, and there were activists outside saying, no, 2050 is too late, and they were advocating for 2030. And you know one thing? And I supported them in that. And that's why I stood with people yesterday in order to move forward and moving this bill forward. The New York State Build Public Renewables Act enables the New York Power Authority to own and build new renewable energy generation, storage, and transmission, and to provide renewable energy to all state-owned property by 2030 and municipal property by 2035. That's a goal that we must achieve. It lays the groundwork for 100% renewable, democratically controlled, as my colleague indicated, not communists, but, Democrats. And I'm sorry I didn't, and it lays the groundwork for 100% renewable, democratically controlled, publicly owned energy system New York needs in order to meet the goals of the landmark Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act and lead the nation on climate. The New York Power Authority is the largest publicly owned utility in the country and has proven itself by providing the most affordable energy in New York State. This bill will put the massive and important prospect of converting our electrical grid to renewable energy and delivering on the climate and equity goals of the CLCPA in capable hands. Madam President, I have faith in the fact that activists have been fighting for this for a long time, and I don't want to leave it in the hands of all private ownership where, as my colleague indicated, their primary goal and objective is to deal with their shareholders. I vote aye, Madam President.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Lanza to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. To explain my vote, for all those who hate the energy sector, it's still a free country. You're free to go home and turn off your lights, get rid of your refrigerator, never get in a car, don't board a plane, don't turn on the heat, don't use an air conditioner. I mean, you could do that. And you should do that, if that's what you believe. Now, energy, air pollution, water pollution, this is serious stuff. And what this bill proves to me is that New York State has no plan. The governor wants to throw bills out there and goals out there and virtue signal and act like she's doing something about the environment. But the bottom line is that a serious issue like this deserves more than a piecemeal approach. And that's what this is. The fact of the matter is, New York State does not have an energy plan. All the experts are saying that as early as this summer, there are going to be rolling power outages. It's not fun when it's 90 degrees and you can't turn the air conditioner on. It's not fun, as Senator O'Mara said, when it's 15 degrees and you can't turn the heat on. And that's what's coming our way. Because folks like Governor Hochul like to say that she's doing something about transitioning from fossil fuel to other sources of fuel, but there's really no plan. And the grid is not going to be able to handle it right now. And I say to you, Madam President, to my colleagues here, if you want to guarantee that we will not meet the clean energy goals that we as citizens of New York require, if you want to ensure that we never get there, put the government in charge. And that's what this bill does. Madam President, I vote no.
Senator Lanza to be recorded in the negative. Senator Salazar to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. The passage of the Build Public Renewables Act today is a momentous achievement for our state. We are taking a bold step that is absolutely necessary to confront and mitigate the climate crisis. We cannot continue to leave our response to the climate crisis in the hands of profit-seeking private corporations. Because of this bill, the New York Power Authority will be able to scale up renewable energy generation much faster and more efficiently to help fulfill the commitments of the CLCPA. This bill also will tremendously benefit New Yorkers and our state economy by creating tens of thousands of high-quality green jobs. In environmental justice communities across the state, residents are especially vulnerable to the devastating impacts of climate change. We see those impacts in my Brooklyn district, where the industrial history of Greenpoint and Williamsburg is bound to Brooklyn's environmental challenges today, including a toxic Superfund site and some of the highest asthma rates in the state. The BPRA marks a victory for working people and a turning point in the fight for climate justice. We are acting to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and building a publicly accountable infrastructure that will protect our environment and the lives of New Yorkers for generations. I vote aye.
Senator Salazar to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Borrello to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I've listened to a lot of consternation on how rapidly the climate is changing. Are we going to have any New York left in a few years? And the desire, the need, the crisis that we have to convert to green energy. But I have some unfortunate news for you all. New York State's actually going backwards because you see, we've shut down natural gas power plants, we shut down clean coal, we shut down nuclear, and what have we done? We've spent about $500 million to run transmission lines to some of the dirtiest coal plants in the United States, like Homer City, Pennsylvania. Homer City, Pennsylvania, an old-fashioned 1950s coal plant, is belching more and more greenhouse gases, more and more pollution into the air to supply New York City with more electricity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a plan for you because this is a crisis. Shut down those transmission lines tomorrow. Call the governor, shut them all down. Turn off the lights in Times Square, turn off your air conditioners, don't plug in your electric car because this is a crisis. This is a shell game. New York State is not doing anything about this. The 0.4% in greenhouse gas emissions that we have, that we account for in the world, because this is global climate change. So how is producing dirty energy in Pennsylvania to supply New York with power doing anything about global climate change? It's not. Okay, I can tell my wife I'm on a diet and eat salads in front of her, but if I got a drawer full of candy bars in my office, it isn't gonna work. And that's basically the energy policy here in New York State. So shut down those transmission lines, and let's see what happens. I vote no. Thank you.
Senator Borrello to be recorded in the negative. Senator Krueger to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have fascinating debates on the floor, but I have to say, this was one of the more amusing ones, which is amazing to me because there is nothing amusing about this issue. Yes, we have a real climate crisis. Hello. Yes, we are behind where we should be. All agreed. Yes, we need to do more things about it. That's all this bill does. It says our power authority, which does some things well and some things not so well, as it turns out, would be given the right to build new plants and expand our green energy. It's not making them do it. It's not saying that state PSC doesn't still have authority over what happens. It does, as my colleague, Senator Gianaris, did an excellent job of pointing out, increase the possibility for competition, and the possibility for competition does tend to motivate decreased costs and motivate others in the industry to hurry up and get it right, because otherwise somebody else might come along and do it. And it's not communist. There are places all over the country that have public energy companies. So that is just absurd. And for the record, the communist problem in this debate is that until we get it right in this country, we are dependent on gas and oil from communist countries like Russia, who we're now almost in World War III over because of our dependence on the products that they have that we don't want to use anymore and that we shouldn't be using for smart foreign policy and to save the planet. And I also have to say, I'm so tired of the meetings I've gone to or been brought to where people say, we didn't figure it out yet. We don't have a solid plan. We shouldn't do anything now until we do. Well, guess what, people? That's what we didn't do for the last 50 years. That's why we're in this nightmare situation. So individual proposals that help move us towards the goalpost, great, bring them on. The more the merrier. The ones that make sense will happen. The ones that don't make sense, even if we pass them in both houses, won't really happen. But we need to be expanding our vision, we need to be shrinking our timeline, and we need to be saying, anybody out there who's got a good idea for us, we're going to explore that here in New York, and we're not really sweating whether it's a private company or a public one if they're going to get done what we need done. I absolutely vote yes, and I appreciate the humor that was offered to me this afternoon. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Krueger to be recorded in the affirmative. Senator Gianaris to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. At their best, debates in this chamber pull the curtain back and really let the public know where people stand and why they stand there. And I think the one we just had is very revelatory. In the course of the last half hour, however long we've been talking about this bill, we have heard the Republican side of the aisle stand up for higher property taxes. They want the private industry, which pays these taxes, which get passed on to the ratepayers, to continue paying those higher taxes. Lower wages for workers, because we heard them talk out against protections for workers and prevailing wage requirements as part of these jobs. More expensive energy bills, because the Power Authority produces energy about 50% cheaper than the private industry is currently producing them. And in the name of what? Defending whom? We heard Senator Romero talk about an unfair advantage. He kept saying that. This is an unfair advantage. It's an unfair advantage. An unfair advantage against whom? Not the ratepayers who would benefit from this, not the workers who would benefit from this. Against the private power producers who might have to face some competition from a public entity. If you want to talk about competition, competition's capped right now. We have an artificial barrier. The Power Authority is not allowed to produce more than a very limited number of renewable energy projects. So I heard the protestations that my colleagues do in fact care about the climate. But all that's been made clear to me is that they care about the climate for private companies to make more and more profits on the backs of the ratepayers of the state. And if in fact, because the other thing they love to do is fearmonger blackouts. I've been hearing that for the 20 years I've been in the state legislature. For those of you who are old enough to remember, the fear of California-style blackouts were going to hit New York 20 years ago, which, by the way, is why the Power Authority built the peaker plants that we were promised would close 3 years later, and they're still there 22 years after the fact. In fact, this bill would require those to close, finally. But let's take them at their word. Let's assume they're really concerned about that. Why then would you just not want to allow another option for more power to be produced? That's all this bill does. Doesn't shut anybody down from doing their business. Doesn't require the Power Authority to do anything. Frankly, it gives them the option, if we are falling short on our goals, to step in and produce more electricity. To stop that would hinder our efforts to both prevent blackouts and improve the environment. So listening to this debate, I can't for the life of me figure out anyone that benefits from your arguments other than the private power industry. Not the climate, not the public, not the workers of this state, who would all benefit from this bill being passed. And so I'm proud to stand and speak in favor of this bill. I thank Senator Parker for introducing it, because this is moving us in the right direction. It's moving us towards a cleaner environment a safer future, and one that we're woefully behind in addressing. So thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all my colleagues, and I proudly vote yes.
Senator Gianaris to be recorded in the affirmative, announce the result.
In relation to calendar 1646, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Boyle, Brooks, Gallivan, Gorin, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Kaminsky, Lanza, Mannion, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 39, ayes 24.
The bill is passed.
Also Senator Savino. Ayes 38, ayes 25.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1683, Senate Print 8837 by Senator Savino, enactment of the Public Health Law and the Social Services Law.
Senator Borrello, why do you rise?
Would the sponsor yield for some unentertaining questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes, Madam President.
The sponsor
Are
yields.
unentertaining.
I'll try my best. Through you, Madam President, Senator Savino, I understand that this bill essentially would require insurance companies that participate in programs like Child Health Plus, Medicaid, and the Pharmaceutical Insurance Coverage EPIC program to require to supply medical marijuana to their what's the word I'm looking for? To their people. So with that said, can you just explain to me why this bill is needed?
Through you, Madam President. So as you know, Senator Borrello, in 2014, the state of New York became the 23rd state in the nation to adopt a medical cannabis program. And we have created a tightly regulated model here in New York State. In fact, it was the most tightly regulated in the country. And over those 7 years, we've watched the program grow to the point where we now have 122,161 patients who are enrolled in the program as of May 1st of 2022. Those patients are able to purchase medical cannabis at a dispensary that's licensed by the state of New York, but because of the restrictions that are placed on them, it's not considered a prescription, which is a federal term as opposed to medication. They are required to pay cash. They cannot use a credit card. They're not allowed to. It's not covered by insurance. It's an incredibly expensive program, largely because we designed the program. We set the price for the product. We tax the product. And for many patients, it's become a barrier. And so since that time, there are now 39 states that have adopted medical cannabis. And we feel that it is long past time for the state of New York to lead the way, requiring minimally our essential plans in our Medicaid program to cover cannabis as a prescription drug reimbursable by Medicaid or essential plans.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield? Yes, sponsor yields.
Thank you for that explanation. So you brought up some important points that this is federally disallowed. So we're trying to require local insurers to provide this, but obviously they can't. They're restricted federally. So I'm assuming the state's going to pick up the tab. How is that going to work? How is this going to be funded?
Madam President. So up until now, the federal government has taken somewhat of a hands-off approach on cannabis. They have not pursued any action against any state that has adopted a law within the four corners of their state. So we believe that we'll be able to do this, requiring Medicaid programs and or essential plan programs that are operating through a commercial carrier to cover the cost of medical cannabis. In fact, in 2021, the state's workers' compensation program recognized medical cannabis as an allowable medication and started reimbursing patients and carriers for the cost of providing medical cannabis. So we believe that we'll be able to do that, and again, within the four corners of our state. The federal government has not pursued action against New York State since the adoption of medical cannabis, nor any other of the 38 other states that have adopted a program.
Madam President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Will the sponsor yield? Yes, sponsor yields.
So I appreciate that. Essentially, you're saying the FDA is not enforcing, or the federal government's not enforcing any of their own rules at this point. But that being said, this is still a drug that's not approved by the FDA. So is there a precedent for that, basically, that for us to mandate the supply of a not federally approved drug?
Through you, Madam President, no.
Madam President, will sponsor continue to yield?
Sponsor yield.
Yes.
Sponsor yield.
All right, so there's no precedent for that. So what are the risks then? And this is something that's never been done before then.
Through you, Madam President, well, could you define the risk that you're concerned about?
Through you, Madam President? Are you asking me to yield now?
Yeah. Yes, I'm asking you to yield.
Okay. I think what the concern is that if you've, in other situations where I believe other states have tried to mandate coverage for something that is not a federally FDA-approved drug. I mean, there are experimental drugs out there. There are things like that. It's my understanding that the courts have weighed in and said that you can't do that. So we're going to take essentially something that's not approved. We're going to mandate it for those insurance carriers that are operating in New York State and supplying these state-funded programs like Medicaid, and we're going to have to foot the bill as taxpayers essentially to do that, because so isn't there a risk in that? Isn't there a risk involved in that?
Thank you, Madam President. So right now, our medical cannabis patients, as I said, there are 122,161 patients as of the beginning of this month. They have a choice. They can continue to participate in a legally adopted program that New York State regulates, but we require them to pay cash for a medication that we have determined has value to them, their doctors have recommended to them. Incidentally, we force them to pay sales tax on that. We don't do that for any other medication, not even over-the-counter medication. Or, if they can't afford it, they can go back to the medications that are offered to them to deal with those same conditions that are FDA approved and covered by every commercial carrier in the state of New York. Things like OxyContin, things like benzodiazepams. I could, run the gamut of them. And they cost all of those carriers billions of dollars in this state as we speak. So we believe that it is time for New York State to lead the way on this issue. Some state is going to have to force this issue. I believe New York State is the one that should lead the way on this.
Madam President, will sponsor continue to yield?
The sponsor
Yes.
yield. The sponsor yields.
Thank you. Through you, Madam President. So I can understand what you're saying here, but my concern is, New York is a very litigious state, and we're talking about the state government mandating insurance companies and paying them to supply marijuana to a patient. Now, the American Heart Association just recently came out and said that there are heart risks and to smoking marijuana. What would happen if, in this situation, the state has essentially taken a substance that's still legal federally, and we've paid someone on Medicaid, or we paid for someone on Medicaid or any of the other programs to ingest this by smoking it, and they get sick, they get cancer, they get heart disease, and aren't we kind of creating a situation where we're opening up the state to liability potentially?
Through you, Madam President. So, Senator Borrello, we're not expanding anything under the existing medical cannabis program except for who could potentially be responsible for paying for the cost of it. So since 2014, anywhere from 1 to 122,000 patients have enrolled in this program. They have been able to access medical cannabis at a licensed retail dispensary that is licensed by the state of New York. The product that is provided to them that is in a licensed dispensary that is licensed by the state of New York is tested. It is determined to be safe for human consumption. Not a single patient has been found to have developed a single illness as a result of utilizing that medical marijuana, so I don't see where covering the cost of it would add any additional risk to that patient.
President, will sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
I can understand and appreciate that response. In fact, in Western New York, we have the largest medical marijuana practice in the nation, actually. And I've spoken with the doctor who heads that up, and he's explained a lot of good things to me that were really very enlightening, honestly. But my question, though, is right now, those folks can choose, because they're paying out of their own pocket. Do they want to buy it? Do they want to ingest it as an edible? Do they want to smoke it? But we're not supplying the money for them to do it. Now, if we so do that, if we so choose to do that, and they choose to, medicate themselves by smoking it, my question is aren't we kind of putting ourselves in a liability situation where now we've paid for them to essentially do something that could be harmful to their health also by smoking it? And I think that's my concern about the state's liability now that we're actually paying for it and enabling it. Because, we got a lot of good lawyers around here.
So through you, Madam President, no, I don't believe the state would be incurring any additional liability any more than we incur the liability of an individual becomes addicted to OxyContin that's legally prescribed to them and dispensed by a pharmacy that's legally licensed in the state of New York. There are millions of New Yorkers who have become addicted to legal, regulated drugs, and they don't then turn around and sue the state of New York because their drugs were paid for by their Medicaid program or a commercial insurance carrier that's licensed by the state of New York.
Will the sponsor continue to yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Whenever the government gets involved in paying for something, it tends to raise the price. In fact, I think we can point to that, what you get charged to someone to administer an aspirin to you when you're in the hospital, over-the-counter aspirin. Is there any concern for the government now essentially subsidizing this at I'm going to imagine a pretty high level, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, possibly, about that affecting the overall cost of this for people?
Madam President, there's nothing in the bill that would increase the cost of medical cannabis. In fact, the price of medical cannabis is dictated by the Office of Cannabis Management. Under the original bill, it was dictated by the Department of Health. As you know, when the MRTA was passed last year, the original program was subsumed into the Office of Cannabis Management. They set the price of medical cannabis. They will determine that will not change. Nothing in this bill changes the price of medical cannabis. All we're asking is that Medicaid and/or essential plans that are administered in the state of New York by commercial carriers are able to cover the cost of the prescription, and private commercial carriers, if they so choose, could cover this. We're not requiring them to do it. If they don't want to, they don't have to. Only Medicaid carriers and essential plan carriers.
Madam President, on the bill.
Senator Barillo on the bill.
Senator Savino, thank you very much. Sorry I kept you here so late. I have concerns with this on a number of levels, but I can tell you this. When the first states on the West Coast started medical marijuana programs, I remember I was actually in California, and I saw a giant billboard that says, "Call Dr. Feelgood, and he'll make sure you get a prescription for medical marijuana." Literally, Dr. Feelgood was the guy's name. And my concern is this. I think that there are folks that will abuse this. I think there are folks that have no medical need for medical marijuana, no true medical need, but they will find a doctor because they are on Medicaid that will write them a prescription, quote unquote, because they'll now be able to get it for free. So I think that's just not good because it's going to increase fraud. Let's keep in mind that our Medicaid program is already riddled with fraud. I've talked about it again and again. The $300 or $400 taxi rides for non-emergency medical transportation. All the other things that we've seen that our Medicaid program has made our Medicaid program the largest and most inefficient in the nation. So this is just one more step in that direction, unfortunately. So I understand that people do see the benefits of medical marijuana. Like I said, one of the largest, actually in the nation is in Western New York. And people do seem to have true benefits from having medical marijuana. In fact, the biggest concern for the doctor who heads up the largest medical marijuana practice in the nation is that people are going to start self-medicating with recreational marijuana and not actually get the benefits and also not get a pure product as well. So there's a lot of concerns out there about how this program may be impacted by the changes that we're making. But most importantly, I just don't feel it's right that we could take a situation which really isn't regulated, where people could actually, on Medicaid, get access to free medical marijuana, courtesy of the taxpayers, and there's likely not going to be a lot of stops or controls to ensure that those who aren't truly in a medical necessity for medical marijuana will be prohibited from getting it. So for that reason, I cautiously vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Krueger on the bill.
Would the sponsor yield for a question or two?
Will the sponsor yield?
Sure.
The
Thank
sponsor
you.
yields.
I know we're all so busy, but I was just double checking. Is the sponsor aware that the FDA has approved several medical marijuana products already and has quite a few others under going clinical trials, but they've already been approved in Canada and the United Kingdom?
Yes.
Thank you. That's just one more follow-up question, if you don't mind, Madam
Does the
President.
sponsor yield?
Yes, Madam President.
Sponsor yields.
And is the sponsor aware that the NIH has also done several studies concluding that in states with access to medical marijuana, there are lower rates of opioid addiction and opioid overdose deaths?
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsor for her answers. I frankly think this bill is so many years overdue. We have seen thousands of research studies showing that cannabis overall is safe. And happily, now that so many states have been legalizing both medical and recreational, we now finally have a federal government who's willing to do the research we've been begging them to do for years, which is find out for us, do these things work? And the answer apparently from other nations that we respect, and now finally from our own FDA and National Institute of Health, is yes, our research is showing these also work. And my colleague was concerned about the safety, I get it, and the purity, I get it. They stand a much better chance of getting exactly the product they asked for and needed through a medical marijuana dispensary than rather than just going out and buying marijuana through recreational, because we have standards and rules about the marijuana products, the cannabis products, sold through our medical program. They will have to be approved and regulated for safety, because that's the deal already in our medical marijuana program. This is just about making sure that patients who need these products and have been told by their doctors, these can be helpful, these are far less dangerous than other drugs I could be prescribing to you. We're just trying to make them affordable for people. And I don't think there's anyone in this room that doesn't really understand the importance of making drugs that work and are valuable accessible to people and not limit them because they're not the ones with that much money. So I proudly vote yes, and I want to thank the sponsor for her hard work in bringing this to the floor.
Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Senator Savino on the bill.
I would like to thank Senator Krueger. She did take some of my talking points. And I'd also like to thank Senator Borrello for the lively debate. He did bring up some, I think, important questions about this. As I said, 7 years after, it's almost 8 years, 7 years after the creation of our medical cannabis program, we are still growing, no pun intended. It's been a struggle, and it's largely because the federal government continues to suffer from what I call the worst case of cognitive dissonance I've ever seen. You have now 39 states that have medical cannabis programs, 11 or 12 states and counting that have moved on to adopt adult use, and yet the federal government refuses to move forward on either the legalization of medical cannabis or recognizing that we're creating a 50-state solution to this problem, which is absurd. It's a problem for doctors, it's a problem for patients, it's a problem for legislators across the country. But what we're trying to do here in New York State is address an issue that really just affects patients. We created a program because we recognized that patients in New York State who were suffering from chronic and debilitating conditions could benefit from something that had been determined to be helpful to patients in other parts of the country and in other parts of the world. We then set up barriers to those very same patients, financial barriers and geographic barriers. And we then spent the next 7 years trying to overcome those barriers, adding back conditions that were originally taken out from the first bill, expanding the size of the program, expanding who could participate in the program, expanding the type of providers who could engage in the program. But the one thing that got in the way over and over and over for patients was the cost, which is extraordinarily high compared to the black market. And when it becomes easier for patients to go out into the street to buy it on the black market than it is to walk into a legal dispensary, we need to do something. Because when they walk into a legal dispensary in New York, they can do so with confidence that they know the product has been tested, there's no pesticides in it, it's safer for their use. But we created such high barriers for them with the cost. Not only is the cost too high, but then we added insult to injury, and we require them to pay sales tax. We don't pay sales tax in New York State on any medication. Not Advil, not Tylenol, not codeine over the counter, nothing. But we do on medical cannabis. It's unfair for patients. So I said this before, we have 122,161 patients right now. You know how many of them drop out on a regular basis? Because they cannot continue to participate. This bill will help those patients because they either have one of two choices. They can find a way to buy it on the street when they can't buy it legally, or they can go back to the things that they know will ruin their lives. OxyContin, benzodiazepam, Vicodin, Percocet, all of those dangerous, highly addictive drugs that the FDA has approved over and over. So will the federal government say what we're doing here is right? I don't know. But it wouldn't be the first time we challenge the federal government. And maybe this time they'll listen. I vote in the affirmative, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, the debate is closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1683, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Jordan, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Serino, and Steck. Also, Senator Tedisco. Ayes 53, nays 10.
The bill is passed. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1748, Senate Print 4104A by Senator Breslin, an act to amend the general business law.
Senator Palumbo, why do you rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Would the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Will the sponsor yield?
Thank you. Through you, Madam President, it depends on how interesting the questions are.
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Senator Thomas, they're always interesting from this guy, right? Good afternoon, good evening. Good to see you. I just have a few questions. I know there were some changes made to this because there were originally concerns. I was a negative last year because it did not exclude farm equipment and so forth. So I see this as an A print. Could you please just explain to our colleagues the changes that were made between the old print and what this bill that's currently before us, please?
The intent of the bill here is to address the unfair anti-competitive restrictions imposed by powerful manufacturers on third-party repairs. So from the last time, we have included farm equipment, what else? And emergency service equipment as well.
Sponsor, continue to yield, please.
Equipment, sorry.
Thank you.
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you, Senator. And those were certainly moves in the right direction because those were some significant concerns. But I've been contacted by some of the stakeholders in the industry who had a few additional concerns with the current bill. So initially, with regard to requiring parts and other equipment to be provided to third parties, strangers, so to speak, I know there are some protections regarding trade secrets, but do you know, do either yourself or the sponsor have any concerns that now that all of these parts to repair the equipment and devices would ultimately be, or would ultimately create a black market for it, so to speak, where there would be foreign companies and other people that would then use those trade secrets to the extent, at least, that the manner in which they're constructed would create a black market for such an item?
You, Madam President, I don't think any legislative body can prevent illegal acts from happening here. but there's something called the patent office and copyright infringement. So if parts that are sent to either the independent repair shops or a customer is then used for illegal acts, they could be sued on. So that should take care of a situation that you just described.
Would Senator Thomas yield for another question, please, Madam President?
Senator, do you yield?
Yes.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. And I get that, that they certainly would have some sort of an action against them, but it may open a can of worms. And specifically regarding information, for example, to reset the device. And I look at, this is really page 4 of the bill, requirements. That's really the meat. The bulk of it is definitions. So maybe I'll just direct you to that part so we can talk a little bit about those 2 paragraphs in Section 2 requirement. It's basically lines 8 through 25, but I'll start with Section B. For equipment that contains an electronic security lock or other security-related function, the original equipment manufacturer shall make available to any owner and independent repair provider on fair and reasonable terms any special documentation, tools, and parts needed to access and reset the lock or function when disabled in the course of a diagnosis, maintenance, or repair of such equipment. So the concern from the industry was that they're going to now provide them the opportunity to bypass a lock. That might also provide devices and tools to ultimately access personal data, for example, if it's a phone. And you can otherwise override an otherwise locked device. So instead of going to the manufacturer now, you're going to have a third party who will have that ability. Do you know if there are any concerns in that regard?
Madam President, that concern is valid, but this function was there even before this bill was introduced. So I don't see how this concern will lead to more, private information being stolen or phones being hacked into.
Please.
The sponsor yield. The sponsor
Thank
yields.
you. Thank you. And through you, Madam President, and I appreciate that, Senator Thomas, and I appreciate you acknowledging that, because I think that maybe just for purposes of legislative intent, in case this becomes law, that we could indicate on the record that possibly the fair and reasonable language that is used in Section A. So that, where did I just see it? I lost it. Let me read through it one more time. That the requirement for digital electronic sold or used in the state, at line 12, on behalf of or sold by such original equipment manufacturer on fair and reasonable terms, any documentation, parts, and tools are required for such diagnosis. So they can do so under fair and reasonable terms. So just for clarification, can we agree that it would be a fair and reasonable term to maybe not provide such tools in the event it would allow access to a locked device and ultimately personal data of a potential consumer?
Through you, Madam President. So it specifically says in the last sentence in subsection B, such documentation, tools, and parts may be made available through appropriate secure release systems. So there's going to be a series of checks on who exactly is asking for this information before that is going to get released.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate those comments. On the bill, please, Madam President.
Senator Palumbo on the bill.
Thank you. And I do appreciate Senator Breslin, the sponsor of this legislation, making those changes that were concerning us last year. And I am going to be in the affirmative on this bill. I think it's made really good progress, but those concerns, I'm glad that there's been some clarification, but I think they do exist. So I would respectfully ask the sponsor to continue to review this bill to make sure that this doesn't create an unfair market. And look, it's a consumer bill. I think we can all agree this is a good idea that if there's a monopoly, if you have to take your phone to a manufacturer and only they can fix your screen. I got the insurance on my kid's phone, but this one's a cracked screen. Just on principle, I've had it for like 3 months and I refuse to get the screen fixed because you have to go there and of course it's a lot of money. You certainly can't do that on your own. So I'm for this as a consumer bill. I think we all are. We get it. But those individuals from the industry feel that this may actually be somewhat counterintuitive to their concerns, because small businesses now are going to deal with a different market, and small businesses may not have the technology and wherewithal to ultimately ensure the safety of the consumer's personal data. So I appreciate Senator Thomas's comments. I hope there's continued review of this bill, and I appreciate your time, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect 1 year after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Junior's Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1748, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Martucci, and White. Ayes 59, nays 4.
The bill is passed. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1776, Senate Print 8381B by Senator Thomas, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Senator Boyle, while you rise.
Madam President, will the sponsor yield for a couple questions?
Will the sponsor yield?
Through you, Madam President, if he allows me to have some dinner. So, yeah, I'm ready for it.
I promise it'll be short.
All right.
The sponsor will yield.
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Thomas, can you just give a quick summary of what this bill does?
What this bill does is it requires that trustees of this public hospital in Nassau County to have the requisite experience and knowledge in related fields to be sitting at the board to make decisions on behalf of the hospital.
Madam President, will it continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, you feel like the Board of Directors has not had the relevant experience in the past? I know that usually there's a business person that's put in charge. Do you felt that that's been a problem over the course of years?
Through you, Madam President, we have seen this hospital go through a lot of issues, including the fact that they are in millions in dollars in debt. And we need to have appropriate board members at the helm to make the correct decisions.
Madam President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, it doesn't just ask for relevant experience, and I think that one can argue that there have been many business people that go and become chairperson of a company having no knowledge of that industry, but they are executives and they know how to run a show. I think that the former head of the Nassau Healthcare Corporation ran hotels, and now I think the new one is a finance guy. The bill also, however, increases the number of board members. Is that not correct?
Through you, Madam President, no. We are sticking to the 15 that they currently have.
Okay. So all this, sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
You're just looking for the relevant experience. Madam President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
The sponsor
Yes.
yield. The sponsor yields.
Will the county executive of Nassau County still have the ability to name the board of directors president and have the same number of appointments to the board?
Through you, Madam President, through this bill, the appointment number does not change. The county exec has 3 appointments that he can make. The county legislature can make 4, and the governor has 8. As well as answering the other question, now the trustees of the hospital get to pick who the chair is and the CEO. That was reserved to the county executive before, but we changed it in the bill because that's how the rest of the state operates with these safety net hospitals.
Through you, Madam President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, who controls the Nassau County Health Corporation under this new proposal? Will the governor have more say on how the operation is run, or will the county executive of Nassau?
It should be neither, because the safety net hospital should be run by the trustees. It should not be the governor, and it should not be the county executive.
Through you, Madam President, will the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
So, it seems to me that the governor is now going to be running the show in this corporation, which, and you can answer, my question is, do you believe that will put at risk any bond pledges, the guarantee of which was given by Nassau County for financing of the corporation when the county executive no longer has control or the county government, I should say, no longer has control of the corporation and how it's run?
For you, Madam President, the governor does not control of the Safety Net Hospital. All right, no governor, that has overseen this state has had the opportunity to look at the day-to-day matters of Nassau University Medical Center or, run it or make contracting decisions. That's all up to the board. What were the other questions that you asked? About the bonds, right? Yeah. So when Nassau University Medical Center was created, Nassau County is required to pay on the debt. And that cannot be changed. The county executive does not have power. It's the trustees as well as anyone else who has an investment at that hospital that has the right to change or amend anything here.
President, on the bill.
Senator Boyle on the bill.
My colleagues, I think I'm on the bill. That's good. Thank you. The bonds that are guaranteed by Nassau County financing the health corporation, really Nassau County Medical Center, and Nassau University Center, goes under Section 3412 of the Public Authorities Law in the state of New York. And it is pledged to and agreed with the holders of bonds issued by the corporation and those persons or public corporations who may enter into contracts with the corporation that the state will not alter, limit, or impair the rights vested in the corporation to operate the hospital and/or nursing home, which was financed by bonds of the corporation, or to establish and collect rents, rates, fees, and other charges to fulfill the terms of any contract or agreement made with or for the benefit of holders of the bonds or with any person or public corporation with reference to the hospital and/or the nursing homes. This bill changes the game, and I do believe it puts at risk the guarantees and pledges based on this bond. If we're to be honest here, I think this bill is all about one thing, and that's the fact that Bruce Blakeman is now the county executive of Nassau, having beat Laura Curran in last year's election. If Laura Curran was still the county executive, we wouldn't be looking at this bill. I know County Executive Blakeman came in and took on the governor with mandates and things like that, and this might be payback or an attempt to take away some power from County Executive Blakeman. And I don't think that's the way we should be running things. I think the county executive and the county government in Nassau should have the right to run their healthcare corporation. It's not New York State Healthcare Corporation. It is Nassau County Healthcare Corporation, and that is why I will be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Senator Thomas on the bill.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill is about saving a safety net hospital. This isn't about politics. The reason why we need board members with expertise is because that hospital is in dire need of good leadership. That's the intent of this bill. It has nothing to do with who the county executive is. It has everything to do with saving a safety net hospital that not only serves my district, it serves districts all around Nassau County. So this is my way, this is this legislative body's way of addressing the issues with this hospital for decades now, of being mismanaged, of being in debt of over $100 million. We need good leadership there, and that's the intent of this bill. I vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, G. Norris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1776, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Borrello, Boyle, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 48, nays 15.
The bill is passed. Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1799, Assembly number 7919A by Assemblymember Bronson, enactment of the state finance law.
Senator Oberacker.
Madam President, would the sponsor yield for a couple of questions, please?
Will the sponsor yield?
Certainly, Madam President. Thank
The
you.
sponsor yields.
And thank you, Senator Kennedy. And believe me, my colleagues, I do know I'm the one standing in front of you from getting your dinner tonight, so we'll keep things brief. How's that? So we're going to talk about a very exciting subject. It's the subject of salt. And so through you, Madam President, Senator, this is a statewide issue. It'll have a statewide impact. Have you taken the moment to speak to the state agencies and that are responsible for implementing this? And have you spoken to the local stakeholders across the different regions of New York?
Madam President, I certainly have. As a matter of fact, this bill has been in production over a number of years. We've been working to make sure that we're protecting American jobs. What this bill does is it creates the New York State Buy American Salt Act, which will require that all salt used on roads and throughout our communities across the state, or sodium chloride from salt, is supplied from American businesses as much as possible. We want to make sure that we're supporting American jobs. We want to make sure that we're supporting New York jobs, especially those jobs at mines like we have in Livingston County and Tompkins County. Hundreds of jobs, good-paying union jobs. This is one of those bills that really promotes the preference of salt from the state of New York and the United States, rather than being imported from foreign countries like Egypt and Chile and Mexico and others that so much salt is coming in. So we want to use taxpayer dollars here in New York and in the communities throughout this great state to support our own New York jobs and the families that depend on those jobs.
They're continuing to yield. Through you,
The sponsor yields?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. So with the salt that will be produced here in Western New York mines, has there been thought given as to how that will transport to downstate regions and how it will transport in a very efficient and cost-effective manner?
Certainly we have. These are all issues that have been discussed in many different ways through communities across New York State. Salt can be distributed using logistics of all kind, whether it's shipping at the ports, through rail, through trucking, and others. The logistics to ensure that New York State mined salt ends up in communities across New York State can be implemented through logistics planning that communities do already in so many other ways. That said, other states here in our great country, including Louisiana, Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, also have salt mines. So this bill supports New York jobs. It supports American jobs, again, with New York taxpayer dollars.
Madam President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Certainly.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, in the language, there is the words reasonable cost increase, or maybe more appropriately, an unreasonable. So my question is, what constitutes reasonable or unreasonable as far as a cost increase goes?
Thank you, through you, Madam President. That is a question that can be answered by recognizing that, we as a body here back in February passed this bill. Went over to the Assembly. We've been working with communities and businesses across the state in the workforce through the AFL-CIO and others to make sure that, part of what we were doing is listening to make amendments to ensure that communities weren't harmed in any way. So there was exceptions put into place in this legislation that will provide for the department head of an agency to determine if an exemption is necessary for that particular community. For example, if there would be some sort of issue with the benefit to public interest, or as my colleague mentioned, an unreasonable cost. We created flexibility in this language to give local control to the agencies and municipalities across New York State to make sure that we were protecting localities, giving them the freedom to make decisions on behalf of their communities, but also building in the preference to buy New York, to buy American, and to protect those jobs that are producing this product here in New York State.
Through you, Madam President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
I will.
The sponsor yields.
Thank you. So, Senator, with also a liquid brine application, is there any data, is there any numbers that could be put to that would calculate what that cost would be going to, again, say local salt in those applications versus, say, salt that was procured elsewhere?
Through you, Madam President, yeah, there are different processes for harvesting salt other than mining. There is lake water and salt water that can be processed through different mechanisms to produce the brine that's used in some communities, and those communities prefer to use different processes. New York State is a state that is home to some inclement weather. Being a Buffalonian, I know a lot about snow and ice, and we recognize that none of us are averse to it, no matter where we live in New York State, so we need to be prepared for that inclement weather. And we built in here the ability for these department heads to be able to be free to make those decisions. And in such matter, they can look to this legislation to realize whether or not the cost would be unreasonable and if, in fact, they should opt out of this mechanism. But again, the bottom line here is building a process to allow for those individuals that are procuring these contracts for the municipalities and agencies to think about and ultimately focus in on making New York salt and American salt a preference rather than shipping our taxpayer dollars overseas or to other hemispheres.
Thank you. Through you, Madam President, would the sponsor continue to yield?
Does the sponsor yield?
Yes.
The sponsor yields.
So, Senator, if a determination to use, say, cheaper salt that isn't mined or harvested here during the winter, how is salt procured during a challenge? In other words, if a municipality was getting salt and there was a challenge put to it that this wasn't, that it needed to be coming from our mines out west, especially when a lot of the municipalities don't have a large inventory. Is there some mechanism, is there some process to go through that would guarantee that they would not run short of salt?
Madam President, the exemptions that were put in place include one provision, item number 3, that states that when materials and products cannot be produced in the United States in sufficient and reasonably available quantities and of a satisfactory quality, that community and that individual may then opt out of this provision. So we believe we've built in a number of different mechanisms to protect the local communities and, again, give that freedom to make a decision based on what that is in the best interest of that locality. Again, that being said, when you look at communities across New York State that produce this product, produce salt, let me just take a couple of mines here, again, in Livingston County and in Tompkins County, where there are hundreds of jobs, whole economies that are supported. In Livingston County, 400 jobs there alone. Tompkins County, over 200 jobs there alone. These are good-paying union jobs. You know, I want to recognize the steelworkers that represent many of those hardworking men and women that are producing this on a daily basis. And given the situation that has resulted in the past, and quite frankly, New York State spending our own taxpayer dollars overseas and in other hemispheres, there have been communities that have been detrimentally impacted, like Rochester. Just a few years ago, a mine near Rochester laying off over 250 employees when these non-U.S. companies were awarded contracts totaling nearly $20 million. That's just not right. We should be spending New York tax dollars in New York to support New York jobs, and certainly if the option's available, we should be spending New York taxpayer dollars in the great United States of America. So this, to me, is a no-brainer. It's an opportunity for us to reinvest in communities, to support American jobs, to support New York jobs, and to support economies, particularly upstate, that need that support.
Madam President, and thank you, Senator Kennedy, for...
Senator O'Rourke on the bill.
You know, I couldn't agree more with Senator Kennedy that this is about jobs. And if I were to use some of my past experiences as a town supervisor and as the chair of DPW for Otsego County, overseeing County Highway, when I was the supervisor, 80% of my budget was roads. So a minor increase, a 2, a 3, even a 4% increase is something that is extremely difficult for local municipalities to deal with. We have 62 counties in New York, and each and every one of them has a road crew that is there. So I do agree with my colleague that it is about jobs, but I also feel that this probably sums it up better than I could. This is from Richard Benjamin, who's the town of Thompson superintendent of highways. And it says, Senator O'Rourke, this bill has the potential to cost the town of Thompson $150,000 a year more in the cost of salt. Please review the attached information and feel free to contact me. I reached out to my former county superintendent of highways, Rich Brimmer. I asked him the same thing, and he had the same feelings that this potentially would not be advantageous due to cost increase. You know, some of the interesting other factors that go into this when we talk about cost to our local highway departments and county highway departments. We passed legislation here that has to do with prevailing wage when it comes to paving, when it came to hauling aggregate, which was a huge impact to our local highway departments. They didn't have time to budget for it. They didn't have time to plan for it. Diesel prices exponentially going out of sight. Another cost input to the process of keeping our roads clean this thing. DEF liquid, the diesel exhaust fluid price going up and in short supply. Add to that inflation, and then add to that SALT. I'm afraid that this bill basically tells our highway superintendents, our local municipalities, and our citizens, go pound salt. I feel as though that it may have noble intention. I'm nervous and apprehensive with the ability to allow our local municipalities to have the autonomy to look at their cost inputs and see what is going to be the cheapest and best way to keep the roads clear. And the 51st Senate District that I represent, one of the most rural in New York, I can tell you that when they say you're worth your weight in salt, they're not kidding. It keeps our roads clean. So with that, Madam President, I will be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other senators wishing to be heard? Seeing and hearing none, debate is closed. The Secretary will ring the bell. Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1799, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Akshar, Griffo, Jordan, Oberacker, Ritchie, Steck, and Thomas. Also, Senator Tedisco. Ayes 55, nays 8.
The bill is passed. Senator Gianaris, that completes the reading of the controversial calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe Senator Lanza has a motion.
Senator Lanza.
Madam President, Senator White moves to amend the bill on third reading calendar. On page 42, I offer the following amendments to calendar number 1596, print number 9146A, and ask that said bill retain its place on third reading calendar.
The amendments are received and the bill will retain its place on the third reading calendar. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, just for an outline to my colleagues of what remains, we are not done working tonight. We are going to break for respective party conferences and then have a Rules Committee meeting at 9 p.m. In room 332, followed by a supplemental calendar on the floor. You'll thank me tomorrow when we get out of here that much sooner, but we are trying to get as much done today as we can. So there will be an immediate Democratic conference virtually, and then Rules in 332. And please recognize Senator Lanza for an announcement of Republican conference.
Madam President, there'll be an immediate meeting of the Republican conference in room 315 of the Capitol.
There'll be an immediate meeting of the Democratic Conference virtually, and the Rules Committee will meet in room 332. The Republican Conference will meet immediately also. The Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gianaris.
Madam President, I believe there's a report of the Rules Committee at the desk. Can we please take that up now?
The Senate Secretary will read.
Senator Stewart Cousins from the Committee on Rules reports the following bills. Senate Print 1120 by Senator Kaminsky, an act to amend the state finance law. Senate Print 1964A by Senator Brooks, an act to amend the general municipal law. Senate Print 2021A by Senator May, an act to amend the vehicle and traffic law. Senate Print 3520 by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the public housing law. Senate Print 3882A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the transportation law. Senate Print 4285B by Senator Gallivan, an act to deem an application filed with the New York State and local police and fire and retirement system by the widow of Lawrence Lakeman as timely filed. Senate Print 6692B by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the general business law. Senate Print 7162C by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the retirement and social security law. Senate Print 7319 by Senator Ort, an act to amend Chapter 658 of the laws of 1978. Senate Print 7341 by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the executive law. Senate Print 7365A by Senator Kaplan, an act to amend the tax law. Senate Print 7419 by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the environmental conservation law. Senate Print 7475B by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the insurance law. Senate Print 7506 by Senator Adabo, an act to amend the insurance law. Senate Print 7613 by Senator Kaminsky, an act to amend the public officers law. Senate Print 7671 by Senator Harcum, an act to amend the real property tax law. Senate Print 7685B by Senator Gorin, an act to amend the racing, parimutuel wagering, and breeding law. Senate Print 8063A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the labor law. Senate Print 8326A by Senator Mannion, an act to amend the mental hygiene law. Senate Print 8401 by Senator Gunardes, an act to amend the retirement and social security law. Senate Print 8448 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 8454 by Senator Steck, an act to authorize Kimberly A. Cooney of the Village of Cambridge to take the competitive civil service examination. Senate Print 8524C by Senator Harkin, an act to amend the Vehicle and Traffic Law. Senate Print 8534 by Senator Hinchy, an act to amend the Public Service Law. Senate Print 8682 by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law. Senate Print 8701 by Senator Ryan, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 8796 by Senator Matera, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 8827A by Senator Rivera, an act in relation to the definition of safety net providers. Senate Print 8844 by Senator Reckland Melnick, an act in relation to amending state construction and commodity contracts. Senate Print 8892 by Senator Skoufis, an act to amend the General Obligations Law. Senate Print 8896 by Senator Kaplan, an act to authorize the Incorporated Village of Mineola, County of Nassau, to establish and operate a commercial sanctioned sanitation district. Senate Print 8948 by Senator Kaplan, an act in relation to authorizing the assessor of the County of Nassau to accept from Mineola Union Free School District an application for exemption from real property taxes. Senate Print 8951 by Senator Ritchie, an act to authorize Donald Kuehl to take the competitive civil service examination. Senate Print 9047 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the not-for-profit corporation law. Senate Print 9167A by Senator Adabo, an act in relation to creating a temporary commission to conduct a comprehensive study on the current utilization of paid family leave. Senate Print 9209 by Senator Holman, an act to amend the General Obligations Law. Senate Print 9309A by Senator Stuart Cousins, an act to amend the Village Law. Senate Print 9317 by Senator Palumbo, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Suffolk to convey by appropriate instruments to the Hampton Bays Water District. Senate Print 9347 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the Civil Service Law. Senate Print 9387 by Senator Kruger, an act to amend the Public Health Law. Senate Print 9402 by Senator Stavisky, an act to amend the Education Law. Senate Print 9422 by Senator Parker, an act to amend the Public Service Law. Senate Print 9434 by Senator Reckland Melnick, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law. Senate Print 9468 by Senator Comrie, an act to amend the Penal Law. All bills report to third reading.
To accept the report of the Rules Committee?
All those in favor of accepting the report of the Rules Committee signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The report of the Rules Committee is accepted. Senator Gianaris.
Can we now go back to motions and resolutions? I understand we have some substitutions.
Secretary will read.
Senator Kaminsky moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance. Assembly Bill number 1431 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 1120, third reading calendar 1745. Senator May moves to discharge from the Committee on Transportation. Assembly Bill number 1007A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 2021A, third reading calendar 1785. Senator Cooney moves to discharge from the Committee on Civil Service and Pensions. Assembly Bill number 7914C is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7162C, third reading calendar 1806. Senator Kaplan moves to discharge from the Committee on Budget and Revenue. Assembly Bill number 3409A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7365A, third reading calendar 1772. Senator Harkin moves to discharge from Committee on Local Government. Assembly Bill number 8427 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 7671, third reading calendar 1835. Senator Gurnardez moved to discharge from the Committee on Finance. Assembly Bill number 9581 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8401, third reading calendar 1838. Senator Ryan moves to discharge from the Committee on Education. Assembly Bill number 9878 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8701, third reading calendar 1813. Senator Matera moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. Assembly Bill number 9803 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8796, third reading calendar 1814. Senator Reckland Melnick moves to discharge from the Committee on Finance. Assembly Bill number 10109 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8844, third reading calendar 1818. Senator Skoufis moves to discharge from the Committee on Investigation and Government Operations. Assembly Bill number 4601 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 8892, third reading calendar 1816. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. Assembly Bill number 9969 is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9047, third reading calendar 1825. Senator Adabo moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor. Assembly Bill number 10224A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9167A, third reading calendar 1841. Senator Stuart Cousins moves to discharge from the Committee on Labor, from the Committee on Local Government. Assembly Bill number 10236A is substituted for the identical Senate Bill 3909, third reading calendar 1821. Senator Palumbo moves to discharge from the Committee on Local Government Assembly Bill number 10,417, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9317, third reading calendar 1822. Senator Jackson moves to discharge from the Committee on Rules Assembly Bill number 10,425, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9347, third reading calendar 1826. Senator Krueger moves to discharge from the Committee on Health Assembly Bill number 8472, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9387, third reading calendar 1842. Senator Comrie moves to discharge from the Committee on Codes Assembly Bill number 10,491, and substituted for the identical Senate Bill 9468, third reading calendar 1844.
So ordered. Senator Gineris.
Madam President, we're going to briefly stand at ease while we await our remaining colleagues to enter the chamber, so the Senate will stand at ease.
Senate will stand at ease. The Senate will return to order. Senator Gineris.
Pick up the reading of the supplemental calendar.
Secretary will read.
Calendar number 1745, Assembly number 1431 by Assemblymember Dinowitz, enactment of the State Finance Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White. Good.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1785, Assembly number 1007A by Assemblymember Paulin,
Read it.
enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1802, Senate Print 3520 by Senator Bailey, enactment of the Public Housing Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 30th day after it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1803, Senate Print 4285B by Senator Gallivan, an act to deem an application filed with the New York State and local police and fire retirement system by the widow of Lawrence Lakeman as timely filed.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1804, Senate Print 7319 by Senator Ort, enactment Chapter 658 of the laws of 1978.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1805, Senate Print 6692B by Senator Hinchy, enactment of the General Business Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to Calendar 1805, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Boyle, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 47, nays 16.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1806, Assembly number 7914C by Assemblymember Abadi, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart, Cousins, White.
Announce the
In
results.
relation to calendar 1806, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1807, Senate Print 7341 by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the executive law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hinchey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. We all know the incredible story of Sojourner Truth, but what many people don't know is how deeply she is tied to Ulster County. And I want to commend the YMCA Youth Crew of Kingston for elevating her history and making sure that we here in the state of New York recognize Sojourner Truth's profound impacts, not just on our country, but here in New York State. The youth crew has been instrumental in raising her profile, making sure that everybody in our community knows the history in Esopus, where she was born, her trek to freedom, to New Paltz, and her fight to regain her son on her walk to Kingston. They set off on a journey to make sure that we could have a day commemorating this incredible figure in New York State history and really engage in the governmental process. And we know how important it is to have young people engaged in understanding in how government works. And so I'm really, really proud of them, of finding something they were passionate about, being able to figure out what they could do, finding the levers, making the calls, making everyone ensure that we could really have something tangible come out of their actions. So I'm really proud to sponsor this day. I thank the YMCA Youth Crew for their advocacy, and I proudly vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Hinchey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1808, Senate Print 7475B by Senator Bailey, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act will take effect on the 60th day, but shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Bailey to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. The immigrant story is the New York story. It's the American story. We all come from somewhere else. And so when one is looking to obtain an immigration bond previously before the passage of this bill, it was the Wild Wild West, so to speak, an unregulated place where individuals would have to make what would be, in my opinion, a false choice. The false choice between having to pay a ridiculous amount of money or being separated from family members. This bill is critically important. We've worked on it along with Assemblymember Epstein, with DFS, the Executive Office, so many other advocates who have been impacted directly by the unequal enforcement or the lack of enforcement or the lack of regulation in this area. And I'm grateful to all of my colleagues in this legislature who understand the need to make sure that we're doing all that we can to ensure that this section of the law is regulated. I'm grateful, and I proudly vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bailey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1808, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, Martucci, Matera, Oberacker, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Ayes 48, nays 15.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1809, Senate Print 8448 by Senator Jackson, an act to amend the retirement and Social Security law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1809, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1810, Senate Print 8454 by Senator Steck, an act to authorize Kimberly A. Cooney of the Village of Cambridge to take the competitive civil service examination.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1810, voted in the negative, Senator Brisport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1811, Senate Print 8534 by Senator Hinchey, an act to amend the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 5, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Hinchey to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. This body passed a constitutional amendment to the right to clean air, clean water, and a healthful environment. And a core part of that, obviously, is the right to clean water. And the people of the state of New York,
last election agreed with that by passing the ballot referendum. It is now our duty to make sure that New Yorkers across our state have access to clean water. The Public Service Commission regulates the rates and services of approximately 300 small private water companies serving nearly 1 million people across our state. There are 119 companies with less than 50 customers, another 40 companies with 50 to 100 customers, and approximately 118 systems run by homeowners associations. And yet these small water companies also often fall through the cracks of smart and important regulations. One of those small systems is in Hurley, New York, in Ulster County, where dozens of people have been forced to live with toxic, contaminated water because the small private water company was not held to the standard of making sure that the people who they are sworn to protect with their company and the water access have not been upholding their side of the bargain and have not been providing clean water. We know here water is a right. There is a patchwork of impractical regulations surrounding small water companies that allow many to fall through the cracks and skirt their responsibilities to maintain their water systems and provide clean water and safe water to their customers. The Small Water Utility Transparency Act will create the first ever state audits of private water companies. It also seeks to protect customers who rely on private water companies for their water. This is an incredibly important bill, something that I am incredibly proud to champion that will help nearly 1 million people in the state of New York finally have access to clean water when they have been at their wits' end trying to figure out how they can hold these small companies accountable. We've seen time and again these small water companies ignore their responsibility to provide clean water and instead focus on profit margins and personal gain over people's health and safety. This is a critical step in making sure that we uphold our side of the bargain of ensuring everyone across our state has access to clean water. Thank you, Madam President. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Hinchey to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1811, voted in the negative, Senator Martucci. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1812, Senate Print 8682 by Senator Cooney, an act to amend the Retirement and Social Security Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 6 is action to take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1812, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1813, Assembly number 9878 by Assemblymember Conrad, an act to amend the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1814, Assembly number 9803 by Assemblymember Stern, an act to amend the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1815, Senate Print 7419 by Senator Harkin, an act to amend the Environmental Conservation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1815, voted in the negative, Senator Martucci. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1816, Assembly number 4601 by Assemblymember Barnwell, an act to amend the General Obligations Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect on the 30th day, and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1817, Senate Print 8951 by Senator Ritchie, an act to authorize Donald Quell to take the competitive civil service examination.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1817, voted in the negative, Senator Bridgeport. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1818, Assembly number 10109 by Assemblymember Zabrowski, an act in relation to amending state construction and commodity contracts.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1819, Senate Print 9209 by Senator Hoyerman, an act to amend the General Obligations Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Gianaris, Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1820, Senate Print 8896 by Senator Kaplan, an act in relation to authorizing the Incorporated Village of Minneota, County of Nassau, to establish and operate a commercial sanitation district.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the
In
results.
relation to calendar 1820, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Palumbo, Sereno, and White. Also Senator Lanza. Ayes 56 and ayes 7.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1821, Assembly number 10,236A by, the Assembly Committee on Rules, enactment of the Village Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1822, Assembly number 10,417, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act in relation to authorizing the County of Suffolk to convey by appropriate instruments to the Hampton Bays Water District.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1823, Senate Print 8940A by Senator Kaplan, an act in relation to authorizing the assessor of the County of Nassau to accept from the Mineola Union Free School District an application for exemption from real property taxes.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White. In relation to calendar 1823, voted in negative are Senators Akshar and O'Mara. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1824, Senate Print 9422 by Senator Parker, enactment of the Public Service Law.
Read the last section.
Section 13, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1825, Assembly number 9969 by Assemblymember Paulin, enactment of the Not-for-Profit Corporation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1826, Assembly number 10,425, the Assembly Committee on Rules, enactment of the Civil Service Law and the Labor Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Jackson to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. My colleagues, I rise to speak in support of my bill, S-9347. For over 30 years, the federal courts aligned retiree health insurance with ongoing collective bargaining agreement relationships, meaning that pension systems intended retirees to continue their health benefits even though the collective bargaining agreement did not outline that access, especially when eligibility for retiree health insurance was associated with pension eligibility. If the courts believed that retiree health benefits lasted as long as the collective bargaining agreement duration, then after that point, the health benefits would not exist for those retirees. Unfortunately, the Court of Appeals has taken upon itself to reinterpret law outside of their legal authority. The Court of Appeals recently ruled the collective bargaining agreement must be explicit in making retirees' health insurance available for life, or be sufficiently vague in the agreement language to allow the outside evidence to interpret those benefits not stated outright. This bill undoes the erroneous ruling and allows outside evidence to be admitted by a court or other forum to determine whether the parties intended retiree health insurance to have their benefits beyond the time frames of a collective bargaining agreement. If this Court of Appeals ruling stands, a retiree's benefits would be eliminated and employee organizations and labor organizations would not get the benefit of their collective bargaining agreements. I proudly vote aye in favor of this bill.
Senator Jackson to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1827, Senate Print 9402 by Senator Stavisky, enactment of the Education Law.
Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1827, voted in the negative are Senators Helming and Ort. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1828, Senate Print 1964A by Senator Brooks, an act to amend the General Municipal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1829, Senate Print 3882A by Senator Kennedy, an act to amend the Transportation Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 1st of April.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1830, Assembly number 3409A by Assemblymember Levine, an act to amend the tax law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1831, Senate Print 7506 by Senator Addabbo, an act to amend the insurance law.
Read the last section.
Section 4, this act shall take effect on the 1st of January.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1833, Senate Print 7613 by Senator Kaminsky, an act to amend the Public Officers Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1834, Senate Print 8326A by Senator Mannion, an act to amend the Mental Hygiene Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day it shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1834, voting in the negative, Senator Ritchie. Ayes 62, nays 1.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1835, Assembly number 8427 by Assemblymember Galiff, an act to amend the Real Property Tax Law.
Read the last section.
Laid aside.
Laid aside.
Calendar number 1836, Senate Print 7685B by Senator Gorin, an act to amend the Racing, Parimutuel Wagering, and Breeding Law.
There's a home rule message at the desk. Read the last section.
Section 3, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Gorin to explain his vote.
President. For the last 4 years, I've had the honor to serve on the Racing and Wagering Committee with our distinguished chair, my friend Senator Joe Addabbo. And we have very carefully and responsibly as a committee, I believe, moved this state forward with gaming, the results of which has been hundreds of millions of dollars more to public education. And it has been done responsibly, as Chairman Addabbo has insisted on, and we have made sure that we have innovative programs that we don't have anywhere else in the nation to make sure that we're doing all we can to assist those who have gambling addictions. So tonight, which I guess is the second to last night I will be in this chamber, I am very grateful to Senator Addabbo, Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins, and my colleagues for giving me the opportunity to pass this very important legislation for my home county of Suffolk. Because not only will it provide for years to come tens of millions of dollars more for public education, but it will also provide about $10 million a year more for the county of Suffolk, which our county executive, Steve Bellone, has pledged will be used for a permanent economic development program that will include the down payment for our very first convention center that will be built by union labor and will provide great jobs for decades to come. So thank you, Madam President, and I vote in the affirmative.
Senator Gorin to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1836, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Brisport, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Lanza, O'Mara, Ort, Rath, Ritchie, Serino, and Tedisco. Ayes 50, nays 13.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1837, Senate Print 8063A by Senator Ramos, an act to amend the labor law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Serino to explain her vote.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in support of this bill because we want to ensure that staff is fully present when they are at the job. However, we continue to miss the mark on this issue. Nursing homes and all elder care settings need more qualified staff. We can't keep piling on the restrictions without getting them trained quality staff. they can afford to provide high-quality care. And punitive damages only go so far if a facility simply does not have the staff to meet the need. We have to do more here in New York to incentivize residents to get in and stay in these fields. And until we have enough qualified staff, we will continue to see the problems you're trying to eradicate actually persist. In trying to stop bad actors, we cannot inadvertently hurt those who are trying to do their best to provide quality care for those New Yorkers who need it most. So, Madam President, I'll be voting aye, but I urge this body to reconsider its approach and redouble our efforts and resources to get more staff to the places that they are needed most. As the state moves forward to implement its master plan on aging, addressing staffing shortages in health care for aging New Yorkers must be our top priority. Thank you, Madam President. I vote aye.
Senator Serino to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1837, those senators voting in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Martucci, and Rath. Ayes 59, nays, I'm sorry? Rich as well. Pardon me. Also, Senator Ritchie. Ayes 58, nays 5.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1838, Assembly number 9591 by Assemblymember Abadi, enactment of the Retirement and Social Security Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Janaris Cougar, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1839, Senate Print 8524C by Senator Harkam, enactment of the Vehicle and Traffic Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 180th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Janaris Cougar, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1840, Senate Print 8827A by Senator Rivera, an act in relation to the definition of safety net providers.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the same date and in the same manner as Chapter 53 of the laws 2022.
Call the roll.
Dabo, Janaris Cougar, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Senator Rivera to explain his vote.
Thank you, Madam President. Earlier this the year, we passed a budget that certainly wasn't perfect. But one of the things that we managed to do with it is that we started turning the ship on what has been years and years of austerity in our public health system, our Medicaid system, our hospitals all over the state. And we identified billions of dollars, Madam President, to make sure that we give to the most needy hospitals all across the state. Unfortunately, the definition that there is, I should say, currently no definition to actually give us exactly where this money should go, which is why I'm incredibly thankful to Leader Andrew Stewart Cousins for bringing this bill before us. It provides a definition of what a safety net provider is. We want to make sure that the money that we appropriated earlier this year goes to the safety net providers that are most in need. That's not just only in my backyard, Madam President, but all across our state. Whether it is in the North Country, whether it's in the Southern Tier, whether it's in Long Island, and certainly whether it's in the Bronx, we want to make sure that every dollar goes to those facilities that need the money the most. And that's why I'm incredibly thankful that the leader brought this bill before us and why I'm proud to vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Rivera to be recorded in the affirmative. Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1841, Assembly number 10,224A, Assembly Committee on Rules, an act in relation to creating a temporary commission to conduct a comprehensive study on the current utilization of paid family leave.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janaris Cougar, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1841, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Hellman, Jordan, Ort, and Serino. Ayes 59, nays 4.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1842, Assembly number 8472 by Assemblymember Gottfried, enactment of the Public Health Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Adabo, Janaris Cougar, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1842, those senators voted in the negative are Senators Borrello, Gallivan, Griffo, Helming, Jordan, Matera, Oberacker, O'Mara, Ort, Palumbo, Rath, Ritchie, Sereno, Steck, Tedisco, and White. Also, Senator Lanza. Ayes 46, nays 17.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1843, Senate Print 9434 by Senator Reichlin Melnick, enactment of the Public Authorities Law.
Read the last section.
Section 8, this act will take effect immediately.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
Ayes 63.
The bill is passed.
Calendar number 1844, Assembly number 10,491, Assembly Committee on Rules, enactment of the Penal Law.
Read the last section.
Section 2, this act shall take effect on the 90th day and shall become a law.
Call the roll.
Addabbo, Gianaris Kruger, Ort, Stewart Cousins, White.
Announce the results.
In relation to calendar 1844, voted in the negative are Senators Bridgeport and Salazar. Ayes 61, nays 2.
The bill is passed. That completes the reading of today's supplemental calendar.
Madam President, can we lay aside calendar 1835 for the day?
The bill will be laid aside for the day.
Is there any further business at the desk?
There is no further business
Move
at
to
the
adjourn
desk.
until tomorrow, Thursday, June 2nd at 11 a.m.
On motion, the Senate stands adjourned until Thursday, June 2nd at 11 a.m.